Created. Oh yeah. This is DJ Hannibal. DJ Hannibal. Oh yeah. On the northwest, DJ Hannibal is pretty cool. DJ Hannibal. Oh yeah. DJ Hannibal. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just mute the music. Yeah. You all right, mate?
Yeah, you right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Fucking fell asleep for a couple of hours, didn't I?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'll give away a load of caps today. These beanies.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I had loads of them. I had a whole box full. I've still got quite a lot there, but I think I've got rid of loads actually. But I think Jules had about 4 of them. I think.
How much?
Free. You know. Another lady, I'll give her about 4. I think. There was a nipper. Yeah, one. Yeah, I've still got quite a few. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That's it. 26. Now he said he had 58. So 26 means 32 have gone somewhere. I don't think I'll give 32 away. I thought I'd maybe give about 10 away. Yeah, Jules was straight in the bag. She was like, "Oh yeah, I've there's one that one I've found. How many have you had?" I said, "Oh well, you know, it's quite mad. I'll get to a shopping. I'll fucking get to a bite to eat. I'll fucking treat her all the time. It's crazy, it is." Yeah, so I'm going to keep these 30-odd fucking hats. I'll give them away to someone. I don't know. I better shut my door. It's fucking freezing. I can feel the freeze. It's like, oh, fucking hell, it's cold out. It's cold out. Fucking right.
Man, it's raining here.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. I guess I better put the telly on, really, don't I? Fucking.
Oh, why? Fuck a one.
The idea of the floating roof gives people a little hint, a tangible hint of what lies within.
The red brick wall isn't
Fucking my card was playing up, you know. I couldn't even make a payment on my card or my phone or anything. It's fucking crazy. But it's all right. I think I sorted it out.
Channel 4 Homes, sponsored by John Lewis.
I had 457 quid, right, and suddenly I'm down to about 60 quid, I think. Be careful, I'm not buying too much. It's fucking bad, really.
Don't last long money nowadays, does it?
No, I know, yeah. Oh, I was going to get my watches out today, but that would have been 80 quid, right? But fucking hell, after I spent whatever I spent, I ended up with 100 quid, and I thought, fuck, 100 quid, is that it?
your meal. Join and get a welcome bonus up to £150. Incredible at 32 Red.
Daisy, Mark Jacobs. With a cooker in your home, you always have instant 100 degrees boiling water on demand. At the Cube, you'll also have chilled and sparkling water, all from one single tap. If you wish to understand how a cooker works and
Are you
explore the
out
full
today then?
range,
Yeah, I've been out today, yeah.
virtual one-on-one appointment.
Thanks,
This is a
Kat.
unique experience
Uh,
where you control the
Yeah, I had a quick cup of tea.
to see 100 degrees boiling, hot, cold, filtered chilled. and
The first thing I did was ask
the tap that does it all.
James, not James, fucking Kate, to go and get some cash out. And also, she had her 30 quid beside her. I got 2 bags with fucking cannabis and all that in it. There's 1, there's 2. Yeah, these are like chocolate.
Cali. Cali weed.
I don't know really. It's all right. It tastes like weed, you know.
Oi. You know Cali weed?
Yeah,
It's dear, isn't it?
yeah, it's quite expensive. Yeah, you get it then.
I'm getting it to you for 50 quid.
How much? Well, half ounce or
Water.
a quarter? Yeah, quarter. That's it. Yeah, yeah, half ounce. That's about. It's roughly about right.
It's worth 80 quid.
Just what I need to deal with top stains even on a cold.
Oh,
It's more powerful on stains and it's still so soft on sensitive skin. It's something that works for all of us. Very
You read it again?
and I was trying to empty this packet. Fucking. I know something for this lady. About 4 beanies.
Some of the most magnificent castles of Europe with rich mysteries of the past. This is a place where something miraculous was believed to happen, unearthing stories of love, persecution, betrayal, and uprising. Castle secrets on their floor, that's where Vietnam. Channel 4 Homes, sponsored by John Lewis.
I'm in the Auckland suburb of Point Chevalier with architect and owner Guy Clarence.
Oh,
I'm excited to explore beyond the brick.
I couldn't get my watches out. They wanted 80 quid, and I only had about 100 quid. That was it.
No, and people confuse
When they got beat you up, when they drew out there.
at church.
Well, I'm all right for a while.
Yeah, you should be-
I'll definitely get them out. I reckon.
While the unusually shaped site would have been off-putting for most. Guy
Oh.
called this challenge.
Well, I'm going to get a bracelet out.
I had this very, very clear.
And probably a ring out, I reckon.
A real courtyard house, a U-shaped courtyard house.
I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued.
Well, come in, Phil.
Can I?
We'll look inside.
Right, so what have we got going on? Beyond the brick wall, the house opens up to a private courtyard, a secluded sanctuary.
I think every house in Auckland's got to have an outdoor room. This is that space.
The garden and pool, a beautiful focal point for the house to wrap itself around. Large glass doors allowing for seamless indoor-outdoor flow, giving the illusion of space.
That I can feel the fucking breeze. It's freezing, mate. I tell you. The door's open, but it's fucking cold. I can feel it.
That's why we decided to line the inside of the wall with brick as well.
Oh,
I wanted the space to feel continuous. This is the kitchen, living, dining area.
The living room feels use of the exposed red brick and walnut system. The curved corner wraps around you.
I think that makes this room and really creates really nice space for the dining room.
This room feels like a big warm hug. It really is.
And the clear story allows beautiful light inside.
The clear story is such a brilliant idea. It floats the ceiling so gracefully above the brick walls. A beautifully designed piece of engineering that connects the home to its environment and surroundings. The floating ceiling it draws your eye up to the view, not of the busy road, but of the new canopy.
Once I noticed the road, it just seems like such an obvious thing on a suburban site like this. That would be a house that sort of looks at itself, I suppose.
Yeah, an internal.
Yeah.
It's really peaceful as well.
Yeah. Hopefully it feels a bit like an oasis. That's a window out.
Is your car sorted then?
So that's my little church.
Does it
Yeah.
work?
Okay.
Well, you didn't get it fixed?
So when
He
you
wants
design a
250
house,
fucking quid to do it.
250 quid? Fucking hell, mate.
I really want to
I'm going to get some DPF cleaner and chuck it in
I
the
think
petrol
that's the
tank.
nice thing is that the house is very close, but it has these moments
Yeah.
that allow us to be connected.
I'll get a whole bottle, chuck it in there.
Intriguing home. And while I excitedly pictured the design,
Yeah.
it's not quite so sure.
This property wasn't actually on the market, but a local real estate agent told us that we think it might come onto the market. And Guy came round and got quite excited about it because it wasn't because it wasn't a rectangle and it wasn't a square. And he brought me round here, and
Arch is kind of big.
Does he really?
Yeah.
2 miles from the station.
That's crazy, man.
Gordon and Lee are looking for 3 men.
What's he going to bed for? Is he over that girl's place? Is he at that girlfriend's?
He's been speaking to her on the phone tonight.
Huh?
He's been speaking to that Danielle on the phone.
Oh, he's been talking to her. Yeah, yeah.
Road, Ellen. Now make no.
Get off, yeah. Fuck.
So,
You should stay there. Right, you're the house.
I think I'll make gravy and chips in a minute. I will. Yeah, I love gravy and chips. It's fucking really nice, mate.
we've got
Right, listen. Just in the section of this, you start making off when we see you. I'm going to report. All right, right.
Oh.
Still no. I'm going to report. For the night, I suspect it's you. The object of this search is to locate a knife.
You wait sleep in a minute.
Yeah, actually, I'll be honest, man. I took some paracetamol a minute ago.
He reckons there's 5 left in a black Jaguar church name with the machete. I don't know where he's going to run up. Why'd you run up from him?
Hey up, hey up, hey up, hey up.
The man claims he is the killer who is being robbed and abducted.
It's very suspicious, this job.
Just let us go on the job, mate, all right? Doesn't mean you're not a victim. You can be a victim like a suspect. You know what I mean? Treat yourself in for now, mate, all right?
Good for the gear. As soon as he got out. Where did he find? Do you know when we pulled them?
What, in that garage?
Yeah.
Right.
I'll show where it is.
Yeah, yeah. You sure where it is?
DCI has found a discarded bag behind the fence.
Was that split?
It's only tobacco. I've had weed for some time.
Who's Kevin the carrot? Kevin the carrot's on telly.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What have they told me?
That's bad, mate.
Oh, yeah, that cough.
Oh, last few days I had a bit of a snotty nose and fucking coughing and all that shit.
That's that flu going about.
Yeah, it's probably fucking got me, fucked me up. Well, my door's open. I should shut my door, really. But my head was there, and I was like, fuck it, you know what I mean?
You're under arrest for being in possession of a corrosive substance. You're under arrest for being in possession of an offensive weapon. Okay?
Which this not normally happen, right? Okay, but my bank, my card, right, decides you can't use it anymore until tomorrow, right? I thought, well, that's fucking bollocks. So I phoned up on mine. He says, oh yeah, you can still use your card on your phone. That's great. But then no, I couldn't. But then I managed to put my card in a machine to get some cash out to get some shopping. Because I couldn't use my card. It was fucking mental. Oh. I reckon that Jules is, well, she definitely had 4 caps, 4 of these hats, different colours. I'm sure she had about 4.
That's the burner form.
One floor up in the parade room, Jordan and Lee are processing the evidence found in the bag.
We'll have to get Isaac to do a statement, whatever he's told. Just a man. Isaac, you put a quick statement, we'll book it all on. Is that alright? Spot on. Is that alright, bud? Cheers, guys.
That's the CID.
If you come over, Kev, I'll sort you out some beanies.
Beans.
Yeah, these.
Baked beans.
I've got different colours, and I had 60 caps this morning. 60 fucking beanies. I've got about 35 back left, I think. I've been giving them away here and there, but I don't think I'll give 30 away. I'll give fucking probably 20 maybe.
Up on the first floor of Middlesbrough Nick is the CID.
You guys crazy.
Detective Phil Adams is preparing to interview the man suspected of carrying the bag.
Oh.
I'll just stay home tomorrow.
You start home tomorrow?
I'm fucking going anyway. I'll wear enough.
Yeah. Come over on Friday.
Yeah, all right, I'll come over Friday.
Because that's when I'm getting my bracelet out.
I'm bringing her.
Who?
Tracy, I'll come on my own.
You can do if you want, it's up to you, mate.
Ammonia, Harbour, expendable batter, Pewits, cocaine. Yep. Cool. Drug dealing is a major part of organised criminal gangs. It's a big channel of income, and often it's young people doing the actual dealing in the community. Take a photo, please. At approximately 11 p.m. last night in Middlesbrough, police have observed you running away from where they've been dispatched to. Following a second search of you on pace, they've retrieved the following items. Okay, a bottle of ammonia, suspected pepper spray, an extendable baton, multiple wraps of white powder, Are you responsible for the offences in question? And something about you being attacked. Why did you run? Now, during the search, where they detained you, a bag was recovered. Will your fingerprints be on that bag? I make the time 16 minutes past 1, and I'll conclude the interview, okay?
The suspect will now be bailed, while the team awaits results from forensics.
So I always look at an open interview and I think, are the fingerprints good? Are the DNA forensics good? Are the phone cameras good? And if someone can't account or fails to account for why their fingerprints going to be on there, it's a matter for attribution. And we've got good teams who will do that for us.
Right, Liz, you okay to check on it?
It's social statement. Right. I'll close this and you'll come along with the water, alright?
In Middlesbrough, the police are dealing with a spate of drug-related thefts and robberies.
The best we interview on.
This is a question, isn't it?
I reckon I've got to go in the kitchen now and chuck some gravy and chips in the microwave. Yep.
Yeah,
I just don't want to miss it.
From the Royal Mail.
Oh.
So that was all for a good effect, so he got off to the far left hand. If I can get all of him in an interview, see what he says, we'll take it from there.
Relaxing nights in Simba mattresses once the evenings on Channel 5.
Officer disappears. So she was with you, someone? Husband is saying the force had something to do with it.
We're on the same side here, surely.
I don't know who I can trust on your force.
Ellis continues Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
A story that grips the world,
Trapped in a tiny submarine.
setting off a huge international rescue. It was frantic. New revelations surfaced, but could things have been done differently? The Titan sub disaster, the new evidence. Thursday at 10 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Just like the rest of us, Vegas, another group of
You're going to be out there.
That's where I want to be.
We want them. Good Lights, stream seasons 1 to 5 now on My 5. Virginia McCullough murdered her parents and kept their bodies in the house for 4 years. Why and how did it happen?
I did mind it, but still kind of calm.
And does this house of horrors hold more secrets?
Do you know what? I should put that guy.
Killed by a daughter, the McCullough murders, Tuesday at 10 on Channel 5 and My 5.
It's difficult to gauge exactly what happened.
We're taking pieces of the jigsaw to formulate a cause of death.
Just preparing to answer 4 questions. Who was died? Where and when did death occur? And how? Families need these answers in order to agree.
I want to know what happened.
That was my best friend and my whole world was falling apart. Follow the journey. Unravel the mystery. Cause of Death starts next Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5. We're back on air. Simba mattresses once the evenings on Channel 5.
Yeah, gravy and chips. Yeah. That's it.
the bottom is watching.
You said today,
On the ground floor of Middlesbrough Inn, Custody Sergeant Phil Sikowski is back on a 12-hour day shift.
Stick your buttons on because then you make me feel inflated here. You've got the shovels for hands up so the cuffs are good to it. Well, I'm going to get the nurse strap on you. Now you're still suffering seizures. Withdraw. So we'll keep an eye on you. Spacey Inslee, all right?
Across town, DC Mark Insel is picking up a man wanted for a police interview.
everybody,
How long will I be there?
well, as quick as we can, half an hour.
He's suspected of stealing a bag from a Royal Mail van.
I'll put you in the back there. This is going to be the quickest as possible, all right?
Yeah, I'm looking for cheeky like that.
Are you all right? You okay to be interviewed today? Right. She's 1,000 times. Right, so I'll set up now. You're being interviewed under caution for the offences stuff. The offence is that you've allegedly taken items from the back of a Royal Mail van. Parcels. I do have some CCTV footage I want to show you. Okay, so is that your estate? Yeah. I'm just going to pause it here. Okay, there we go. Who do you think that is? It does look an awful lot like this. Do you think that might be you? We're going to load up one more, which is a different angle of the same thing. Right? Here we go. You recognise the stage still? What's happened there? Did he put his tag over his face there? There's the postman. Watch what happens now. You see the door opening at the back. The postman didn't open the door, did he? I believe it was the male who walked around to open the door. And you said it yourself that the male looked a lot like you. The what there? I'm just going to simply ask you, are you your defensive theft? No, that's fine. I'm going to now summon you to court then. So walk yourself home then. It's a nice day. Or do you want us to drive you home? Right, you know what? Since you've been alright with me, I will drive you home.
Yeah. Are you going to
I just don't remember. Because of the couple, there's a ton of the Let's have a the case is time. You know that. The guy in the day just occurs.
Let you out here then, yeah?
What are you doing, mate?
Crime usually has some sort of links to drugs, and drugs in Hillsborough is a massive problem.
Nothing on my task, so I'm sorry.
Did you phone that social worker back up? BC John Walker and new recruit Taylor Singleton are starting a tech partnership.
I'll bring my back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I've got 18, 81, 12.
In the force control room,
Control 273, Charlie.
Natasha Mangy is assigning officers to urgent calls.
Please, Majesty.
Hello, police ambulance.
Hello.
Can we get your assistance, please, on an unexpected death?
Unexpected, yeah?
Yeah.
Is there any suspicious circumstance about it?
I believe she might take an overdose. We arrived within 1 minute.
Who's on scene with that?
A brother.
You freaking media.
Yes, I do.
Call someone from ambulance for an unexpected death.
Check the address and then give them a piece of stuff.
And it's
Taking them overdose.
Taylor has been on the job for just 12 weeks. This is her first call to a sudden death.
Something on policy to allow the body down. Lot of drug activity at this address. 65 people linking this address on me, so. Drug abuse is a massive problem. I think it's probably the most important to cover, but not too bad. A lot of opiate deaths.
Please, go ahead.
Put it down in the van.
That's me safe.
Control 1, Charlie.
Hello?
There's no needles in her or there's a tablets. How long do you think she's been?
You committed to anything like
He called you, I take it. The brother.
Just an update, please.
we're just going to do some final activity next week.
Obviously. Are you alright, mate?
I don't know what now.
The brother of the deceased is the man suspected of the theft from the mail van.
So what was her occupation? This is unemployed. So would you say she was vulnerable? Do you want to chat with our street triage? No. No, doing your own. The first thing I saw was the feet. The feet were discoloured. Quite bizarre actually, I've never actually seen the dead body. Really still a lot here. Well,
This is lovely, mate.
it just looked like she was asleep.
First job of the night. First one ever in my career. But the only thing is first sudden death, you think, oh my god, we're walking something absolutely terrible. It's just strange, I think. My colleagues upstairs are over there. So they believe it's in the building. They were up there all the working upstairs. But the money's right here everywhere. They are the undertakers. They're the ones who take away the senior part ambulance, the coronary, the former, postmortem. They're the full reason as to why he passed.
Fucking shit. Fucking horrible.
So the coroner will be in touch with you in the morning. Okay. Hello. Hello, mate. Just a big one to double check if it's non-suspicious, that one. Yeah, it is.
Alright, thank you.
Non-suspicious.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
The critics are raving about Channel 5's brand new detective drama, Witness Shine Your Heart with Ellis Murphy. And then at 10, could the catastrophe have been avoided? We investigate the new evidence surrounding the Titan Sub disaster.
Virginia McCullough murdered her parents and kept their bodies in the house for 4 days.
Oh,
How did it happen?
I didn't know that this would come from.
And does this house of horrors hold more secrets? Killed by her daughter, the McCulloughs, Tuesday at 10 on Channel 5 and My5.
It's difficult to explain exactly what happened. We're taking pieces of the jigsaw before the cause of death. Those contains to answer 4 questions. Who has died? Where and when the death occurred? And how? Families need these answers in order to grieve. I want to know what happened.
That's my best friend and my whole world's just falling apart.
Follow the journey, unravel the mystery. Cause of death starts next Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
Your practices?
No clue.
what time are you going to bed tonight then, mate?
I've only just woke up an hour ago.
Have you really? Oh man, you'll be up all fucking night.
What if I'm not just the messenger? I'm coming with you.
These hidden letters. Random numbers. It's an app. I just covered it.
Blind Spot. Stream the full series now on My5.
We remain safe because of the hard work and dedication of men and women of the New York City Police Department.
I always wanted to be a cop. It's in the blood, I suppose. Oh, yeah.
6 perks. Box cutters and knives, 1 gun, 1 camera.
Now you are a part of the finest police force in the world. Now we all wear the same blue uniform. Proud of yourself.
Just like it's another movie.
No Blood. Stream seasons 1 to 5 now on My5.
The building's not just stepping. Let's walk it. Mary already. Oh, it's the most.
Fucking hell.
Right. Oh, look at them moves. Sweet hit it. We've got multiple quality and style. That's a line.
Tempting chunks of rich chocolate, irresistible crumbliness, and a generous layer of thick milk chocolate.
Fabulous. Fox's Fabulous Half-Coated Cookies.
It's not perfection, flawless. Needs no correction, flawless. Absolutely flawless.
Claim your free 10-day sample in store today. Doubleware from Estee Lauder.
Oh, what the hell?
Always there for us. But what if she's away in Fuerteventura with Glenn? What then? Well, when it's comfort you need, it has to be Heinz. Find comfort in every flavour.
So, now with a mood uplifting fragrance.
Wow, it smells that good. Always keep away from sugar. It's time to start your business. Update your website in minutes with the power of AI. Let's get to work. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Where's Tina?
Probably at home.
Oh, is she? Yeah.
The new black opium or the buffer over red. Yves Saint Laurent.
Harry Bowles, Harry Bowles,
Yeah.
Harry Bowles.
All right. Yeah, you've been eating them, yeah?
Yes.
Oh.
What's your little piece of milk?
For me, it's when I'm on tour with my favourite band.
Where's original? Your little piece of milk.
This holiday, open Dyson Beauty. Dry and straighten with air from wet. Dyson Calendar Styling, invented to dry, smooth, and curl. Or style and dry with senses to help protect your scalp and naturally shine. Available in nude strawberry bronze with expensive heat. Get right in the swing of it, then I'll couples budget. Now these conditions offensive line with single section.
I want an orange one. Don't tell me I ain't got an orange one. Fucking hell. Red. No, I ain't got an orange one. Fuck it. Lady, I'll give her different colours, right? And oh, hang on, what's it? Oh, no, that's pink. Pink, red. No fucking orange. Oh, fuck it. I kind of wish I kept the orange one now. Oh shit, it's not everywhere.
What I really, really want. Flat, nice clothes, shoes.
Oh.
We make that 35 to 40k a month.
And being parents is sexy.
Everything we do is when the kids are at school, like in the daytime.
If you can navigate this complicated world.
I mean, I've got so much pressure on them, like, work hard, but don't neglect your children.
You could become
Beautiful.
£1 million MILF.
The biggest amount I got in one go was £20,000.
This is Heather.
Check the dryer as well, see if there's anything else in there.
She has 2 children.
Being a mum is the most important thing to me. Like, I'm there at the school gates every morning, there every night, I'm there every weekend.
I was looking for an orange hat. I'll give me I'll give this lady. I'll definitely give her an orange one. I'm sure I did. I'll give her a red one, blue one, fucking white one, fucking different colours. You know. I said, yeah. Fucking. Then there's a taxi driver with 4 kids, so I'll give him fucking four of them, and 4 LCD tablets and 4 or 5 robots as well.
The loft is kind of like a sex dungeon, I suppose,
Oh.
purely just out of having so much stuff and needing
She's
to
lovely.
be somewhere away from
Fucking, that's what I want
dungeon.
is a woman like that. Yeah, that'd be.
33-year-old Heather found an
Oh, she's 33. No, she's probably not going to get near me. I'm fucking 57.
I've
For
done
fuck's
the
sake.
box standard camming and the strip teases, but my love for the job came with the fetish side of things. I felt like that was like where I could really put a little bit of myself into it. Have all different costumes. These kind of things are for like the anime cosplay side of things. Different wigs, stockings, or like stocking fetishes. It gets impossible to store this amount of stuff downstairs lying around without questions being asked. So, especially things like that. Can't either explain that. You know, if anyone comes across that. This is a butt plug. It's for pony pipe. You put that in. So, if you think you're just gonna get your feet out and twiddle your toes and shake your boobs in a camera, like it's not gonna cut it. Kids asking, why have you got gold stuck to you?
That's him gone.
When I do the school,
You had him.
I always look at the other ones and think,
That's him.
That's crazy, man.
does the milk bit? Yeah, the milk thing comes into it a lot. Like I get it on cam. People will say, "Can you look right into the camera, mommy?"
Yeah, if you come over, I'll show you some beanies.
Hot mums. It's not even really that. They can get younger guys and they want you to play like a teacher role. It's that. It's more of a power play, I think. If it's weird and it's wonderful, then I'm definitely the person for you. When I say fetish, people think of the
Red.
wife's thing,
Red.
like what it is.
Well, that'll be alright, I suppose.
There's the uvula, which is the back of your throat. I have a guy that pays me to yawn. I've done sneezing videos. Maybe a big one. It's hard.
How much per sneeze?
I get sent £100, but I'm quite generous, so I'm actually not stingy with the sneezes. Don't pay for any of my holidays. All my holidays are paid for. My cars are paid for. All my clothes are paid for. So my breast enlargement, I've had my lip fillers, they get paid for. My hair extensions get paid for. I don't pay for my own nails. If it's cheap, I bought it. If it's expensive, someone else has bought it. I've had lumps of cash. Like the biggest amount I got in Rogo was £20,000.
Oh,
Praise for milk content.
I'll go green one. Wow.
The woman fantasy is played out in all areas of adult entertainment.
So this is my room where I get ready. What do you want to see? It's got loads of shit.
Eva May is years old. She had her daughter when she was 21,
Loads of
They're pretty cool, actually.
so she is a fully qualified milk.
Yeah, good, isn't it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love getting fucked.
I watched the Still the Orange one, though. Fucking, this woman, I'll give her that's it. It's too late now.
Got a clear one. I've got a pink one. I've got a chocolate one. I've got a skin colour one. I've got one like these. This is huge and so heavy.
I got one like this, and I got one like that.
Massive. I can afford what I really, really want.
What I really, really, really want is a beanie. Come and see me. I'll sort you out.
Nice clothes, shoes. I do it.
Oh.
200
Eva has been in the sex industry for 7 years, specializing in making porn videos.
Oh dear.
But has had to learn some new tricks. used to do shoots with the company. Now everybody does it for themselves. Now I need to be a producer. I had to learn how to work OnlyFans and other platforms.
The explosion in online content means most porn is now homemade.
I'm useless.
Stop. I'm struggling.
Setting up.
There's a task on its own. I bought a new laptop and I can't work with it yet.
Don't ask me to edit anything. It's terrible.
Yeah, I'm very, very bad.
Right.
Boys, good morning. I'm just making a little naughty video for you. It's just been naughty with me. Oopsie. It's a bit early.
Eva's finding her popularity is booming, as the term MILF is the UK's most popular porn search term.
Younger guys like to watch.
It's probably the outfits and the way we behave and we are more dominant. Oh,
I ain't got no weed.
Baby boo.
what's your face? I do know if I don't do that. I do know Video one done. All done for today.
Eva's often contacted by newbies to the adult industry for her advice.
I can't hear them. I was always looking up to the people that have been in the industry a bit longer than me. When you're a newbie, this is amazing.
You're not coming home tomorrow.
She's offering her motherly words of wisdom to aspiring porn stars.
Friday, yeah. Well, it's Thursday, tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow night I get paid PRB, yeah.
How old are you? Oh my god, I thought you were 25. I like the younger guys. I'm not so into the older ones. What's better about you? There's stamina.
I wish I had an orange bloody beanie. Fucking, I'll give them away. Fuck it. What a twat.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've got somebody that can film and he can do it in a little studio, but it's down south. It's Brighton. Cool. All right then, little dude. I will message you in a bit. Bye. Bye.
What are you watching?
It's so cute.
Oh, I don't know, mate. I'll change that. I think I'll change that.
Hey?
Huh?
I see that Donald Trump's president again.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He's married.
Oh, I'm sorry. Get out the arse for forgiveness. Dirty old man, I'm not. Writing your memory. I'll get you for not keeping the grass cut around your flag, and for keeping you in this desk drawer all these years, and for trying to poison your son's mind against you by bearing false witness to all these things I do for a living. And what do I do? In the future, I will honour your memory as becoming to a Sunday school teacher. I will. And I also swear I shall tear away from you this old bag. And I shall not trouble to myself another woman. It's not that I shall do. All right. So look after your son, Harold, And I'll have his dinner ready for him in the evening when he comes home. Put that down, so I'll get her. I'll tell you all that. I'll not deny that. I'm not going to give her up. You keep away from here and you're ready. Don't sit today. I said all I've got to say. It is up to you. It is a matter between you and your conscience. Good night. And take your tea party. You nearly choked last night. Why couldn't it have been just you and me? Or did you need him to come along and spoil it for you?
The war in Ukraine continues to put children in terrible danger. Homes, schools, and hospitals have been destroyed. Families are still displaced from their homes. UNICEF is providing warm clothes, boots, and blankets to keep children and babies warm. £32 could help provide warm winter clothes for babies.
32 quid.
Search UNICEF.
How can they fucking do that?
Or text winter.
They go on the telly and start begging for money straight away. 32 quid, mate. Yeah, give me 32 quid. Because we're going to sort kid out somewhere.
At Vodafone,
Well, that's great.
Epic Samsung Galaxy S24, and you can save a huge £576. Plus, translate your calls instantly with Live Translate. Hurry, offer ends 12th November. Vodafone, the nation's network. This is the most wonderfully mum in the world. She's created a magical book starring Olivia. And it only took her 2 minutes. This is the most wonderfully son. His thoughtful gift will leave Dad speechless. Yeah, nailed it. This is the most wonderfully auntie. She's turning Clara and Henry into storybook heroes. Ah, never mind, Auntie Julie. Make it a wonderfully Christmas. Head to wonderly.co.uk today.
La 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 la.
Deep in the lush forests of the highest mountain range lives a true
Yeah, I was going to get comfortable.
including 75 wall bingo.
Yeah.
It's absolute pandemonium. How do you get it?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
The answer is pretty black and white. Visit pandabingo.com.
I'm starting to notice a trend in your stories and the way you talk about yourself. You expect to disappoint people, and then when you do it,
No, I know, it's crazy, man.
work today, you don't let yourself enjoy it or accept any praise. You've come so far. Maybe it's time to start giving yourself some of the credit.
He's going.
Quick question.
Yeah, it's not for you. You got some weed.
I've got an idea. The boss Alexa Powerful Intense is perfect for such a sophisticated.
Yeah, I know.
Or what about the MetaQuest 3S headset?
How much weed you got then?
One of those. All the gifts for Christmas Day.
How much weed you got?
That work your way. Very. Let's
How much?
sparkle.
Oh.
Pandora. At Direct Line, we know that for multi-property landlords, sometimes the tiniest of things can turn into way bigger problems. From niggly contract issues to keeping up with ever-changing legislation. That's why Direct Insurance offers a 24/7 legal helpline as standard. Because a call with someone can help to make the hairiest of problems feel that little bit smoother. Search Direct Line Landlord Insurance. We're on it.
Visit WTGBingo.com and get 5 free spins on Sweet Bonanza. No deposit, just 5 totally free spins at WTGBingo.com.
Oh, this is fucking Only Fools and Horses. Black and white. I used to watch that years ago.
That's more like it. Oh, it smells good.
It's your favourite. Stable kidney pudding.
Oh, yes. This is it. This is more like a home. Oh, very good. You surpassed yourself. I didn't know you could cook like this. You can't do it when you start.
Do you have it?
Very good. Very tasty.
Have a good day today, son.
Very fair. I picked up a nice Victorian brass bedstead.
Oh, they're good. They're very much in demand. Get a good price for that. You did very well there.
Oh, I got a whole of half a row liner. It's very nice in your bedroom. A few holes in it, but it'll tuck up nice. This is very good. What's yours? Aren't you having it?
I might be along in a minute.
Oh.
Who is this? This is Mrs. Knight. Emma.
So that's it. You cooked this, didn't you?
Yes.
I don't want it.
I don't be like that, Harold.
I don't want it. It's lousy. You call that a steak and a pudding?
It's the way you like it.
No, you didn't.
How do you like it cooked?
No, my mum used to cook it. She could cook a steak and a pudding.
Because you lie, she couldn't cook an egg.
You say I My mum was a lovely woman. You put her away again.
May I see her? How long has she been there?
She has been asleep for 30 years.
She was very beautiful.
She was. But so good for him. She was the best look around here. I remember when she used to take me shopping down the high street, how proud I was. Oh, the men used to turn around and look at her.
Look at her.
You keep your dirty mouth shut. You are not a sure. You are safe. You are safe.
No, Harold, that is no way to talk to your father.
Well, you don't know my father. He's evil. He's a nasty, evil little man.
Harold, with or without your approval, I intend to marry your father.
What, right?
And I will not stand by and hear you talk to him like that. After all, he is your father.
That's never been true, neither.
Now, you leave it to me.
This is my house.
Albert.
Override me, say.
You just spoil everything. Now, be quiet.
He's doing this deliberately. He's trying to blacken my character in front of you.
He's just very fond of his mother. It's natural. I think it's very nice.
Well, he doesn't remember his mother. He mixed up with his auntie yesterday.
No,
Will you stop provoking him on me? I'm alone.
Oh, I see. You're on his side.
No, I'm not on his
Yes,
side.
right. You're on his side. You're taking it out against me. You're ganging up on me. Nobody cares what I say. Nobody takes any notice. I might as well be dead. Never I'll be malcontaining. I'm accused of being vicious.
Well, you do say some very nasty things to the boy. I must take the time your character I ain't physical. And I can't say I'm very impressed.
Oh, I see. Criticism now, is it that? Oh, that's very nice. Let me tell you, Mrs. I never saw any company first of my generation for you. All right, big horses, I'm not over there now.
You're just a little man of now, guys.
Yes, I am. I'm proud of it.
Oh, yes, well, I'm not going to do it. You're not going to put me into an early grave.
Ah, well, your old man didn't last long. Did you saw him off, didn't you? Where'd he go? That's not. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sick. I didn't mean to. I just got carried away. It's just that I got fed up with
told off all the time. What about all that land? Our little cottage in Cornwall, my chickens, your doggone. You can't let a little foreign change everything.
You say some very hurtful things, Alfred.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. You'll stay, won't you?
Well, you're sure you're sorry? All right then, Alfred. Let's try and forget all about it.
I got to charge my phone, Steve.
I didn't mean all them things I said about it.
Steve?
Of course, I did.
Not even that.
I got to charge my phone, man.
Done up as man.
Oh, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, right, mate.
Take that.
Evening. This morning when we was talking about
Was one thing down.
well, you're forgiving each other, you might as well know what you're forgiving each other for. I mean, you don't want to start married life keeping secrets from each other, do you?
Did you say that about me?
No. Yes. Well, I didn't mean it like that.
Yes, what did you mean?
Well, I meant what did. Go, Johnny. Well, no, did say you was not invested in that. What did it matter? It's not important at our age.
Well, I was happy to get your money's worth.
Oh, it's like we knew you were getting very sensitive in your old age, don't you?
Oh, don't you tease them,
I'm saying it without you picking holes in them, I was going to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, I think you should.
Oh, honestly, it's so kind of you. Oh, I'm not in none of that, thank you. I know you put up with it beforehand, put up with it now. Oh, thank you, give me the ring back.
You can have it back.
What about the deposit on the coffee?
I pay that.
Oh, yes.
I pity you, Harold, living in the same house with him. You have my sympathy.
Go on, clear off, get back to your sweet shop.
I must have been out of my mind, wanting to marry a common ragamuffin.
A common ragamuffin, man.
For God, Dad, I wouldn't trouble. Oh, you was well out of that, wasn't you? You was nearly stuck with that for life.
So for the minute I smash her. She must have been thought she was jiggling a mug.
No, that all the same. But you had her number, didn't you? Oh, what? You were dead true, weren't you? You stuck up to yourself there, all right.
Well, you got that, haven't you? I mean, you can't let them tread all over you.
Of course not. I don't remember something happened again. Don't you? No. I thought you did. Don't remember. I could have sworn you did. I must have misread. Did she make any pudding before she left?
Strawberry land.
I'll go and get it.
Didn't say she was not interested in that. Then she was.
I'm going to in the state tomorrow.
Oh, good idea. You got a good stack on there.
Yeah. Look, you need to do that. I'm a bomb lately.
Has he?
No problem. Must be on New Oxford feeding.
Yeah. What?
I know where I can get a sponge rubber mattress for $3. It's very nice on your bed.
Really?
I'll get it for you first thing in the morning. It'll be a present. I mean, you might as well be comfortable if you're going to stay with me.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Sunday. My mother Marshall. Ugly, dry thing. Oh, blimey. Get one of those, I trust you wouldn't get up in a hurry.
It's time to set sail with the Lucky Admiral. Visit luckyadmiral.com and discover loads of online and mobile casino games like blackjack, poker, roulette, slots, bingo, and more. The Lucky Admiral really has searched the 7 seas to bring a treasure trove of great games all in one place. Visit today and you could win up to 500 free spins on 9 pots of gold. Simply make your first deposit and spin the mega reel for your chance to win. Bonuses ahoy with up to 500 free spins at luckyadmiral.com.
We all love a bargain. Like these flatmates who switched to Vodafone and are now paying less for their full fibre broadband, which means they can still stream 2 shows at the same time. But for that,
Give my stupidity
Don't
and
come
my
near me. Keep away from me.
my privilege. I've been very ill, but I'm getting better every day.
I said to keep away. Oh yes, but it is all too late. I waited for you, but you did not come. I wrote to you, and still you did not come. You kept on saying that you would never return, and then he was kind to Mother with lies on you. Don't you understand? He has one back. I am his creature. He is upstairs, in bed, waiting for me. Oh, I hate him. I despise him now because he told me you would not come back. Oh, my angel, and here you are.
This is all my fault. Please don't.
You must go away from here and never ever try to find me again. Do you understand? It is too late for me now. I am already dead.
What's in my suite? What's your precious mother, Ariel? I say, don't get ready to stay away. Come back to bed.
Secretaries, go back down and tell that nosy baggage Mrs. Brooks that her coffee tastes like horse twins. Which at least it will make people good Lord, what's wrong with you now?
You lied to me.
And now he is gone a second time, and I've loved him now forever because of you.
Who? Not your husband. Your imaginary husband. He's back.
Yes, he is back, and he looks as if he is dying because of you.
Mrs. Brooks will
I don't care anymore. You have torn my life to pieces, made me a victim, and used me again and again. I am in hell. I cannot save me.
Calm down, woman, you beast. Come here. Come here.
Mrs. Hudgill, a word please, if I may.
Mr. D'Urberville?
Angel! It's finally over! I'm finally free of that man!
What?
I killed him, Angel. I owed it to you and to myself for what he did to me all those years ago. He can never come between us ever again. Can you forgive me now that I've murdered him? It is true.
What happened?
I told him that you'd come back. He saw me crying and he laughed at me, taunted me. There was a bread knife. I took it in my hand. I did it.
God, Jess, do you have any sense of what's right and wrong?
Yes, that's why I killed him. Angel, you spoke to me like this before. Just before you left me. But you want to desert me again.
No,
I don't know what
never
to do.
again, never again. I'll never desert you. Come on, let's. If you head to London, the Channel ports will be too dangerous, but who knows? In London, perhaps you can find passage to France or America.
We have no passport.
I have money. My father will send it to me. We can buy our passage. We can buy. Trust me, Tess.
I do. I've slept outside like this many times before.
While I was gone.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
It doesn't matter. You're here now. I kept it. Wait!
Just one night. Let me move on. We should confine ourselves to one room in case the housekeeper comes in. Let's keep the shutters closed too. Andy, there seems to be plenty of fresh water.
Sometimes I wonder if we had danced that day, how happy we might have been. I would have let me use more of this heart, this face. It's no matter. I'm happy now. Now that you've come back to me.
It's a fine day. I think perhaps we should head to Bristol. London may be too dangerous. We must leave eventually.
Why? Why put an end to all this joy?
Only to be home when you know that.
And when they do, we will leave, but until then. I know that they will catch me soon. I know that I do not have long to live. It is.
Don't say it, Tess, we're escape. In
Asia.
2 days we'll be in Bristol, then on to Ireland.
Let's not think of the future. What will come. And what to think of now.
About 50 of us set off from there. We're all keen to begin new independent lives in this new Eden. Ought to be fun. Swamp. Disguise the sea. Crops would grow, the animals died. Food began to run out. And then the fever started. I saw mothers trudging along with infants in their arms, and the fever would take the child, try to dig a hole with their bare hands, bury the child, say a prayer, and trudge on.
And the very last of my money, I bribed the local doctor who took me by car to the hospital. Yeah. Oh, Paris. I live in Paris. He's forwarded because I read it. I was not there. I knew. Not that I would possibly believe you. That's how cruelly I wronged you.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll think we're heading to London, but we'll head west. We'll march through the night if you're able. Find some shelter for the night. Somewhere.
Angel. Do you think that we shall meet again? After we're dead?
Of course.
But I do so want to see you again. So much. So much. When I am gone, Angel, when I am gone, I want you to watch over Liza Lutheran. This thing I have done will bring hard times on my family, and I need to know that you will care for them.
Of course, I swear.
That's not all. Marry Liza Lou and try to love her if you can. And if you marry her, it will seem as though death has not divided us.
Tessa, ask this for me.
No use, sir. Please, let us sleep a moment longer.
If they come for me, Angel.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's as it should be. It couldn't have lasted, Angel.
What?
Too much happiness. I'm ready.
Um, 4 minutes and it'll be fucking Thursday, I think.
Enjoy some of the best dramas from the 80s, 90s, and noughties in our classic drama collection. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Simply the best gigs live in your living room.
You could not be more perfect.
Friday nights this autumn on BBC 4 and iPlayer.
Now on BBC 4, the changing voice of the British Empire in reflections of racism and slavery, with very strong and discriminatory laws that shaped our world.
Throughout its whole history, one of the most popular, controversial, and compelling themes of the English novel has been the story of empire. Long after it ended, some novelists were still defending Britain's status as a world power, just as it was coming to a close.
And you pushed a case folder across the pond. It's all in here. I never frighten the daylights out of you.
Ian Fleming's James Bond adventure, Live and Let Die, published in 1954, is partly set in the former British colony of Jamaica. 2 centuries before, the first ever novel in English was also partly set on a Caribbean island, and Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe also had a colonial theme, a more blatant one.
And I made him know his name should be Friday. I likewise taught him to say master.
You think 2 guys on an island might throw away the notion of one person being in charge of the other person.
The English language novel began as the empire was gearing up. Throughout its subsequent history, it taught its readers how to live with and in the empire, willingly or not, and how to interpret it, critically or otherwise. In Lotseb, the story arc of the British Empire, exploration, colonialism, slavery, independence, and immigration is faithfully reflected in the novel.
You can almost pick up any novel published within the 19th century, and it will have references to empire in it.
In recent years, the story of empire has come full circle. Once denied a voice, the former subjects and their descendants have begun to tell their stories. We'll encounter 300 extraordinary years of human history, seen from all sides. Daniel Defoe's The Life and Strange Surprising Adventures of Robinson Crusoe was published in 1719. It's usually thought of as the first ever novel written in English. They'd been written in Spanish and French for a century or more. Robinson Crusoe has been endlessly translated, adapted, filmed and painted. The English novel was off to a flying start.
It's hard to overstate how successful Robinson Crusoe is as a book. It's coming from nowhere. There is not a great tradition. This is a book that's redefining an entire mode of communication, an entire art form in the form of a novel.
When the book was published, Daniel Defoe's name was nowhere to be seen. It pretended to be a true story, written by Robinson Crusoe himself.
I love this idea that we're thinking about what's true and what's false in this novel. Because actually, every novel, the genre of fiction itself, plays with this frisson, with this possibility of what might have been.
I drew up the state of my affairs, and I stated it very impartially, like debtor and creditor. The comforts I enjoyed against the miseries I suffered. Evil. I am cast on a horrible, desolate island, void of all hope of recovery. Good, but I am alive. Evil. I am a solitaire, singled out from all the world to be miserable. Good, but I am singled out too from all the ship's crew to be spared from death. And he that saved me miraculously might deliver me from this condition.
It had an enormous impact straight away, to the extent that there are immediate rip-offs, and Defoe himself turned it into a franchise with the further adventures of Robinson Crusoe and then serious reflections of Robinson Crusoe. So it sees the public eye. Also, it brings the novel down to earth in a way which hadn't really been done before. You get that sense of the character occupying a physical world and there's a human being in it, experiencing it, and that's really important in the development of realism.
As a youth, Crusoe had run away to sea and been captured by Barbary pirates and enslaved. On his escape, he set up a sugar and tobacco plantation in Brazil and became a slave owner himself. It's on a voyage to buy slaves in Africa that he's shipwrecked and cast away on his desert island, where he'll remain for 28 years.
I had terrible reflections upon my mind for many months, but I came to consider what providences had attended me. And with a secret kind of pleasure, I came to think this was all my own. That I was king and lord of all this country, and had right of possession as complete as any lord of a manor in England.
Halfway into the story comes one of the greatest plot twists in the whole history of the novel. It seems there are rival claimants to Crusoe's little empire.
The footprint of the sand moment in Robinson Crusoe is, I think, one of those iconic moments of English literature. It's a moment that sticks in the mind of any reader. This moment where we think that there is a very different story about to emerge is a turning point in the novel. In terms of another layer, a deeper layer, a darker layer, cannibalism.
One morning I was surprised in seeing no less 5 canoes, all on shore together. I observed by the help of my perspective glass that there were some 30 men in number, with a fire lit. I perceived 2 miserable wretches dragged from the boats and brought out for slaughter. One wretch was knocked down, and 2 or 3 others were at work immediately, cutting them open for their cookery. The other poor wretch started away from them and ran with incredible swiftness along the sands towards me.
One of literature's great double acts is formed, but it's an uncomfortable one for us today.
The poor savage who fled was so frightened that he stood stock still. I signaled to come forward, and he did. I smiled at him pleasantly. He kneeled down and laid his head upon the ground, and taking me by the foot, set my foot upon his head. This, it seems, was in token of swearing to be my slave.
He teaches him English, he teaches him Christianity, he teaches him to serve, he teaches him subservience. So it becomes a relationship of dependency, which never really deepens into what one would imagine it would, which is just friendship and codependency. It never really develops because there's a stiff upper lip that Crusoe maintains, which you would expect the colonial master to maintain.
In the century leading up to Robinson Crusoe's publication, the Atlantic slave trade had begun to operate on a vast scale. Britain, as the 18th century progressed, acquired more and more territories and became a world power.
By the time that Defoe was putting pen to paper, he is addressing an audience which is developing a new sense of itself as Britons, and collectively they are making ventures out across the Atlantic, new people are being met. How does a British person project themselves and engage with these others, the vast majority of which are non-white? Defoe's presentation of this relationship between Crusoe and Friday is a useful way of introducing the majority of British readers to their new roles.
Robinson Crusoe is usually said to be the first ever English novel, but there are possible predecessors. One of them, Orinoco, was published in 1688. Not only was the book half forgotten until recent years, so too was its author.
Aphra Behn is one of the most extraordinary women ever. We know very little about her life. So she lived this sort of Mata Hari lifestyle in the pay of King Charles II, spying on people who might be trying to overturn his government. Orinoco is a really odd book. It's a kind of mashup of adventure story, true love romance, but also of a kind of realistic account of empire and colonialism. So it preempts a lot of the material of Robinson Crusoe in lots of ways.
Why, my dear friends and fellow sufferers, should we be slaves to an unknown people? Have they vanquished us nobly in a fight? Have they won us honorably in a battle and by chance of war become their slaves? We are bought and sold like apes and monkey to be the sport of women, fools and cowards, and the support of rogues and renegades that have abandoned their own countries for raping, murders, theft, and villainies.
Like Robinson Crusoe, Prince Orinoco himself is involved in the slave trade in Africa. But then he's tricked on board a slave ship, clapped in irons and taken to Suriname, an English colony in South America. He now discovers for himself what it's like to be a slave.
Orinoco makes several really important defences of the rights of the individual. He attacks the slave trade in these speeches which could be extracted from the text. That became very popular with the abolition movement.
Should we render obedience to such degenerate race? Will you suffer the lash of such hands? Whether you work or not, whether you are faulty or merited, you have all suffered the infamous whip, till blood trickled from all parts of your body, blood whose every drop ought to be revenged with the life of some of those tyrants that imposed it.
They painted a vivid and visceral and unpleasant picture of what happens to people when their freedom is taken away. And if you were, as the abolitionist movement rises in the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there aren't that many texts to turn to.
Only after 200 years of British involvement with the Atlantic slave trade did the abolition movement gain real traction. Slavery was finally abolished within the British Empire in 1834, but the legacies of slavery could not be legislated away. This is a theme of one of the most famous novels there is. It was written by a member of the most talented set of siblings in English literature, Anne, Emily, and Charlotte Bronte. Famously, they published as men. Ellis Bell, Emily Bronte, wrote Wuthering Heights. Cara Bell, Charlotte Bronte, wrote Jane Eyre. Published in 1847, it's a rags-to-riches story of a poor girl who weds her rich employer, but she does so on her own terms.
She is such a modern heroine. I mean, she's plain Jane. She's not, dazzlingly beautiful. She survived on her wits and her intellect. And I think that's why women particularly love her, is that she succeeded in everything in the end with her own acumen.
Jane, like many a clever Victorian girl of slender means, secures a post as governess at Thornfield Hall, home to one of the most famous and grumpiest leading men in all romantic fiction, Mr. Rochester.
I felt at times as if Mr. Rochester were my relation rather than my master.
The ease of his manner drew me to him. Gratitude and many associations made his face the object I best loved to see. I had not forgotten his faults. Indeed, he brought them frequently before me. He was unaccountably moody at times. A morose, malignant scowl often blackened his features. But I now believed that had its source in some cruel cross of fate. I would have given much to assuage it. I knew Mr. Rochester had been a traveller to distant shores.
When we first meet him, we are not really told where his wealth comes from, where he comes and goes, but gradually we understand that there is a source for his wealth, and that is in large part the slave trade. What has happened out there in the plantations, it's come back to haunt him here.
One night, I had extinguished my candle and was thinking of his look. Just then it seemed my chamber door was touched, as if fingers had swept the panels and groping away along the dark gallery outside. I then heard a demonic laugh, suppressed and deep.
It's a Gothic novel in the sense that there are dark secrets. He has done something in the past, and that past is coming back to haunt the present. James starts to think, she starts to realize something is wrong with Thornfield Hall. There's something going on just outside of her ken. She can't quite put her finger on.
"Who is there?" I cried. I opened the door with a trembling hand. As I advanced, I smelled burning and saw Mr. Rochester's door ajar. Smoke rushed out. Tongues of flame darted round the bed. I entered and shook Mr. Rochester. "In heaven's name, get up," I said. "Somebody has plotted something. You must find out what it is." I heard him go up to the third story. When he re-entered at length, pale and gloomy, he said it was not something to concern myself with.
Rochester asks Jane to become his wife, but as they're standing at the altar, comes the bombshell. Rochester is already married.
Bigamy is an ugly word. I meant to be a bigamist, but my plan was broken up. I have been married, I admit, and the woman lives. I was sent out to Jamaica to marry a bride already quoted for me. My father said nothing of her money, but said Bertha Mason was the boast of the Spanish town, and he did not lie. I found her a fine woman, tall, dark, majestic. Her family wished to secure me because I was of good race, and so did she. I was dazzled. Her Creole mother was both mad woman and drunkard, something I found out after I'd wed the daughter. Bertha, like a dutiful child, followed her mother on both points. I went through rich scenes. You shall see what sort of creature I was cheated into marrying, and judge whether I had the right to break the compact in sympathy with something at least human.
We know that during this period there were significant numbers of children of white planters in the Caribbean and African women. And they often found themselves settled with an amount of money and some sort of position in Britain. You have the phenomenon of the Creole heiress. You can imagine in that context that the character of Mrs. Rochester would fit very neatly into that.
The Bronte family were abolitionists, but the attitudes of white Europeans to Creoles, Europeans and Africans born and bred in the New World, are ambiguous at best.
We climbed to the third story and entered a room. A figure lurked. Whether it was beast or human being, one could not tell. It growled like some wild animal. Mr. Rochester bade us keep back. The lunatic sprang and grappled viciously at his throat, laying her teeth into his cheek. They struggled, but he would not strike her.
My wife, Such is the sole conjugal embrace I am ever to know. Glad was I when I got to the Thornfield and safely lodged in that room she has for 10 years made a goblin's cell.
At no point in the novel does Bertha, the original madwoman in the attic, speak. All we hear are howls and screeches. Only in 1966 does she find a voice. With Bertha now her backstory is told in Wide Sargasso Sea, a novel by Jean Rhys, herself born and bred in the West Indies.
I don't know what I am like now. I remember watching myself brush my hair and how my eyes looked back at me. The girl I saw was myself and not quite myself. What am I doing in this place and who am I?
I'm lucky enough that I was one of those readers who didn't know what the book was about. I read it when I was a teenager. I'd read Jane Eyre, and then just in my reading pile, I also had The White Sargasso Sea. And of course, I was entranced by the style. I was totally just swooning by the descriptions and I could smell the ocean and it's just so beautifully written. It's like poetry.
My guardian is called Grace Poole. At night she drinks from a bottle and sleeps. I've tasted it. She ought not to be called Grace.
And then the shock when you realise that it's Bertha in the attic. I remember just gasping and just dropping the book in absolute shock at the realisation that these two books were connected. It was one of the most brilliant sort of literary stunts ever conceived.
The heroine of Wide Sargasso Sea is called Antoinette Cosway. She's the daughter of plantation owners who were ruined when slavery was abolished. An English gentleman, he is never named, comes to the island and weds Antoinette for her rich relation's money. The marriage quickly unravels, as does Antoinette's identity.
Names matter. Like when he wouldn't call me Antoinette. And I saw Antoinette drifting out the window with her scents, her pretty clothes and her looking glass.
The important thing about Wide Sargasso Sea is that it's a novel which is, in a lot of important ways, about race. Antoinette is rejected by her husband because of her status as a white Creole, which is to say not pure. English woman, constantly comparing her negatively. She's an exotic flower, which is somehow dangerous and wild. She's not white, but she's also not white. If my husband could come to me one night, I would make him love me. He hates me now. I hear him walking up and down. When he passes my door, he says, "Good night, Bertha." He has heard it was my mother's name. My name is not Bertha. Why do you call me Bertha? Because it is a name I'm particularly fond of, he says. Think of you as Bertha.
What Wide Sargasso Sea does is explore why is this woman seen as so frightening? Why is she dismissed as mad? Is she actually mentally ill, or is mental illness another way of marginalising this figure who was a Creole, as she's called, she's from a mixed race background in a society that's ultimately very, very rigid?
Wide Sargasso Sea syncs up with Jane Eyre when Antoinette, so Bertha, comes to England and is kept locked in the attic, complete with jailer.
'Tis easy to take the keys. I know where she keeps them, the woman who guards me, and then I open the door and walk into their world. 'Tis made of cardboard. They tell me I'm in England, but I don't believe them. We lost our way to England. This cardboard house where I walk at night is not England. I never
do not want to see the ghost they say haunts this place.
Slavery was made illegal within the British Empire in 1834. It was still the economic model in the American South. But in the northern states, a movement to abolish slavery began to grow in strength. One of the most effective weapons in this battle for hearts and minds, too, written by a preacher's daughter, Harriet Beecher Stowe, a committed Christian, but she saw it as her religious duty to campaign for the abolition of what she believed to be an abomination in the sight of God. The result was Uncle Tom's Cabin.
This is Van Gogh's painting, The Arlesienne. She's got two books in front of her, and this one is Uncle Tom's Cabin. It became the biggest selling book in Europe, and people were reading it as an important political work. It transformed people's views of slavery across the world.
There's an apocryphal story, which is sadly not true, but a lot of people tell you it is true, that Abraham Lincoln met Harriet Beecher Stowe and said something like, "You're the little lady who's caused this great war of ours."
A century after the American Civil War fought on the issue of slavery, Uncle Tom had become a very negative term. In the civil rights period of the 1960s, it was used to describe an African American who was willingly subservient to the white establishment.
Of course, when we look at it now, we think that there are certain stereotypes there. There's Uncle Tom, who's the faithful servant, and that is problematic. But to Beecher Stowe, that was the only way in which she could win over her largely middle-class audience by showing this slave who was noble and faithful and wanted to serve, but then was sold. And that really, I think, is important for the middle-class readership as well, to say, look, even people who are nice to their slaves, still it can be cruel. And obviously they promise their slaves they'll never be sold, but then they fall on difficult economic times, and the decision they make is to sell them. It really pulled down in one go all the myths of slavery.
Uncle Tom's final owner orders him to be whipped to death. The devoutly Christian Tom forgives him in advance.
Master, if you were sick or in trouble or dying, and I could save you, I'd give you my heart's blood. And if taking every drop of blood in this poor old body would save your precious soul, I'd give them free as the Lord gave his for me. Oh, Master, don't bring this great sin on your soul. It will hurt you more than it'll hurt me. Do the worst you can. My troubles be over soon. But if you don't repent, yours won't never.
Uncle Tom's Cabin has long been criticized for being sentimental and sentimentalist, but it showed what a campaign novel could achieve.
Is it a great book? No. Is it particularly well written? Not really. George Orwell famously called it the classic example of a good bad book. It had good intentions, and if we look at the history of the novel, it is a clear, significant moment where the novel had a political impact.
In 1987 came a novel about the trauma and toxic legacy of slavery that was even more horrifying than Uncle Tom's Cabin.
In this here place, we flesh that weeps, laughs, flesh that dances on bare feet and graves. Love it hard. Yonder, they do not love your flesh. They despise it. They don't love your eyes. They just as soon pick 'em out. No more do they love the skin on your back. Yonder, they flay.
Beloved was written by a descendant of slaves, Toni Morrison. In 1993, she became the first African American to win the Nobel Prize for Literature.
Beloved came at the time when a lot of my generation, I'm talking about the middle 80s, were understanding our own place in the struggle and our own sort of psyche. So Beloved becomes an exploration of ourselves as women, as Black women, but also of our ancestors and the loss that we suffered in slavery, because no one talked a lot about the loss of children and the loss of children.
Beloved was suggested by the real-life story of a fugitive slave, Margaret Garner, who was put on trial in 1856 for killing her daughter. She did so rather than see her child be returned to the torments of slavery.
You can't afford to love anything because this is too dangerous. You can only love small. You can love the smallest stars in the sky. You know, to love a child is incredibly dangerous. So it's got this power almost of a Greek tragedy. The way it's formed, there's a sort of central traumatic event that the narrative keeps circling back to.
Risky, thought Paul D. Very risky. For a used to be slave woman and love anything that much was dangerous. Especially if it was her children that she had settled on to love. The best thing he knew was to love just a little bit. So when they broke its back or shoved it in a crocus sack, well, maybe you'd have a little love left over for the next one.
The story on the surface is about a ghost child who doesn't die and affects everyone's life as people are trying to understand who they are and what they are. This ghost child is there, the beloved. But the beloved is also that part of us as people of African descent that did not die. It is a book about the African American experience, absolutely, and nails it, absolutely. But of course, for it to live, it has to transcend that, like every great novel has to transcend the subject of itself and become something bigger and distant.
Not all novels that touched on slavery or racial inequality questioned the status quo, of course. The majority of British writers took pride in the empire becoming wider still and wider.
You can almost pick up any novel published within the 19th century and it will have references to empire in it.
British territorial expansion was cheered on by hundreds of popular adventure stories in which all the races of the world were firmly put in their place, if not into the ground.
There's a sense of superiority, an innate superiority of the white man, because that's what it always is, over the indigenous inhabitants of a variety of countries.
More thoughtful writers were exploring the troubling consequences of empire. Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness is set during the late 19th century scramble for Africa. At the same time, the Great Game was underway. The Russian eyes on India, the jewel in the British crown. The greatest chronicler of the British in India was Rudyard Kipling. Born in India in 1865, he began his career there at the age of 16 as a newspaperman. Today, he's probably best known for The Jungle Book and for coining the phrase, the white man's burden. Kim, often thought to be Kipling's finest novel, is a rip-roaring spine yarn published in 1901.
It's a brilliant novel to read. It's a novel of kind of espionage. It's a novel of kind of, you know, it's a picaresque novel that at times reads like a travelogue. But on the other hand, now when we're a lot more skeptical about empire, that is seen as something that actually kind of people who appreciate the novel have to reconcile.
It's like a sort of road movie, this picture of India with all its many castes, all its many languages, and you realise it's a wonderful portrait of a multicultural land of extraordinary complexity, and Kipling does that brilliantly. And what he also does is put up this big question of what is an Englishman?
Though he was burned black as any native, though he spoke the local vernacular by preference and his mother tongue in a clipped, uncertain sing-song, though he consorted with the small boys of the bazaar, Kim was white.
The action of the novel revolves around the skills that Kim, an orphan, picks up in a vagabond career as a beggar and odd job boy, scuffling around the teeming streets of Lahore. At the age of 13, he's unmasked as white, and reluctantly on his part, dragooned into Anglo-Indian respectability. He's enrolled at the most expensive school in India.
Kim was one St. Xavier's schoolboy among 200 to 300, most of whom had never seen the sea. They were the sons of subordinate officials in the railway, of captains of the Indian maritime government, of planters and missionaries. The atmosphere suited him and he thrived. They gave him a white drill suit and he rejoiced at being able to use his sharpened mind over the tasks they set him. Nonetheless, he was careful not to shine too brightly or break cover. When tales were told of hot Indian nights, Kim did not hold court, for St. Xavier's looked down on boys who go native altogether. One must never forget one is a Sahib, and that someday, when examinations are passed, one will command natives.
He's very aware that he's a Sahib now, he's kind of has to act a certain way or speak a certain way. I think what Kipling does actually really well is that he captures the ambiguity of identity within the colonial encounter. India, or the Anglo-Indian relation, is key to his work. And the really interesting question about Kim, there's a line in the novel, or a rhetorical question within the novel, where Kim goes, who is Kim, Kim, Kim? And that is key to the novel itself.
Thanks to his ability to pass as an Indian, Kim has been earmarked as a possible recruit for Her Majesty's Secret Service. Kim now goes under the radar.
He walked out into the warm rain in search of a certain house in a quarter where there dwelt a certain kind of woman. Upstairs, he squatted on the cushions like a native and spun a yarn. A little dye stuff on my skin to help me out with the prank. It's not much to ask, is it? The girl worked busily, dabbing a twist of cloth into a little saucer of brown dye that holds longer than any walnut juice. Remember, this stuff does not wash away. The girl shook with laughter till her bracelets and anklets jingled. He gave her 4 annas and ran down the stairs in the likeness of a low-caste Hindu boy, perfect in every detail. The Sahib had disappeared.
He's a great spy because he can change at will, and he's a chameleon, and he can insinuate himself anywhere he wants, really. There aren't that many barriers that he can't overcome, and that makes him quite exciting to follow.
After Kim himself, the most important character in the novel is a Tibetan Lama, a holy man. Together they travel to the foothills of the Himalayas in search of a mystic river in which they hope to find spiritual enlightenment.
He's trying to investigate the great unknown, and that's why the Lama is such an important character to him, because he is genuinely wondering whether there is some wisdom if we strip it all back. Maybe there's something in this country, in this culture, that is the real truth.
In 1954, a half-century after Kim, came Ian Fleming's James Bond. Bond was a very different kind of spy. He was usually expected, after all. He was really an enforcer and crashed, banged and walloped his way across the globe in a series of hugely successful novels and films. Fleming's exciting, glamorous, fast-paced creations provided a welcome escape from the more sober reality of 1950s Britain.
That mix of sort of exoticism, adventure, fun, slightly sort of over-the-top action, all of it has stayed with me. And I must have read the books, I don't know, probably half a dozen times in the course of my life, always with pleasure.
Live and Let Die is the second novel in the Bond series, a heady mixture of buried treasure, organised crime, and of course, Cold War shenanigans. It's set in Harlem, the Florida Keys, and Jamaica.
I mean, it is so full of great moments. The climax alone is worth the price of entry. I mean, it involves a ship, a limpet mine, a coral reef, a beautiful girl, Solitaire, Bond in jeopardy, sharks, violence, sadism, larger than life villains, voodoo and gangsters and sex, of course.
I think Live and Let Die is a really well-written novel. Fleming has a great eye for detail. These books, they are evocative. They are very telling of the attitudes from Britain at a particular historical epoch.
I started reading because I thought he's obviously a master of plot, and actually they are bananas. And all the totems of status where he says, I had this kind of car, I stayed at this St. Regis, I opened a fresh pack of Chesterfield Super Kings. They're all having fives all the time. It's absolutely brilliant. And actually they're very funny and they're incredibly engaging. And he really was a master of product placement.
The Bentley had been brought round from the garage where Bond kept it. The 4.5 litre with the Amherst Villiers supercharger kicked directly he pressed the self-starter. M wanted to see Bond at 9. When he arrived, M tossed a gold coin at him, then another. Of Blood Morgan, a pirate who had become governor of Jamaica.
A staple of James' bondage is the larger-than-life, sociopathic, sadistic criminal mastermind, the Bond villain.
It is feared that a major African-American criminal known as Mr. Big, his actual real name is Buonaparte Ignace Gallia, working, of course, for SMERSH, Spionnem, the Russian secret organization. And so Bond is sent to America on a joint mission with CIA, FBI, to find out where the coins are coming from and what Mr. Big is up to.
It turns out that Big is smuggling the gold coins back to Harlem so they can be laundered into dollars. The proceeds, of course, are going to the anti-capitalist apparatchiks of SMERSH.
M pushed a case folder across to Bond. It's all in here, and it will frighten the daylights out of you. I don't think I've ever heard of a great Negro criminal before, said Bond. Chinaman, of course, behind the opium trade. Some big-time Japs in the drugs and pearls. Plenty of Negroes mixed up in diamonds and gold in Africa, of course, but small time, they don't seem to take to big business. Pretty law-abiding chaps, except they drug too much.
Fleming disdained a great deal of the people, cultures, and races who were anything other than white Anglo-Saxon Britons. So with the character of Mr. Big, for instance, you have not just this sort of racial stereotype, sort of very dark skin color. You also have this kind of greedy element, this kind of large, corpulent villain, as though he's sort of hungrily gobbling up the world around him.
They're kind of a festival of white male supremacy. It's actually hilarious in a way. I was just sort of semi-appalled. It's just like sort of like this cornucopia of every sort of white male supremacist kind of fantasy. And it is very much a fantasy of the end of empire. There is a great deep melancholy in it, the last gasp of something.
So Ian Fleming, in many ways, has created a character that wishes to assert or reassert the dominance of Britain and Britishness, which is possibly a reason why people liked it so much. There's a nostalgia for a time when Britain ruled the waves that Bond kind of still represents.
In the 1950s, as the Bond franchise got into its stride, former British colonies were seeking and gaining independence following the lead of India in 1947. A new wave of important post-colonial novels began to be published in English. They added a new, important and vibrant strand to the English language novel, the perspectives of the formerly subject peaks. One of the first, Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, is set in what's now Nigeria as the British began to arrive in the 1880s. Not only did it give us a new voice in the English novel, it gave us a voice talking in a different kind of English.
Nigeria has around 250 indigenous languages. How could they have possibly created a community without a unifying language? He argues that actually English is an African language. It's the language he was educated in. It's a language that he inhabits, it's a language that he as a writer has every right to use and to feel at home in. But quite crucially for him, the role of the African writer is to transform English into an English capable of expressing African experience.
Escaping from the empire of official English became a big theme in the feature of the novel. In June 1948, a former troopship, the Windrush, docked at Tilbury, bringing with it several hundred Caribbeans, hoping for a friendly welcome and a better life. Their very mixed experiences and that of their successors are strikingly chronicled in The Lonely Londoners, written in England by Samuel Selvon and published in 1956. Selvon was a Trinidadian of Indian heritage.
The Lonely Londoners, when I came across it, was like somebody turned the light on in the room, because I suddenly found this novel about West Indians who arrived in Britain, full of dreams, full of hopes, whose lives were somewhat dashed and complicated and in many cases reduced by this encounter with Britain. So it was a very important book for me to discover.
What Sam did was bring the empire to Britain. And the empire, of course, had always been in Britain. People just refused to see it.
One great winter evening, myself, Moses Alouetta, headed to the train station to go meet a fella who was coming from Trinidad on the whole train. I hardly had time to settle in the old Britain before all sorts of fellas coming straight to my room when they land from the West Indies, like I was some liaison officer.
They sample London life. They sometimes try to find jobs, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, sometimes for a while, sometimes, like with Moses, they lose their job in the end. They sometimes live in not very nice places and they have to move on from there where they're living, have encounters with women. So they duck and dive. I think all they're duckers and divers to some degree. Sort of a Tales of the City.
This fella's name was Henry Oliver Esquire, alias Sir Galahad. I'm a veteran. I live in here a long time, but I never thought the day would come when a fella would turn up from the sunny tropics on a powerful winter evening wearing a tropical suit and no luggage.
Colonial migrants are not the same as regular economic or political migrants. Colonial migrants have the burden of expectation. These are people that arrive expecting to be welcomed. They're British citizens and they're not recognized. And nobody knows who they are. And nobody understands where they've come from. And the lonely in the title gives some suggestion of what actually happens when they get here.
My granddad was brought here and told that the streets were paved with gold.
Yeah.
And that he was going to work here and earn a fortune. It was going to be amazing. And then the reality was that he worked for London Transport for many, many years. And, never had that life that he was told was coming.
The next winter was a bitter season. Looked like the vengeance of Moko fall on all the boys. Nobody can get any work. It looked like Operation Pressure going into execution in a big way.
It's all about the hardships, West Indian men, that generation of West Indians from the Caribbean faced when they came to London, working in menial jobs, going to the labour exchange, and the antics they get up to, catching pigeons and cooking them to survive.
Galahad, for one, losing work. Things were so bad with him. An idea come to his head. He began to go to the park regularly to study pigeon life. Galahad eyed a fat fella who was edging up to the rail. He started to drop bread until the bird was close. He made the snatch so quiet and started to swing the pigeon round by the head to kill it quick. But an old lady see him. You, Crowell beast, she say, and go off in search of a policeman.
One of the reasons I really like Leonard Numbers is because it's not worthy. You know, lots of black books prize all these kinds of things. They have a level of worthiness to them. Selvon's book isn't like that at all. It's a little bit naughty, almost in the way that some black people done each other, and that sort of insider, black on black, joking, joshing, ease of being, that they have despite a wider precariousness. They have ease of being amongst themselves. It constantly has a light touch. It's a nice almost antidote to our very Puritan times.
But there is a spectre haunting the lonely Londoners: racial prejudice. The boys are not really welcome.
And that sort of thing was happening when the English people started to make rap about how too much West Indians is coming to the country. This is a time when any corner you turn is 10 to 1. You're bound to bounce up a spade. The boys was all over London, and big discussion going on in Parliament.
2 years after the novel's publication, there were riots in Notting Hill. Violence was mostly white on black. Racism was to continue to plague an increasingly multicultural British society. Racism is the subject of a series of novels that began in 2001. Mallory Blackman's Noughts and Crosses is primarily aimed at young adults, but of course it's aimed at us all. It's a Romeo and Juliet-style love story set in a Britain 50 years after the end of slavery, a country where one skin colour lords it over another, and not the one we might expect.
If only Callum wasn't a Nought or I wasn't a Cross. Noughts used to be our slaves, but slavery was abolished a long time ago. Now, we're all supposed to live together, all our lives crisscrossing but never really touching.
How come Noughts are never in the news unless it's bad news? How come in the movies we're only ever criminals or figures in the background? Our stories are never told. And how come we don't sell pink plasters, just dark brown ones?
It's really hard to talk about race. I think it's especially hard for white people to talk about race. I think it's something where there's a lot of emotion attached. By inverting things and creating this fictionalized society, Noughts and Crosses enables its readers to think about these things almost with a level of detachment or a little bit of remove that makes it a little bit safer to think through these questions.
My family's private beach is my favorite place in the whole world. Kilometers of coastline that is just ours. And it is where I meet Callum. The only safe place to ourselves. Our secret. Callum was looking at me with the strangest expression on his face.
I hadn't been sure if Seffi was going to show. Then again, I was never sure. She's here now. Seffi, do you ever just dream of escaping? I asked. Hopping on the first boat or plane and letting it take you away. She asked me where I'd go. That's the point, I said. This place is like the whole world, and the whole world's like this place, so where could I go?
It starts with just such a basic inversion that you kind of can't believe nobody had written it before her. The way that society is set up, and no matter how much you rebel, the consequences will always be brutal for you and for those you love.
I started watching people. Noughts only relax around each other, not around crosses.
Crosses are constantly on guard around Noughts. Bags get clutched tighter, footsteps quicken.
I don't want to feel guilty for just being, but that's how you're beginning to make me feel.
I don't want to blame you for the way that I'm treated. So I swallow the Nought of loathing, deeper inside.
I
think what's so brilliant about this book is that it absolutely nails the coruscating, destructive, illogical, hateful way that racism destroys lives.
Yes. Yes, literally and metaphorically, and at every stage. But at every stage, you get that sort of terrible sense that there's no way of stopping it. It's totally inevitable.
And every character is trapped in it. And they're all damaged and tarnished as well. That's, I think, is what Malorie Lackner does so cleverly. These aren't, noughts and crosses, good and bad. It makes you ask questions about why this has to be the way it is.
It becomes all about status.
Status,
really.
that's right.
Yeah, and power. I think it's one of the most potent things in an extremely powerful novel.
In recent decades, African American novelists have begun writing straightforwardly for a black readership, making no attempt to interpret things through the gaze of a white one who can read if they like. Paul Beatty's 2016 Man Booker Prize winning The Sellout confronts race in America and the legacy of slavery in a fresh way through black comedy, based around a previously unthinkable proposition: an African American owning a slave.
They say pimping ain't easy. Neither is slaveholding. Like children, dogs, dice, and overpromising politicians. Slaves don't do what you tell them to do.
There's a kind of mischief and a frivolity in The Sellout, creating a response to all those very worthy liberal books that have come our way that tell us that racism is wrong, or slavery is wrong, or colonialism is wrong. There's an anger pulsating underneath every sentence. And that anger we are allowed to experience, and we are allowed to feel, and we're allowed to own it because of the comedy. And then we are a bit horrified at what we're laughing at.
And when your 80-year-old black thrall has maybe 15 good minutes in him a day and enjoys the shit out of being punished, you don't get many of the plantation perks you see in the movies. I never got to experience any of that unquestioned trust between master and bondman. I just owned a wizened old black man who had insisted he was my slave.
A black man having a slave is like an incredibly transgressive and really hard thing to comprehend. I started laughing on the first page and I was like, oh wait, this is funny. And so I had to go back and reframe my thinking.
It's not concerned with these kind of liberal sensibilities around multiculturalism. Beatty, he dives deep into stereotype deliberately and aggressively. It's in your face. The novel is challenging you. The novel is almost kind of daring you, to get into it, to read it, and to grasp it.
A homily couldn't fix a wagon, haul a fucking roll, lift the bale, but he could genuflect his ass off. He'd show up about 1 p.m. for work doing whatever he felt like doing. Sometimes posing on my front yard as a life-size lawn jockey, other times as a human footstool. But mostly homilies work consisted of him watching me work, biting into the plums I grew and exclaiming, "Damn, master, these plums sure ain't good. They Japanese, you say? Well, you must have had your hand stuck up a Godzilla's asshole, because you got a green thumb like a motherfucker."
I think really what he's doing is making a really strong commentary about the kind of myth of post-racial America. This idea that, well, Obama's president now, so racism solved, everything's great now, we can all go home.
For me, this is fertile territory because I feel, again, that certain sort of black on white negotiation has obviously gone on a long time in literature, and I'm more sort of interested in the black on black stuff. Beatty himself, he notices black people in a slightly different way. Through his humorous lens, I think he sort of conjures fresh material out of this.
The Empire casts a long shadow. It's still writing back. Next time, the English language novel and Class. Since the time of Charles Dickens, a procession of unforgettable characters has flitted through the novel's pages from all sides of the class divide, inviting us to swap places with and care about people who, in real life, we may have no connection with at all. That's the power of the novel.
The new series of Justice, Those Who Kill, continues Saturday at 9 on BBC4 and iPlayer. Satisfy your wanderlust. Embark on a magical journey of discovery now on BBC4.
My 1913 Bradshaw's Handbook to the Chief Cities of the World has brought me to Australia. I will ride some of the longest trains and the world's steepest railway. I'll climb blue mountains and cross red deserts. I'll swim above coral reefs and walk upon golden sands. As I journey across this spectacular continent, I'll discover the gold and silver, coal and wool on which this nation was built. I'll encounter her indigenous people and her national heroes, and discover the origins of the millions of immigrants who now call themselves Australians. This rail adventure begins in the state of South Australia, and I will ride the Indian Pacific, one of the very few genuinely transcontinental trains in the world, across the fearsome Nullarbor Plain, once described as the sort of place one gets into in bad dreams, towards Perth, one of the remotest cities on the planet. By the time of my guidebook, Australia was an independent federated nation. Yet the West, with all its rich deposits of gold, could be reached only by a long sea voyage. Politics and economics dictated that a railway must conquer the notorious Nullarbor. My 1,700-mile journey begins in McLaren Vale, en route to Adelaide, coastal capital of South Australia. I'll board the mighty Indian Pacific Railway and stop at Cook, before crossing into Western Australia and on to Kalgoorlie. My final destination will be Perth and its port of Fremantle. This time, I'll pay a fitting visit to the doctor.
Welcome to my office, the intensive care in a telephone box.
It's more like the TARDIS. And traverse the desert in style. Explorers perished crossing this plain. Today, it's a little easier. In 1836, these rolling hills and fertile valleys became part of a new kind of British colony. The white settlements in New South Wales and Tasmania had been established as penal colonies, but South Australia, by sharp contrast, was created by voluntary emigrants who were free men. Adventurous and entrepreneurial, some of them saw wine as a good business. And the guidebook tells me that claret and burgundy types are now produced. Total yield in 1911 was nearly 6 million gallons, of which over half came from South Australia. Hugh Hamilton Wines is Australia's oldest surviving family wine business. Its boss, Mary Hamilton, can trace the company's roots back 6 generations to one of those first settlers. Mary, hello.
Hello, Michael.
What a glorious location for the vineyard.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Your business was begun, I think, by your great-great-great-grandfather.
That's right.
Tell me about him.
Richard Hamilton was a tailor on the high street of Dover in Kent. And at the age of about 47, which in equivalent terms would have made him a very old man, he packed up his whole life, went and put down £80, which would have been his life savings, on 80 acres in a colony that was not yet formed called South Australia.
Absolutely amazing. And he had a family, presumably?
Yes, he had 9 children. And so I guess he rolled the dice on their future as well, packed them all up, and they hopped on this ship called the Catherine Stewart Forbes, 16 weeks at sea, and then they docked here at Glenelg in Adelaide, and that's where their new life began.
What an extraordinary thing to do. Have you speculated on why he wanted to make a new life?
He had 2 lives, it turns out. He was a tailor by day, but by the light of the moon, he was a smuggler. He was very conveniently located in Dover to be able to hop down to the beach and receive some contraband Bordeaux from France on a regular basis.
Oh, so he was in wine, in a way.
He was. So it must have been a real shock to arrive here and find that there wasn't a drop to be found. So he penned a letter, possibly in desperation, an SOS, saying, for the health of the family, this was to some friends in South Africa, please send me out some grapevine cuttings. He planted probably the first grapevines in South Australia. He would have been producing more from what we can see than he could have personally consumed, so he probably starts selling it to the neighbours.
A fabulous South Australian story. And what do you make of this character, your great-great-great-grandfather? What does he mean to you?
In awe of what he did, but the pioneers generally, I think it shows incredible tenacity just to even take on the whole challenge late in life of moving as far away as you could possibly go on the promise that life would be better here, and then arrives and finds that his passion for wine accommodated, so he does something about it.
Today, Australian wine is an industry of more than 40 billion Australian dollars. And this state produces more than half of it. Here they grow 8 different varieties on 80 acres. Well, Mary, you certainly chose the right spot for your tasting room, didn't you?
It looks different every day, which makes life.
Now, tell me about this fellow here.
So this is our 1837 Bloodline Shiraz, 1837 being the year that my great-great-great-grandfather Richard arrived in South Australia. It's what he planted first.
What is this wrapped around it?
This is Richard Hamilton's story.
That goes on every bottle.
This goes on each bottle.
July 28, 1837, the Kent and Surrey News and Advertiser. Dover Taylor leaves for the new colony of South Australia under a veil of mystery. Mr. Hamilton, Esquire of Dover, tailor and landowner of some repute, with a shop on Smargate Street, is believed to have left with his family. Some intrigue surrounds Mr. Hamilton, who is rumoured to have been dealing in contraband Bordeaux from across the English Channel. A black sheep indeed. It's a lovely, rich, generous wine, isn't it? To the Free State. Just west of McLaren Vale at Seaford, I'm taking the Adelaide Metro into the city. Bradshaw's tells me it comprises 2 towns. South of the river, the commercial division and the seat of government, 6 miles from the sea. North Adelaide is laid out with the private residences of the wealthy on a gently rising hill. Adelaide had a reputation grand, even posh. From what my guidebook tells me, it was also well planned. Stretching for 12 miles between the Gulf of St. Vincent and the Adelaide Hills, Australia's fifth biggest city is famed for its green credentials, affordable rents, and laid-back lifestyle. Named after Queen Adelaide, wife of Britain's King William IV, its location was hotly debated. But the Surveyor General of the new colony, Colonel William Light, pressed ahead with his plan to create a perfect capital. It was to be laid out north and south of the River Torrens, encircled by green open space. A statue known as Light's Vision looks down over the city from Montefiore Hill. He created a design with lovely squares in the southern part, and here are the villas of the wealthy ascending the hill. And he surrounded the whole thing with nearly 2,500 acres of parkland. He said that he would leave it to posterity to judge whether he was worthy of praise or shame. His design is still recognizable in the city today, and it has proved to be enlightened. From its foundation, South Australia aimed to be a utopia for free settlers, with no religious discrimination or unemployment. By the 1870s, some trade unions had even achieved an 8-hour working day, creating time for rest and relaxation. At the time of my guidebook, a dance craze that began in Argentina and swept across Europe arrived on these shores. Andrew and Adrienne Gill run classes here in the park. It was wonderful and Michael. Great to see you. How lovely to see you both. When did the tango grip Australia?
1913, very early on. Not well received at first. It was a bit scandalous. I think they're worried about it corrupting society.
I thought it was too sensual for polite society. And it's quite interesting. I understand it because tango actually influenced a lot of the changes in fashion as well. They were becoming a bit more daring too. So, but the people loved it. They were attracted to this new phenomenon, and it was taking off all over the world, actually.
Adelaide's Tivoli Theatre tapped performances known as tango tease, prompting a local clergyman to condemn it as voluptuous, sensuous, amorous dancing. Against my better judgment, I'm persuaded to have a go.
The embrace is really important, so I can't just go up to you and just give you a massive hug like this. This
No.
would be a bit intimidating, wouldn't it?
It was okay, actually.
So what we can do, there's a bit of a nice way to invite a woman into your arms. What you can do is you can invite me by bringing your left hand up, and I can accept that. You can bring your arm just across my back and complete the embrace.
Cool.
Now take a deep breath and relax, and let your shoulders drop.
All you need to do is clearly stand on one and start to go for a walk towards me.
More confidently you can walk, the easier it is for me to follow you. Look at that.
Now, I can see you're worried about standing on her toes, and that's making you avoid them a lot. But if you were walking closer to her feet, it's actually easier for your balance.
As evening descends, I must bid farewell to Adelaide to embark on the journey of a lifetime. I am boarding the daily night train, the Indian Pacific. I'll be traveling more than 2,000 kilometers to Kalgoorlie. That's almost half the total distance between Sydney and Perth. And I'll be crossing the Nullarbor Plain, the most formidable barrier, the most inhospitable environment ever encountered by the white man. Good evening. G1 for me.
G1?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
All right, Michael, my name's Matt. I'll be looking after you for your trip.
Thank you very much.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Right. It's a bit like a yacht or a private plane, and this is just for the people in this carriage. This is one of the world's epic railways, stretching almost 2,500 miles from the Pacific Ocean on the east to the Indian Ocean on the west. A modern design, very spacious indeed, awaiting me. One of the great marks of French champagne. Goodbye. Come in.
Good morning, Michael.
Morning, Matt. That looks very welcome.
Here's your green tea. Nice to put it in for you.
Thank you. Are we still in South Australia?
We're currently still in South Australia. Soon be approaching the Nullarbor.
May I have a look outside?
Of course.
Ooh, wild lands. That looks great. Thank you very much indeed.
You're very welcome.
Explorers perished crossing this plain. Today it's a little easier. By federation in 1901, all 6 states were linked by rail except for Western Australia, where there was still a gap of over 1,000 miles between Kalgoorlie and the South Australian town of Port Augusta. In 1912, a team set out from each end to lay the track. 5 years later, they met up at Uldea on the Nullarbor Plain, having created a transcontinental railway. I'd like to talk about all that with the train manager, Deb Munn. At the time of my guidebook, the Transcontinental Railway was kind of breaking news. A project joining West Australia with other states, providing railway communication from Perth, Adelaide and Sydney, has now been adopted by the federal government. Why was it so important to the Australian government to complete the railway?
It was the Australian government to have that ability to be able to travel quickly across to the other states. They felt very isolated. They used to have to travel by ship, which would take weeks.
Western Australia had already built a railway from Perth to Kalgoorlie, is that right?
That's correct. That was completed in 1896.
And from Kalgoorlie to Port Augusta, I mean, that's a pretty large chunk that was missing.
Yeah, 1,051 miles.
What were the main difficulties of building across the plain?
It's the largest limestone plate in the world, so when it rains out there, it's very porous and the water runs away. There's no fresh water. There's really no trees to have shelter. It was a really harsh environment to survive. In the summer, the outside temperatures can get in excess of 50 degrees.
And then in addition to that, of course, it coincides with the First World War.
Yes, they found it really hard to find workers. You get a lot of itinerant workers, Italians, Greeks. A lot of Chinese would have been out there as well.
When the railway was completed, how did the locomotives pick up water?
They'd have to move water out across the railway line, and that's still done to this day.
This line famously includes the longest stretch of straight railway track in the world, almost 300 miles long across the Nullarbor Plain.
People who built the railway line, they had such primitive tools, and they did it with picks and axes and shovels, and with the help of camels. They did an amazing job.
Around 14 hours after leaving Adelaide, we enter the vast Nullarbor. Taking its name from the Latin nullus arbor, meaning no trees, it's an amazing 100,000 square miles of flat, semi-arid desert. Although you can drive along its southern edge, here at its heart, the only way to cross it is by train. Our first stop will be Cook. As well as topping up on fuel and water, we'll drop off our drivers at the end of their shift. They'll spend the night here before returning home in the morning. Adelaide is 1,000 kilometres behind me and Perth 1,600 ahead. We are about 100 kilometres from the nearest sealed road, and yet Cook receives thousands of visitors from all over the world each year, thanks to the Indian Pacific. It once had a hospital and a school, but no more. It now has a permanent population of just 4 people. Hello. Mark, very good to see you. And you've driven us here?
All the way from Portugal.
Ah, well, thank you very much indeed.
That's it.
Is that fairly tiring? You're driving all night.
Well, I've been awake since 2 o'clock this morning. It's 2 of us anyhow. We do stints, we take turns in driving. We do probably about 2 hours each and swap over.
You enjoy it?
Oh, I love it. I wouldn't do anything else in the world, to be honest with you.
I've offered to make myself useful, helping Deb to top up the train's water. Have you any idea how much water you put on the train?
It's about 30,000 litres each time we replenish our supply.
Yeah. Because, I mean, there are so many showers and loos all the way along the train, aren't there?
And our restaurants and
And the
our bars
restaurant,
as
yeah.
well use them. So if you want to just pull that out.
Just like that?
You should start to smell the water coming through.
And this water is coming out of that water tower?
Yeah, that's correct. The water from here is brought in by train.
It has a little way of telling you when it's finished, doesn't it?
Oh. Oh.
I'll cross into Western Australia, stopping at Kalgoorlie.
Oh.
My destination will be Perth, the state's capital.
Oh.
It's a really beautiful sunset over the Nullarbor Plain. And it's interesting because, like this, it doesn't seem such a very forbidding place.
Oh.
And zooming through it in the luxury of this train, you kind of forget that if by chance you left the train and were out there on your own, you would die. From 1917, Australians could travel the breadth of the country by rail, although different track gauges meant they had to change trains at least 5 times. But in 1969, the gauges were standardized. And a year later, the newly named Indian Pacific train embarked on its first uninterrupted journey. Although you can now fly across this continent in 5.5 hours, some travelers still prefer to take their time and enjoy it over 4 days. There are 211 passengers on board, and it's head chef Sam Markham's job to make sure that they're all well fed. Hello, Sam.
G'day, Michael. How are you, mate?
Very good to
Nice
see
to meet
you.
you.
So you have quite a task on your hands, haven't you? And tonight we're doing something rather special.
We're doing our back dinner under the stars at Morlina. So we have a slow cooked lamb leg, roasted potatoes, and a coleslaw we put out. And we have a lamb cheesecake for dessert. Neville's actually getting the sausage ready. So, yeah.
It's quite an operation, isn't it?
It is, yeah, definitely.
So how many kitchens do you have on the train?
Currently we have 3. Do you want to give me a hand?
I'd be delighted to.
About a centimetre thick, we like it. That's great. You're doing a good job. It's not easy when it's this tender, it just tends to fall apart on you.
How different is it being a chef on a train to being in a restaurant?
Completely different. You're working with different people, so every trip. You don't have the ability to go home and reset like you would in a normal restaurant. So you're on here for 6 days at a time.
But I think I can happily tell the other passengers that they have a great dinner, so
look forward to it.
Here at Rawlina, in the middle of the outback, we will feast in style. Thank you very much. Is anybody hungry here? Yes. Oh, bon appetit. Can I join you? Lamb is excellent, but I think it's given an extra flavour by being out here in the middle of the desert under a starry sky, picnic style, to our continued journey. Very nice to meet you.
Oh, there's a blanket over there. No.
The Indian
Lovely
Pacific
blanket.
will power on through the darkness to my next stop, Kalgoorlie, 250 miles away. Western Australia is the country's largest state and there are vast areas that are uninhabited. In the remotest parts of Australia's vast outback, it can feel like little has changed since the gold rush over a century ago. Bradshaw's warns me that to the west I will encounter mainly waterless desert. In fact, the state of Western Australia is about 10 times the size of the United Kingdom, with a tiny population very sparsely distributed. Providing it with medical services has always been a challenge. At the airport on the edge of town is the Kalgoorlie branch of the nation's Royal Flying Doctor Service, one of 5 facilities across Western Australia. Andrew Barnes originally trained as a GP in London and has been a flying doctor for over 20 years. Andrew, hello.
Michael, very pleased to meet you.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here. What a very smart aircraft, and this does a pretty good job for you.
You know, it may have just one engine, but can get up to almost 500 kilometers an hour.
So what is the maximum distance that you might have to travel to see a patient?
From top to bottom is about 1,500 kilometers. So although that may be only 3.5, 4 hours of flying time, you'd have to refuel in the middle, plus there's a pickup time. So for the people in the remote areas, it may be several hours before they get decent medical help.
And these people who might be out on a cattle station, a sheep station, do they have a kind of dirt runway?
Yes, they can be. I mean, the reality is it's all very professional these days, but we do still land with flares, you know, just oil flares at night. That still happens depending on the state of the airstrip.
The service, the first and now the largest in the world, was founded in 1928 by a clergyman.
John flew originally from Melbourne, trained as a pastor, so he was actually not medically trained, but he did a few expeditions into the outback and realised that the medical care for people in the outback is often very difficult. Something which he described as the tyranny of distance. It was his determination and vision that led to the formation of the Royal Flying Doctor Service.
So in the old days, how would a patient communicate with the doctor?
It started off with the Morse code and pedal wireless. And of course, since then, there's been development to VHF radio, which was the main way of communicating in the 50s and 60s. And now, of course, most people have got mobile phone towers, and in the very remote areas.
What's it like to be part of this service? I asked you, you come from Britain, you're not from Australia originally.
Yes, I got lost. Look, for me, I mean, this is a dream job. It's incredible the variety of things that I can do. I can do general practice in very remote areas with very isolated people, and in the following day, I could be flying in the middle of the night with an extremely sick patient on full life support.
It sounds like you may have quite a sophisticated aircraft. May I take a look on board?
Yes, of course, Michael. Come in.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to my office, the intensive care in a telephone box.
It's more like the TARDIS. It's impressive. So you can have 2 patients in here.
You can have 2 stretcher patients and 1 sitting patient. The principle of this is that we bring the hospital to the patient. So we bring all the technology bar major surgery. Well, this is a mechanical ventilator. This here is a monitor, for example, which would measure blood pressure, pulse, oxygen saturation.
What's the most dramatic thing that you've had to do in midair?
The most dramatic thing is, without doubt, having to apply non-invasive ventilation to a patient who's having trouble breathing.
And is the service pretty much constantly in use?
Oh, yes. On an afternoon like this, we would expect to have 6 or 7 aircraft in the air at a given time across Western Australia. In Flynn's time, maybe they would be flying a couple of 100 patients a year. These days, across Australia, the Royal Flying Doctor Service transports over 300,000 patients every year.
Superb. Next time, I'll marvel at the nation's riches.
What would they be worth, do you think? Probably just shy of $2 million, sitting right in front of us.
Take a gamble in the outback and fly high over Perth.
It's fresh, it's new, it's optimistic.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Mr. President, are you invoking the Insurrection Act?
Artificial intelligence promises us what religion does. You don't have to die.
When there's a war and chaos, there's billions and billions of dollars to be made.
Powerful stories from across the globe. Storyville. Tuesdays at 10 on BBC4 and iPlayer.
We're meandering through the waterways now on BBC4, but challenges lie ahead for one man sharing his canal boat diaries. I'm Robbie Cumming, and this is my boat. I gave up a busy life on land for a supposedly quieter existence afloat.
Well, you're not a boater until you've actually fallen in.
Over spring and summer, I'm making my way to the heart of our canal network, soaking up the scenery and enjoying our industrial heritage along the way. While filming, I'm aware life is on hold and difficult for many people. And I'm lucky to have this chance to escape through some quintessential English landscapes. Starting in Cheshire, I'm heading south to the River Severn and Worcester. I'll take a detour to Stratford-upon-Avon and then up into central Birmingham, around 200 miles in all. I can't wait, and I'm glad I can share the experience in my canal boat diaries. Before I set off on this part of my journey and getting a bit of work done, I want to make sure everything's in order, as I'm about to take on a stretch of the Severn in Worcestershire. We'll come down here tomorrow morning and go out onto the river. I'm going to go and check out the river itself to see what sort of state it's in. See what the levels are. I've had a whole load of stuff done to the boat to prepare it for this journey. For example, the ballast was all wrong. It was sitting more than 2 inches in the water than it should be. We fixed the steering so there's less rattle and more control. And just in general, I've made sure the boat is as safe as I can possibly get it. Here we go, bye-bye canal. Hello river. Hey, big river. And this is the longest river in the UK, 220 miles. On this section of my journey, I'm heading to Worcester before I reach Tardebigge, the longest lock flight in the country, a rite of passage for any inland boater. After that, I'm heading deep underground at West Hills, ending up at Kingswood Junction in Warwickshire, a service station for boaters. It's around 50 miles by water through 84 challenging locks.
cruising on the river does mean you've got to think a little bit more about safety. I don't normally have to wear a life preserve, but with a fast flowing river, it's essential.
Thankfully, today it's calm and I'm going with the flow. But I still need to keep my wits about me.
Some boats can give off quite a wake as they go past. Let's have a look at this one. Whee! See, that's not going too fast, and that has set my boat a little bit wobbly. The locks on the River Severn are manned by lock keepers, and he's waving at me to tell me which way the boat should go, so I better listen to him.
I've picked up some tips from lock keepers around the country. They know their patch, and river locks can be a bit daunting, even for experienced boaters.
What are the dangers of being in a lock like this?
Anywhere with water, and obviously in an enclosed space where you've got boats that are heavy, if someone goes in, you can be trapped between the boat and the wall. There's a lot of things that could go wrong, but they won't. We'll be fine.
Okay, as long as I listen to you, make sure I'm, follow the instructions. What do we do with this rope? Tie it round. These locks are huge, so you have got to pay them a little bit of respect. Definitely follow what the lock keeper tells you to do. Right. I have scraped myself a little bit. I feel really stupid because the lock keeper did tell me, watch out, don't fall between the boat and the wall. And I did just that. Scrape my arm. So all I need to do is keep it clean.
Ouch! How did you manage that?
I was tying that and I just slipped down and like kicked my shin in and just did that on the wall. This is Holt Fleet Bridge, designed by Thomas Telford. It's an incredible arched bridge made of cast iron. But one of the things is that during the Second World War, it was actually mined so that they could blow it up if need be. Thankfully, that never happened.
The bridge has a twin. Telford reused the design on the Birmingham Canal navigations in Smethwick.
It can get quite lonely living on a boat, and it's times like this when you are in the middle of nowhere on a huge river where you feel that most keenly. When I bought this boat, I was lonely. All my friends either got married or had kids. I suffered with anxiety, panic attacks, depression. I'm not sure if I could say buying a boat helped me with anxiety. There's a lot of stressful situations you have to deal with, but it's certainly been a good lifestyle for me. Wow, just turned the corner of the river and suddenly Worcester comes into view. Quite impressive. All the bridges going across, the cathedral. What a way to see the city. I've visited Worcester before by road, by rail. Never done it by river, but this is the way. This is the way. Absolutely incredible.
The cathedral is a beauty, a great place of worship, but also one of England's architectural gems, attracting visitors from all over the world.
Diglis Lock. I've got to take this turning now. Pretty sharp one. To double back on myself to get in there. This is the way to the Worcester and Birmingham Canal. Well, it looks like I've got quite a wide lock, so we can get 2 boats in here easily and save a bit of water. Going back onto the canal. See you later, River Severn. There we go.
The locks in Worcester were designed for wide barges. A major user of this route was Cadbury's, with its canal-side chocolate factories in Blackpool and Bourneville.
When you arrive into a city from being in the middle of nowhere, it can feel a little bit awkward. But doing it with someone else, arriving with another narrowboat, does take the pressure off, especially if there's loads of onlookers. Seems like an okay mooring to just explore the city, so I'm going to leave the boat here and have a little look around. That's the castle, that's the cathedral. Where's the canal? Well, I did find something out about Worcester that I didn't know before, and that was it's famous for being the birthplace of Edward Elgar, one of England's greatest composers. My gran was certainly a fan of his.
The difference between mooring up in a city centre location as opposed to out in the middle of nowhere, it's mostly to do with the noise. In the city, you've got it all going on, from planes flying overhead to shoppers walking past, and even people late at night. Perhaps a little bit worse for where from all the pubs and clubs. But I guess it all depends on if you're a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper. Thankfully, I'm the latter, and after that river journey, I'm shattered. It's good to plan ahead and read up about the place I'm passing through. Every now and then, as you go through a lock, you come across some buildings by the side of the lock. And in this case, this is the Commandery. It's a Civil War museum now because of its role back in 1651 when King Charles II used it as a base for the Royalists in the Battle of Worcester. In my 5 years of cruising around the UK, living in this boat, I've not been tempted to put down roots anywhere, except maybe where my girlfriend lives. I'd like to spend more time with my girlfriend and her daughter, really. Since we met, it's been hard spending time apart, but we try to see each other as much as possible. We're going to take a holiday together, so I need somewhere to put my boat. Found the perfect mooring for my boat. It's in a lovely spot in the middle of nowhere, but yet close to other boats and the road. So it seems ideal. I don't think I'm going to be troubling anyone here anyway. The only problem is it's a little bit overgrown, and I'm just trying to hack back some of these reeds with my trusty shears. Leaving your boat can be really worrying. Will the windows be smashed in? Will there be items stolen? Will someone have taken it for a joyride? You just don't know until you get back and open up those doors again. Back on the canal again. After almost 2 weeks away, my first thought is my boat actually still there? It's great to have a break from being on the canals, but it's also great to come back as well. I'm just glad my boat is as I left it. A lot's changed for me over the past year, including meeting my soulmate. She does not want to live on a boat, and that's her decision. I'm at a real junction. I want to carry on exploring the canal network, but I also want to be happy with my girlfriend and her daughter. Will I have to get rid of this boat? Will this be my last journey on the boat? I just don't know. As I approach Tardebigg, I'm about halfway on this 50-odd mile journey. After the longest lock flight in the country, I'll be navigating West Hills Tunnel and the often busy Lapworth Locks before arriving at Kingswood Junction in Warwickshire. Well, this flight of locks I'm coming to now is it for boaters. This is the greatest challenge that you can ever face. 30 locks, all in succession, without stopping. Here we go. Well, started big bottom lock done. One down, 29 to go. There are no overnight moorings on the flight, but there are plenty of places to take a breather. And next to this lock, there's free fruit on offer. It's all about spotting opportunities as you're travelling along. I haven't got much food on board, but I've just seen a plum tree, so I've got my bowl with me as well as my windlass this time. Right, let's just see how many I can take for lunch later on. I want to get through the locks before sunset, so on days like this, I'm pleased to get help, either from my friendly producer or these kind chaps, Locky volunteers. It is almost 2 hours of the journey, and I've only done 8 locks. I need to get cranking.
just to the side of this bridge is a tiny big reservoir, and I'm told it's meant to fill 5,000 lots. And it's still used today to supply this canal. Well, this is it, the last lot. It's a bit deeper than the other ones. And this is what I was hoping for, some of the spectacular views that can only come at the top of a flight of a ridiculous amount of locks. I don't know what to say, I've made it to the top of 30 locks that I've had to do all in one go. Bill, thanks so much for helping me.
You're welcome.
Cheers, see ya. All was going so well throughout the day, just nailing the locks one after each other, and then right at the end.
You right, mate?
Well, we've finally done it. It's quite nice after a long day of working the locks. Well, you're not a boater until you've actually fallen in. Oh, soaked, but refreshed. It's actually a few years since I've taken a dunking like that. Goes to show you need to watch your step on the back of a boat. I prefer to cook simpler things when I'm on board, especially if I've been travelling all day. After a cold dip yesterday, a warm plum pudding made from free fruit is just the job. With a breeze in the air, it's going to be a cool day out on the cut. This dam is an exposed spot. Water supply created challenges for canal builders, especially in hot summers when locks could run dry. Reservoirs were needed to keep them topped up. The Bittle reservoirs were latecomers. Construction took so long they were completed decades after the Worcester and Birmingham was built. By this time, the golden age of canal carrying was all but over. Right, just going through Hopwood, and on my map I can see that there's a really, really long tunnel coming up. West Hills Tunnel, 2,726 yards. That is a long one. There are lots of things you have to do before going into a tunnel. The most important thing of is turn your navigation light on. And I can see from the boat ahead of me that's coming this way, there is another boat coming out of the tunnel. Going through a canal tunnel is good fun, but much in the same way as it's good fun to watch a horror movie. You're going into this long, deep, dark, wet tunnel. You know, you're not sure what drips down the back of your neck. Is it water? Is it a spider? It's quite exciting and scary, and I love it. I can still see the light of the other boat, but it is quite far away. Or is it quite close? I have no idea. Oh yeah.
The ventilation shafts were also the construction shafts, used to remove earth and rock while the tunnel was being dug. At Kings Norton Junction, the Worcester and Birmingham meets the Stratford-upon-Avon Canal.
I could go that way and get to Birmingham very easily, but I'm going to take the scenic route. Because obviously I haven't had enough of locks. Because there are a lot coming up.
Ahead is an unusual guillotine stop lock. Canal companies jealously guarded their water supply. This device stopped the flow between the connecting waterways, using wooden gates that moved vertically in an iron frame. Today, the lock remains open for boaters.
Here I'm coming up to a very interesting lift bridge. It basically uses exactly the same method of opening as the Tower Bridge in London. It's called a bascule bridge.
Right, here we go. First I've got to find the control panel. Press open button until the bridge is fully open. Here we go. Got to run back to my boat, get on it, get through before any angry people shout at me for leaving the bridge open. Lift bridges can be a real pain for motorists and narrowboaters at the same time, because this is where the two worlds collide, and for my part in this, I need to get through the bridge as quick as possible so that I don't keep anyone waiting. Well, I am actually keeping someone waiting, so let's get this bridge closed quickly for them. I've probably seen enough of locks for one journey, but there's one final challenge, the Lapworth Flight. Apparently, in the 60s, the local council wanted to fill in the stretch of canal and build a road. Fortunately, the plans were thwarted by passionate campaigners. Definitely the busiest I've ever seen it on a flight of locks. I've got boats behind me, I've got boats in front of me. We're all trying to get through these locks. It's a bit like boat Tetris, this. We're all jostling for space, trying not to crash into anything. Well, I've made it here at Kingswood Junction. I've taken on a part of the longest river in the country, the River Severn, 50 miles of canal on 84 locks, and I've even fallen in the canal as well, which I really didn't think I was going to do. Taking a break for a while before I take on the final leg of the journey, which sees me taking my boat right into the centre of Birmingham. I really, really can't wait for that.
This is a detective hunt. We're going to uncover the secret lives of two buildings. And through the parallel lives of their residents, we'll tell the story of the Second World War from Berlin and London. Captain Murray Smith showed outstanding courage. These are pages from his personnel file with the SS.
a special series of A House Through Time, Two Cities at War. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
First to see up, to see up.
Simply the best gigs, live in your living room.
You could not be more perfect.
Thank you. Friday nights this autumn on BBC 4 and iPlayer.
Our Thomas Hardy season continues tonight on BBC 4 with his treasure trove of secret notebooks in half an hour. First, in a documentary from 1992, the actor Sir Michael Hordern discovers Hardy country.
Well, I'm on the banks of the River Froom, a few miles east of Dorchester, in Dorset. I'm not really here to try and catch trout. I'm here to try and catch what it was that inspired Thomas Hardy to write all those wonderful books and poems. This is all Hardy country. Here's Egdon Heath over there. Is Mellstock, where he was born, lived, died, and wrote his wonderful verse and novels. You, Thomas, you're a blue badge guy, yes?
Yes, and I meet people here from all over the world, from America.
Generally more than just one.
Yes, or like us, or in larger groups.
And where are we going to start?
Well, we're starting at Higher Barkhampton, at the cottage in which Hardy was born, where he spent his youth and his, as a young man. And we're going to meet Joe Lilly, the custodian. The cottage belongs to the National Trust.
Our house stood quite alone, and those tall firs and beeches were not planted. Snakes and efts swarmed in the summer days, and nightly bats would fly about our bedrooms. Heathcroppers lived on the hills and were our only friends. So wild it was when first we settled here.
Quite wild.
Ah, Joe Lilly.
Nice to see you.
When did the Hardy family first?
They first came here in 1800. They came over from Puddletown. Hardy's grandfather and grandmother were the first ones in.
What is it that one hears about possibly losing our great writer whose birth?
The midwife put the baby aside because they didn't think it was going to live, and attended the mother. But then afterwards, she said there seemed to be some life there, and revived him. And that's why we've got our baby. He went on to live for 88 years.
Yes, wow. Good for the midwife.
Yes, thankful.
And how long did he live here?
He was domiciled here for the first 34 years of his life. You see, when he married, yes. He went away on his architectural jobs to London and that. But, he was always pleased to come back to his West Country home.
And about Hardy's Wessex, I know there was the kingdom of Wessex in medieval, not medieval, but Hardy's Wessex is something slightly different and smaller.
What is Hardy's history?
Well, Hardy, in his stories, he expanded it gradually, but the first time that you will come across Wessex in his novels is in Far From Madding Crowd, which is set at Puddletown.
Ah, Puddletown. That's where we're off to next. That's right, they're off to Puddletown, or Weatherbury, as Hardy would have called it. Hardy was a great one for inventing names, wasn't he? Not only the names of all the places around here, but the names of the characters too. I love Bathsheba Everdew, Gabriel Oak, Sergeant Fly. Which of those is connected with this place? Well, this is the house that Hardy made the home of his lady farmer, Bathsheba Everdeen. It's actually called Waterston Manor. It's not normally open to the public. Hardy puts his own relatives into his book, didn't he? Very much so. In fact, there's a lovely story that in his bicycling days in the 90s, when he bicycled through the middle of Puddletown, he would look either to the left or the right in case he had to recognize one of these cousins. Are there any of his relatives now in his heart? Well, of course, Hardy had no direct descendants, but he had hundreds of cousins, and we've arranged to meet one of them here, John Anfield. Oh, good. John, what is your relationship with Hardy and Hardy's family?
We're close cousins. My great-great-grandmother was Hardy's grandmother. We shared the same house at Hirebone, Hampton years ago, and Hardy spent a great deal of time at Puddletown.
Yes. What was Hardy like personally?
My father and my uncle and aunt used to visit regularly with my grandfather when they were young, and they always described him as a very austere sort of person who insisted upon being dressed as Mr. Hardy.
Even amongst them.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
He used his relatives a great deal in his novels.
Yes, indeed. And family tradition within the family told me that he used members of the family and other people. He used my grandfather partly in Jude the Obscure and also in Tessa the D'Urbervilles, especially his temperament. But in Far From the Madding Crowd, my great-grandfather was the maltster.
That's Puddletown.
At Puddletown.
Yes, yes. Has Puddletown changed a tremendous amount, I suppose?
Yes, indeed. There's no comparison with it as Hardy knew it when he was a lad. I suppose the church is probably the main building that is left unaltered.
Now, what was it happened at the church?
Sergeant Troy in Far From the Madding Crowd spent the night there. And if you recall, there was this tremendous torrent of rain that came down and despoiled the grave of his lover, Fanny Robin, strewed all the flowers back.
Well, where do we go next? Well, we're going into Dorchester, the hub of the world for Bathsheba and all those people in Far From the Madding Crowd. That's where they went to market, to shop, and get the latest gossip and so on. And of course, I suppose it's best described in the next novel, that's The Mayor of Casterbridge. It is Casterbridge. It is Casterbridge, that's right.
What an old-fashioned place it seems to be, said Elizabeth Jane. It is all huddled together and is shut in by a square wall of trees like a plot of garden ground by a box edging. It was compact as a box of dominoes. It had no suburbs in the ordinary sense. Country and town met in a mathematical line. To birds of a more soaring kind, Casterbridge must have appeared on this fine evening as a mosaic work of subdued reds, browns, greys, and crystals, held together by a rectangular frame of deep green. The mass became gradually dissected by the vision into towers, gables, chimneys, and casements. From the center of each side of this tree-bound square ran avenues, east, west, and south, into the wide expanse of cornland and coombe to the distance of a mile or so. It was by one of these avenues that the pedestrians were about to enter.
Why, we come to the bank, too? Well, this is Michael Henchard's house, the Mayor of Casterbridge's house. Ah, And of course, this would have been a house that Hardy would have known very, very well indeed. Just over behind us is where he went to school, and down the road there is where he trained as an architect, and where he worked as an assistant architect.
Difficult to imagine this as it was in Hardy's time. Different buildings, of course, and sheep being driven to market up and down here.
It's difficult to imagine, but in fact, this is a very typical house of the well-to-do tradesmen of the time. Michael Henchard had this splendid house, Georgian house, behind a rather beautiful garden, and then, like all the other tradesmen, he would have had his business premises behind the garden.
Of course, Hardy had a marvellous sense of history, did he not, and feeling for the past. And not only the past of his novels, but the Roman past, the antique past.
Yes, particularly the Roman past in the And he has a passage where he said that the locals were quite used to digging up the bones of Roman soldiers in their back gardens and so on. In fact, he found some bones of a similar sort of age when they were digging the foundations for Max Gate.
Oh, really? Yeah. Where could I go to see some of the Roman past?
Well, I think one of the best places would be the Roman amphitheatre, Malmesbury Rings.
Malmesbury Rings.
Yes, this was a Roman amphitheatre. It goes on right through history. It has rather a gloomy, sinister, ghostly past. The public gallows stood there for many years.
Melancholy, impressive, lonely, yet accessible from every part of the town. The historical was the frequent spot for appointments of a furtive kind. Some boys had recently tried to impart gaiety to the ruin by using the central arena as a cricket ground, but the game usually languished. Possibly the boys were too timid. For some old people said that at certain moments in the summertime, in broad daylight, persons sitting with a book or dozing in the arena had, on lifting their eyes, beheld the slopes lined with a gazing legion of Hadrian's soldiers, as if watching the gladiatorial combat, and had heard the roar of their excited voices. There are ghosts and associations of Hardy at every turn, and in Dorchester you'll meet the mayor of Casterbridge characters at every corner. What reason are we coming to?
Well, two things really. Susan Henchard, that's Henchard's wife, is supposed to be buried up there in the churchyard of St George's. And a little bit further down the river, over there, Michael Henchard nearly threw himself in.
The Mayor of Casterbridge is one of his blackest novels, isn't it?
Well, certainly the ending, Michael Henchard's death, there he is, he dies, he's lost all his possessions, he has been rejected by the girl who thought was his daughter, he dies alone except for Abel Little out there, forlorn, ill, and dying on the heath.
Igdon Heath. The sombre stretch of rounds and hollows seemed to rise and meet the evening gloom in pure sympathy. The heath exhaling darkness as rapidly as the heavens precipitated. And so the obscurity in the air and the obscurity in the land closed together in a black fraternization towards which each advanced halfway. The place became full of a watchful intentness now. And other things sank brooding to sleep. The heath appeared slowly to awake and listen. Every night its titanic form seemed to await something. But it had waited thus, unmoved, during so many centuries, through the crises of so many things, that it could only be imagined to await one crisis, the final overthrow. Any exploration of Hardy's Wessex is bound to lead here to the village of Stinsford, just outside Dorchester.
because this is where Hardy's heart lies buried. His ashes are in Westminster Abbey, but he wanted his heart to be buried here in symbolically the heart of his beloved daughter. His characters worked and lived in the villages around here, and there is one in particular who visitors want to track down. She is the heroine of his favorite novel and his own. Tess the Devil. I've seen Tess's cottage all over Dorset, but my guide Thomas tells me that Tess did work there. Yes. Hugh, where are we? Yes, this is Lower Lowell Farm, which is accepted to be Talbot-Hayes.
Talbot-Hayes, you call it.
That's right.
Ah,
Yes.
very stupid and unhardly of me, but I read it to myself as Paul.
Well, it was the dairy farm which became the Dairy Maid.
Did it change a good deal since then? I know that.
Yes, the farm would have been here when she was here, but virtually everything else has changed. And of course, dairying has changed out of all recognition in the last 100 years.
But Tess was happy here.
Tess was extremely happy. It was a place where it was always nice and fell in love.
During this month of wonderful afternoons, they roved along the meads by creeping paths which followed the brinks of trickling tributary brooks, hopping across by little wooden bridges to the other side. They were never out of the sound of some purling weir whose buzz accompanied their own murmuring, while the beams of the sun, almost horizontal as the mead itself, formed pollen of radiance over the landscape.
How did Tess come to be here? Well, Tess had to leave home to look for work to support her family. And her first attempt to do this was to for her alleged rich relatives, the D'Urbervilles.
Where did the name D'Urberville come from?
There was a real family, a real old Dorset family, whose graves are found in the Church of the Regis, which Hardy called Kingsfield. Well, that first attempt was a complete disaster. Alec D'Urberville seduced her. She had a baby that died. The second attempt was down here. She came here to work as a dairy maid in Talbot-Hayes. And here she met Angel Clare, and they got married. And on her wedding night at Woolbridge Manor, she confessed this early indiscretions, and this was far too much for him. He completely rejected her, and they split up. And so Tess had to set out on her travels again. She had to return home up to the north.
North, is that where they're going?
That's right, up that way.
As Hardy's characters took some pretty arduous journeys that had her on foot or in a comparative luxury of a horse-drawn vehicle.
Yes, of course, luxury is the word for this vehicle. This is a gentleman's sporting gig, the kind of sports car of the day. It's just this sort of vehicle that Alec D'Urberville gave Tess such a fright in the ride.
It can't have been much fun in the lane.
No, but again in Tess there were compensations. Angel and Tess were driving the milk churns to catch the milk train at Wool, and on the way back it rained, and so they huddled under a tarpaulin, and Angel proposed yet again, and that time Tess accepted it.
And now we're heading north.
Yes, up north there to that's right. Steady girl, steady. How long did Harvey live in Stonehenge?
Just about 2 years. They moved around a great deal when they were first married, and this was the place they first settled down. And Harvey said afterwards that this was the happiest 2 years of his married life.
I had the impression that their married life was not all that happy.
No, it wasn't. As time went on, they became more and more estranged.
How was that?
Well, a number of reasons. I mean, it's always difficult to play the role of the wife of a genius.
Yeah.
And as time went on, I think Emma began to disapprove, literally, of Harvey's later novels on the moral ground.
And yet he wrote these marvelous poems after her death to her.
He did, yes, he did, yes.
And then he married Florence.
Yes, 2 years afterwards, he married Florence Dugdale, who had been a family friend, who became more or less a secretary, and his literary assistant.
But what did he write here at Stonestone?
Well, once he was here, he was writing The Return of the Native.
And the native did return, because he went back to live, or they went back to live with Max Gate.
Well, eventually, yes, he moved back to the edge of Gateland Heath, to Max Gate, the house he designed for himself,
Yes.
just outside Dorchester.
So this is the actual pen with which Thomas Hardy wrote Best of the Birds. That's right. I wish I could write just a few words with it, but I'd better not.
No, I don't think you better.
Too precious.
Yeah.
And we're sitting in a recreation of Hardy's study. That's right. Amongst all his things that he actually had on his desk next day. Amongst which is that calendar. There's some significance about that calendar.
Very significant. You see, it's set for Monday, the 7th of March.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the day that he met his first wife, Emma Lavinia Gifford, and he went down to do a survey of a very remote church, St. Juliet, down in Cornwall. She opened the door, and
That was that.
that was that, and the calendar has stayed.
How did these things get there?
Well, it was his second wife, Florence, who was very keen. She left them to the Dorset County Museum here in Dorchester. And these were, this is all the preserved for everyone to see.
Pity that someone didn't preserve Egland Heath.
Egland Heath? Where's it gone? Well, it's all around us, but of course the Forestry Commission planted a lot of trees on it some years ago now.
Well, what would it have been like in Hardy's?
It would have been much more extensive. Hardy put it all together separately. And of course, what it would have looked like would have been covered almost exclusively in heather and gorse, which he would call fern.
Where could one go to see any bits of heath, as Hardy described it?
Well, I think further east, around Tanqueray. That's right, Tanqueray. They do cut it up around. Or better still, around Southern. Yeah, around Southern. Near it, I mean, that's not far.
To recline on a stump of thorn in the central valley of Egland between afternoon and night, where the eye could reach nothing of the world outside the summits and shoulders of heathland, and to know that everything around and underneath had been from prehistoric times as unaltered as the stars overhead, gave ballast to the mind to drift unchained, calloused by the irrepressible muse. The great inviolate place had an ancient permanence which the sea cannot change. The sea changed, the fields changed, the rivers, the villages, and the people changed. Yet Egland remained.
Well, it's terrible about the loss of Hardy's and Egland. We still have this lovely river. What is the particular significance of this spot?
there are a number of weirs, but this is my favourite, the one that finishes on it was here
Breathing. Asian once again rolls wake up, won't you cry,
it was probably here, making one of the dairymaids in Tess drowns herself after Tess has married Angel, and he was in love with Angel, and she throws herself in here eventually. Yes.
So Hardy did tend to bring his novels to a fairly gloomy end, pretty often.
Yes, and only a couple of them that have happy endings.
It's the same as his verse, which I absolutely love. But that tends to be fairly gloomy and grey. But this is the start. However, as a finish to the end of the search for Hardy's spirit, I'd like to go to the top of one of his heights, Bull Barrow.
There are some heights in Wessex, shaped as if by a kindly hand, thinking, dreaming, dying. And at crises, when I stand, say, on Eaton Beacon Eastward, or on Willow's Neck Westward, I seem where I was before my birth, and after death. In the towns, I am tracked by phantoms having weird, detective ways, shadows of beings who fellowed with myself of earlier. They hang about places, and they say harsh, heavy things, men with a wintry sneer, and women can't. There's a ghost at Yellow Bottom chiding loud at all of the night. There's a ghost in Froomside Vale, thin-lipped and vague in a shroud of white. There is one in the railway train, whenever I do not want it near. I see its profile against the pane, saying what I would not hear. So I am found on Eaton Beacon, or on Will's Neck to the west, or else on homely Bullbarrow, or Little Pilsden Crest, where men have never cared, nor women have walked here. And ghosts then keep their distance, and I know someday.
Cromwell. They don't know how to deal with you.
When negotiation and compromise fail, and your only course is to destroy your enemy.
My own daughter defies me.
Before they wake in the morning,
Only you with the bad news.
have the axe in your hand.
The new series of Wolf Hall, The Mirror and the Light starts Sunday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Britain's biggest fugitive.
Where is Lord Lucan?
I am the son of the man murdered by Lord Lucan in 1974.
I have a feeling he might be alone.
If he's alive, I was going to find him.
Imagine if you thought you'd eluded justice for that long.
To catch a criminal, you have to think like a criminal. It can't be him, can it?
Lucan. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer. The new series of Justice, Those Who Kill, continues Saturday at 9 on BBC 4 and iPlayer.
Our Thomas Hardy season continues now on BBC Four with an extraordinary insight into his methods of research in this documentary from 2003.
Within days of the death of Thomas Hardy in 1920, executors of his estate made a bonfire of his letters and notebooks at his Dorchester home. Only 12 notebooks survived the blaze. 11 were literary sources, but the 12th was a unique facts notebook and is about to be published for the first time. The facts notebook provides an extraordinary insight into how an outwardly genteel Victorian writer came to understand the passions of a darker, rougher age than his own. It also offers clues about the private life of a man who did his damnedest to keep that life a closely guarded secret. Previously neglected or ignored, the Facts Notebook and its sources have been recently unearthed by Hardy scholar Dr. Bill Greenslade, and he's the editor of its very first published edition.
Here I was in the Dorset County Museum, holding the book for the very first time, aware of how substantial a notebook it is. It runs, after all, to 220 pages, and within a very short space of time, you could see the significance and the importance of this notebook in Hardy's beautiful hand. But the crucial point, I think, about the timing of this is that it marks a reshaping of Hardy's imaginative and fictional world. I think it was very significant in relation to the move to Dorchester that he made with Emma in the summer of 1883.
At first, Hardy's marriage to Emma Gifford had been idyllically happy, and when the architect turned novelist returned from London to his native Dorset, she shared his rediscovery of the landscapes he'd known since childhood.
Dum, 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 dum. I want to
Hardy was
learn.
judgment then, and she had an important role in the writing of the Facts Notebook. Some of Hardy's research was undertaken at the Dorset County Museum, near the couple's new home in Dorchester.
Within 6 months of
Fucking hell.
book, he goes to the Dorset County
Hey.
files for 1826 and works through 27, 28,
Oh,
29,
God.
over a very intense
Is there no
period
God?
of about 3.5 months. And in that time, he records a culture wholly different from that of the Victorian age in which he grew up and in which he made his name as a novelist. He began copying notes from the local newspaper into the notebook. It was an enterprise deeply associated with his recovery of what he knew to be a rural past. This was a way of confirming a world that he heard about and knew about from his family and his family's friends.
Hardy had been born and brought up in a cottage in Upper Bockhampton. Thomas Hardy Sr. had taught him the fiddle, and now that he was back in nearby Dorchester, he visited his parents regularly, relishing their stories of a childhood and youth in a more turbulent Dorset past.
Hardy wanted corroboration of a world that in a sense he already knew and had known for years.
I thought you looked very kind. He was smiling. He was relaxed. A great big forehead, I thought he had. And very, very kind eyes.
97-year-old Norrie Woodall is one of the few people still alive who met Hardy. When she was young, she acted for him
in an adaptation of one of his own novels.
He actually called me to him at the end and he said, I haven't given you either much to say, have I? He asked for my script, in which was written, oh, Tess, that's all I had to say. And he took up a pen and he wrote, I'm so glad you've come home. And then he looked at me and said, that's better, isn't it? Oh, he was lovely, he really was. I think it made the people as he saw them, as they were then.
The novels of the young Hardy sometimes evoke a picture of romantic rural harmony, but his facts notebook research helped to move him in a different direction. Fred Reed, a historian specializing in the 19th century, believes Hardy had a particular reason for concentrating on the early part of that century.
By this time, he's very familiar with the Dorset County Chronicle of the 1850s and 60s. After all, he must have grown up reading that. But he's not going to be familiar at all with the Dorset County Chronicle of the 1820s and 1830s, and he wants to know about the revolutionary period in England. In the 1880s, he's looking back to this revolutionary period in England and finding out how it was then and comparing it with the revolutionary tendencies in his own time.
It represented, I think, a turning point in Hardy's literary career. It gave access to a world upon which Hardy drew material which was remote, really, from that of the society in which he was growing up and in which he had made his name. A primitive, rough society, a relatively lawless one, a society before the advent of the magistrates' court, the police force. This unregulated, primitive culture ruled by custom rather than by law, occupies a formidable place in this notebook. And of course, it was the striking episodes of the wife sales that formed the basis of an episode of The Mayor of Casterbridge, which was, as it were, the tip of an iceberg.
Sale of wife at Stamford.
The news items about husbands who sell their wives, which Hardy had uncovered in his research, are finally transformed into the dramatic opening chapter of his novel, The Mayor of Casterbridge. Hardy wrote it in 1886, some 60 years after the newspaper stories.
The sailor hesitated a moment, looked anew at the woman, came in, unfolded 5 crisp pieces of paper, and threw them down upon the tablecloth. They were Bank of England notes for £5. Upon the face of it, he chinked down the shillings separately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to this moment, it could not positively be asserted that the man, in spite of his tantalizing declaration, was in earnest, but with the demand and response of real cash, the jolly frivolity of the sea departed. A lurid colour seemed to fill the place and change the aspect of all therein. The mirth wrinkles left the listeners' faces, and they waited with parting lips.
Very well. She shall have the child, and the bargain's complete,
said the trusser. He took the sailor's notes and deliberately folded them and put them in a high, remote pocket with an air of finality. The sailor looked at the woman and smiled. She paused for an instant with a close glance at him. Then, dropping her eyes again and saying nothing, she took up the child and followed him as he made towards the door. On reaching it, she turned and, pulling off her wedding ring, flung it across the booth in the hay trusser's face.
It's a world
women make up their own rules of justice, a world dominated by economic privation and social exclusion, and the privations of an immensely harsh post-colonial class system. Dorset is amongst the poorest counties, and there's something of this world that Hardy is able to capture.
Although Hardy's grandparents had known desperate poverty, his success as a novelist was an enabling him to climb the social ladder. On the outskirts of Dorchester, he built his own home, Max Gate. It seems that he was allowed to borrow bound volumes of the Dorset County Chronicle in order that he could take notes from them at his home. Initially, Emma had helped him in his note-taking, but he increasingly preferred to work on his own.
There's an example here of an item which Emma enters over 5 or 6 pages involving a lawsuit of a relative of the Duke of Wellington, which Emma copies, and then Hardy takes over, and you can see a clear distinction here between the two hands. After 6 or 7 pages, it may well have been that Emma decided she may well have had enough, and Hardy rescued her and continued the item to the end.
Hardy's Facts Notebook concentrates on newspaper stories from 1826 to 1830, a harsh time in Dorset history when the county suffered a severe economic downturn and was seething with discontent.
Spirit of discontent. Incendiarism at its climax. Execution of the Ken incendiaries.
The Dorset discontent was savagely suppressed, and at Ken, the 3 men who had set fire to hayricks were publicly hanged.
There's a good deal here about crime, but he is particularly struck by incidents which note a degree of social injustice.
Hardy's attention to social injustice is of particular interest to historian Fred Reed.
You're not seeing the real Dorset in the muck, the low wages, the bad labour conditions on. They're not in the forefront of the novel.
The interesting thing is that Hardy tries in his first novel to bring class consciousness, class tension before the directly. It was the poor man and the lady. We don't have a text of it, it's lost. But he himself called it a socialistic novel. It was read by the publisher's reader. It was John Morley was a publisher's reader, and Morley commented, "Thackeray meant fun, this writer means mischief." And so Hardy decided after that, terribly hurt at the rejection, he said, "I'll have to put my satire in edgeways." I think that says it all, really.
But Hardy did include in notebook and novel references to the measures taken to control rick burning and poaching. Amongst these were the use of spring guns or man traps, devices which sometimes caught innocent victims or even those who'd set them. They became the basis of a key moment in his novel The Woodlanders. Agricultural labourer Tim Tangs bears a grudge against a philandering local doctor and plans a savage revenge.
Tim Tangs turned about and ran down the opposite side of the hill till he was again at the head of his own garden. It was the work of a few moments to drag out the man-trap very gently, that the plate might not be disturbed sufficiently to throw it, to a space between a pair of young oaks, and being backed up by bushes, left this as the only course for a foot passenger. In it he laid the trap with the same gentleness of handling, locked the chain around one of the trees, and finally slid back the guard which was placed to keep the gin from accidentally catching the arms of him who set it. Having completed these arrangements, Tim sprang through the adjoining hedge of his father's garden, ran down the path, and softly entered the house. As soon as he bolted the door, Tim unlaced and kicked off his boots at the foot of the stairs and retired without lighting a candle. Before, however, he had completed the operation, A long cry responded without, penetrating but indescribable. The man-trap was thrown, and between its jaws was part of a woman's clothing, a patterned silk skirt, gripped with such violence that the iron teeth had passed through it, skewering its tissue in a score of places.
This was, after all, a lethal object. Such man-traps, though, were used probably down to the 1830s and 1840s. And by the time that Hardy's readership were aware of them through the pages of the Woodlanders, published in 1887, they were seen as obsolete items, relics of a barbaric age. It's an act of personal revenge, but it's also an act of class revenge. And in that respect, Hardy is distilling and repossessing that rough sense of an instrument of class oppression that was available through the pages of the newspaper and mediated through the sensational plotting of this late novel.
In 1887, Hardy began the first draft of what was to become one of the best-loved novels in the English language. Though set in magnificent Wessex landscapes, Tess of the D'Urbervilles made no concession to romantic ideas about the pastoral life. Tess lived in the harsh world, which Hardy continued to research meticulously.
I think one of the striking things for readers and scholars of Hardy is the extent to which he transforms a bald newspaper item in the public domain into an element of imaginative creation. And an example would be the way that he incorporates one of several coach accidents that he copies into the notebook. From 1830, there's an example here. An item headed "Dark Night, shaft of wagon enters breast of ridden horse."
A sudden jerk shook her in her seat, and Tess awoke from the sleep into which she had fallen. A hollow groan, unlike anything she had heard in her life, came from the front, followed by a shout of "Fire!" The lantern hanging at her wagon had gone out, but another was shining in her face, much brighter than her own had been. Something terrible had happened. In consternation, Tess jumped down and discovered the dreadful truth. The groan had proceeded from her father's poor horse, Prince. The pointed shaft of the cart had entered the breast of the unhappy prince like a sword, and from the wound his life's blood was spouting in a stream and falling with a hiss into the road. In her despair, Tess sprang forward and put her hand upon the hole, with the only result that she became splashed from face to skirt with the crimson drops.
The point about these incidents, though, is that they matter in a precarious rural economy. It is, after all, the death of the horse Prince which forces the D'Urbervilles to look elsewhere for their economic livelihood, and therefore implicates Tess on her, effectively, her road to ruin. And so Hardy transforms a bald account from a local newspaper into a polished and beautifully written and deeply symbolic moment in one of his greatest novels.
The things that he's really interested in, like gender relations, like the destruction of the peasantry, the squeezing out of the life holders and so on, things that he's really interested in, he finds ways of getting these into the novels that say everything that he needs to say. And what's interesting is that quite a lot of his readers in the 1880s, 1890s, and early 1900s understood this perfectly well. You keep dripping across reviews of Hardy's fiction in socialist and radical journals in the 1890s, early 1900s. There's a review of Tess of the D'Urbervilles, for instance, in Keir Hardy's Labour Leader around about 1912. So there were readers out there who could read, what was actually going on.
But by now, Emma was growing increasingly unhappy about the direction which her husband's novels were taking. A committed Anglican, she was becoming more devout as Hardy's scepticism grew. He'd begun work on Jude the Obscure, a work in which the religious doubts of the central character would find uncompromising expression.
Oh yes, Dorchester was very much religious, and that was partly why they didn't like Hardy. I'm sure of that. You see, he was agnostic, wasn't he? Oh, so am I. But I mean, he upset the church people a lot. Oh yes, that would be partly the trouble. Because Dorchester then, on a Sunday, he would hear the church bells ring out up till 11, and then there was dead silence. Nobody walked in the streets, there was no traffic. You could even hear the birds sing.
Hardy was now turning his back on orthodox religion.
Comradeship, kindly feeling, these are all words that Hardy uses, by the way, in his fiction, have to come into operation. And if we can only learn to work like that, then there's a good chance that we can stay afloat. It seems to me that that's the message that's coming across.
Hardy's message was now a long way from conventional Victorian morality.
What is perfectly clear is that the notebook is more than usually full of incidents involving sudden marriages, abductions, elopements, actions which are unfamiliar and strange and unconventional.
Young man puts up at public house for a night. He sees woman who took his fancy. License obtained, married next morning. All in his day's work. Young man in church renovating monument. Comes down ladder and marries young woman.
One might even go so far as to say that Hardy himself, suffering from a prolonged absence of love in his own marriage, may well have been displacing certain emotions in respect of these incidents. And of course, in Jude, there is a pattern of marriage and of divorce and of remarriage. There's a kind of recursiveness in the presentation of the theme of marriage, involving all the major characters, Sue, Arabella, and Jude.
Arabella ascended the stairs, softly opened the door of the first bedroom, and peeped in. Finding that her Sean Samson was asleep, she entered to the bedside and stood regarding him. The fevered flush on his face from the debauch of the previous evening lessened the fragility of his ordinary appearance. His long lashes, dark brows, and curly black hair against the white pillow completed the physiognomy of one whom Arabella, as a woman of rank passions, still felt it worth to recapture, highly important to recapture, as a woman straitened both in means and in reputation. Her ardent gaze seemed to affect him. His quick breathing became suspended, and he opened his eyes.
Many readers of Jude the Obscure reacted with outrage. The Bishop of Wakefield announced he'd thrown such garbage onto his fire.
I wouldn't look to Hardy to say this is what gender relations were like in, say, the middle classes or the nobility in the 19th century. But he's certainly picking up on accounts from newspapers, from stories that people tell him and so on, of how gender relations can be cramped and crooked and distorted by social convention and misfortune and so on. All the way through, he's undermining ideas of social privilege, either in class terms or gender terms. And he's saying, you know, these privileges and these sufferings arise because we carry all this false baggage around with us in our heads.
Retreating to his Maxgate fortress, Hardy withstood the critical onslaught on Jude with as much stoicism as he could muster. But it took its toll on his marriage.
It's fairly clear that by the early 1890s, Thomas Hardy's relationship with Emma was in some difficulty. And this can be shown very graphically here at Maxgate, when Emma decided, after the publication of Jude the Obscure, to have built here her own attic room, partly also in response to Emma's disappointment at the novel's outspokenness, that she decided that from now on she wanted to live a more separate life. And at the same time, Thomas decided to have his own dedicated study space here at Maxgate. It was a graphic illustration of the marital parting of the ways.
After Jude the Obscure, Hardy never wrote another novel. Soon afterwards, he began the process of destroying the evidence of his past, long before his executors continued the task he imposed on them.
This was not the end for Hardy, but within a few years, he turned his pain into poetry of astonishing creative force, poetry that still resonates in our own day.
They hail me as one living, but don't they know that I have died of late years, untold though? And when my love's heart kindled in hate of me, wherefore I knew not, died I one more degree. And if when I died fully, I cannot say, and changed into the corpse thing I am today, yet is it that though whiling the time somehow in walking, talking, smiling, I live not now.
Had it not been for disagreements between Hardy's executors, the Facts Notebook would have been ashes, and crucial hints about his literary and personal journey would have been lost. Whilst Hardy attempted to ensure the destruction of the factual inspiration to his novels, he wrote poetry that was always totally honest. In The Dead Man Walking, he'd intended to convey his feeling of desolation and defeat. In reality, it signifies a remarkable regeneration. The major novelist would also be remembered as a major poet.
Today we're looking at AI.
Well, initially people thought it was just sci-fi nonsense, but it's
banking, medicine, education, even my phone.
Generative AI can now create art, music, even...
Right, it's coursework. Yeah, so obviously.
Afraid about the impact on jobs, but I wouldn't let a robot do that.
The big conversations begin today on Radio 4. Listen on BBC Sound.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Mr. President, are you invoking the Insurrection Act?
Artificial intelligence promises us what religion does. You don't have to die.
When there's a war and chaos, there's billions and billions of dollars to be made.
Powerful stories from across the globe. Storyville. Tuesdays at 10 on BBC4 and iPlayer.
fascinating new insight now on BBC 4. Prepare to be amazed by the genius of plants.
For a long time, we have known that plants can move. But recent studies have found that they can also smell, touch, and taste, respond to sound, perceive shapes, and hold memories. We knew plants were sensitive to temperature, sunshine, and humidity, but new research proves plants also have other surprising senses, offering us new insights. When seen up close, and even very, very close, nature takes on a whole other dimension. Our eye perceives plants as a branch with leaves, a flower, the silhouettes of trees. But when closely examined, the intimate details of plant life are both curious and stunning in their complexity. These strange-looking antennae, epidermis of an ordinary leaf, enlarged hundreds of times through digital 3D microscopes. Scientific imagery enables us to see the world of plants in ever greater detail, whilst revealing that plants still hold many mysteries for us. Like humans, plants have a vascular system similar to our veins and arteries. An electric network like our nerves, hormones, and other similarities. But with no plants have developed other solutions for survival throughout their evolution, solutions we could learn from. Stefano Mancuso, a professor at the University of Florence in Italy, founded the first international laboratory of vegetal neurobiology over 10 years ago. The lab studies the interaction between plants and their environment.
Plants are able to sense the environment in an exquisite way. They are much more sensitive than animals, and they need to be more sensitive because they cannot run away from the danger.
Rooted to the ground, plants have evolved fine-tuned and highly efficient sensory capabilities.
Sensitivity is not something that it's linked to a brain. The brain in itself, it's a stupid organ. It's just an amount of cells that we have here and every animal have. There is nothing mysterious or supernatural about the cells of our brains. They are just a specific kind of cells called neurons. But you don't need neurons to make this stuff. You can have all other kind of cells having the same function. So it means transmitting signals from one cell to the other.
Humans react instantly to their environment, especially when confronted with danger. Nerve impulses transmit through our nervous system at a speed of 100 meters a second. But do plants have a similar response? To calculate the speed of electric signals in a plant, Bruno Moulier and his team from the French National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and the Environment place electrodes on the stem of a shrub.
Donc la flexion là a déclenché un courant électrique qui se propage le long de la plante et qui s'atténue au bout de 20 cm à peu près.
Quand la plante subit un coup de vent ou une morsure d'insecte, il y a deux signaux qui vont circuler dans la plante, un signal électrique sur quelques dizaines de centimètres, mais aussi une onde de pression hydraulique qui peut même atteindre les racines.
The electric impulse seen in this sped up footage is only 6 to 8 centimeters per minute. The slower speed is logical given the plant's sedentary nature. To create the organic matter required for growth, the plant needs light provided by the sun, carbon dioxide present in the atmosphere, and water. Light is absorbed through chlorophyll, the tiny round globes contained in plant cells. Thanks to chlorophyll, light, water, and carbon dioxide are transformed into sugars, which the plant feeds on. This process, known as photosynthesis, releases oxygen into the Earth's atmosphere and provides all the organic matter and the energy necessary for life on Earth. The procedure seems simple, but in everyday life, plants are regularly confronted with vital problems. Water is capricious, and plants don't want too much or too little, and it must fall at the right time. Roots capture water in the soil through a network of hairs. When water is scarce, the roots perceive the threat, causing the stomata to close. Stomata are mouth-like pores found on the epidermis of leaves, enabling gas exchange and the release of water vapor produced by photosynthesis. When roots signal a lack of water, the stomata pores shrink, the plant captures less carbon dioxide, and growth slows. Daniel Shamovitz, a botanical genetics scientist, discovered a gene in the hairs of plants that is similar to those responsible for the vibrating hairs in the inner ear of humans.
From a genetic point of view, plants have the same genes that are needed for hearing that animals have. This gene in animals is a gene which enables the hairs of our inner ears to be formed, and these are the hairs that vibrate in sound waves. These are genes that are needed for us to hear. Plants have essentially the same genes, which might lead us to think that plants hear the same way. But when we look more in depth at what these genes do, they're necessary for forming of hairs at the tips of roots. But these hairs apparently are not listening, but they're necessary for the roots to absorb water. So while the genes cause the same structures to be formed, hairs, in humans it's needed for hearing, and in plants it's needed for drinking.
This unexpected proximity fascinates and drives Stefano Mancuso.
We are quite sure that plants are able to use the information coming from the sounds in the soil, for example, to detect the quality of the soils, the amount of water in the soils, the presence of obstacles in the soil. So they are in some way using information coming from sounds to have an idea of the space around them. So just put a loudspeaker close to these roots, and you will see that if the frequencies are in the range between 100 to 1000 hertz, the roots will turn toward the source of the frequency. If the frequencies are higher than 5000, the roots will grow against the source of the sound.
The plant Desmodium gyrans was once thought to dance to music, but in fact it moves its leaves towards the best light source, Some may say that plants do better and grow faster when music is played.
What is important for plants is not the music, but are the frequencies. We found that there are a range of frequencies in the low part of the spectrum, between 100 and 1000 hertz. There are many frequencies that we could say plants like. They are completely insensitive to the quality of this classical rock, blues, and so on of the music. But they are able to detect the specific frequencies and to react to these frequencies accordingly.
If there is one sound which humans find disturbing, it's the whining of a mosquito in the dark. Are plants aware of buzzing insects? In Israel and in the global scientific community, the work of Lilac Hadani is creating a buzz. Her research shows that plants can identify the sounds made by pollinators. Flowers produce nectar to attract the pollinators that feed on the sugar it contains. When harvesting the nectar, pollinators fertilize the flower with pollen brought from other flowers. A researcher at the University of Tel Aviv, she has recorded bees as they sip nectar. She plays the recorded buzz through a loudspeaker held above a flower bed of primroses. Lilac and one of her colleagues then harvest the nectar secreted by the flowers and measure its sugar levels with an analyzer.
Much sweeter nectar this time. It's estimated up to 30% of the energy of the plant is wasted on nectar. So to keep nectar high in all time is a very expensive process, and also that attracts all sorts of robbers, bacteria, fungi, birds. If you can have nectar low when pollinators are not around, and increasing sugar concentration only in times where pollinators are around, that could save the plant a lot of energy.
While the forms and shapes of flowers are very diverse, many are concave, shaped like a bowl or a bell.
If we look at this flower, it has this bowl shape, a bit like a small satellite dish. So we suggest that the flower is the external ear of the plant, an ear that has evolved to respond specifically to the sounds of the pollinators of this very plant, bees or moths. This flower vibrates in response to the sound of bees, but if we remove some of the petals, this remaining petal would not be able to respond so much to the sounds.
Lilac picks a few primroses to take back to her lab. She wants to see if the petals can detect the sound of bee flight. She observes them under a high-resolution optical microscope. When she plays the recordings of buzzing bees and other pollinators, a laser beam measures the petal vibrations to establish a scale of the flower's reactions.
With the laser vibrometer, we were able to detect tiny vibrations in response to sound. And we saw in response to B sound, but not in response to much higher sounds, like bat sound.
The flower does not react to sounds made by other animals, but a buzzing bee results in the flower producing a sweeter nectar.
If plants hear, if plants sense sound waves, they do it in a completely different way. It didn't say, oh, what should we listen to today? But it did develop the ability to respond to the sound of a pollinator and then to differentiate between a pollinator and a non-pollinator. And that makes sense also, because if you're then you're just you're wasting energy in making nectar for someone who would never drink it.
I'm freezing one. I'm very cold.
We are still thinking of the possibility of plant
That's all the
communication after hearing the bee sound. For example, within the same bush of the evening primrose, there is one flower exposed directly to the bee. But is the signal transmitted to other flowers on the same plant? This is something we intend to study.
Could The Flight of the Bumblebee by Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov have been composed for the well-being of his plants? If plants can sense specific sounds for their own benefit, can they emit sounds? Over the years, scientists have wondered how the clicking sounds in plant stems were produced. Many believed that the clicks were air bubbles bursting within the stem's vascular system. At Tel Aviv University, Lilac and her team have shown that the plant clicks are very high frequency sounds, like bursting popcorn. To avoid interference from any background noise, the team installed ultra-sensitive microphones 10 centimeters from the test plants.
It actually worked. Within a few hours, we discovered that plants indeed emit sounds, brief ultrasonic clicks, high above human hearing ability. Moreover, these sounds contained information about the stress of the plant.
The frequency of sounds emitted by tomato plants and vines in distress was between 20 and 100 kilohertz. This is beyond human hearing, which is limited to 16 kilohertz. The experiment continued in the acoustic chambers of the university's soundproof bunker. Scientists stress the plants by cutting them, pinching them, or depriving them of water.
You see, this is a strong sound. This giant plant is actually emitting a lot of sounds and is in a significant stress. In our experiment, they peaked about the 5th day without water, and then the sounds start declining until a very dry plant does not emit much sound. We cannot say yet if plants speak in the sense of emit sounds for communication purposes that are identified by someone else in a constructive way.
Plant sounds increase in number and intensity as stress levels increase, but long before they are visually dehydrated. Lilac and her team are pursuing this research. If plants emit sound signals that have a meaning, especially at the start of a drought, this information could help farmers. In humans, some body odors attract mosquitoes, while other body odors do not. Are there any similarities in the Green Kingdom? Each plant species has its own olfactory signature, which comes from the complex structure of the fragrant compounds it releases. Odoriferous capsules and bulbs are very common on the leaves of tomatoes or cannabis. These capsules release a strong scent, which is easily identifiable. The strong smell of lavender is produced by large pockets that burst upon contact. Professor Consuelo de Moraes from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich has spent many years studying plant odors and how plants detect odors. Odors are measured under these glass domes, where tomato plants are infested by a strange vampire plant.
Cuscuta is a parasitic plant, so it needs a host to survive. So it's a true parasite. It doesn't have roots. It doesn't do photosynthesis. So in order to survive, it has to attach to a host. It has to find that host. And the question is, how do they find the host plant? And what we discovered was that they actually smell the host plant.
The Cuscuta seed does not have long to find a host once it sprouts. One might think it latches onto the first plant within reach, but that's not the case. It makes a choice. This high-speed footage shows the Cuscuta hunting for a host.
I think they're smelling the tomato plants as this is something that I can survive on. They really can sniff.
How do the Cuscuta find the tomato plants?
Cuscuta germinates, it comes out of the ground, and then they start growing towards the tomato plant. And our hypothesis is that the perception of the smell is at the tip of the vine. We now know that plants can perceive smells, but we don't know yet is how they do that. What are the mechanisms of this nose perception?
The differing odors allow the Cuscuta to select a plant which smells strong enough to support it.
one thing that we were managed to see is that the Cascuta have this ability also to perceive, a healthy plant versus a sick plant. They have, in my view, an incredible sense.
This plant is unhealthy, so the Cascuta rejects it. Once a host has been selected, the Cascuta wraps around it and sucks its sap, leaving just enough to keep the host alive. When the Cascuta have flowered and produced their seeds, they exhaust their host and die with it. If plants can smell each other, some can also smell pest insects.
One of our recent discoveries is that actually plants can also perceive insect pheromones. We showed that the Zoroaster flies produce pheromones that attract the females, and these plants that they have co-evolved with, these goldenrod plants, can perceive these pheromones by smelling this specific compound that the flies are producing. This pheromone indicates an upcoming threat for the plants.
When it detects the Eurosta parasite fly pheromones, the plant defends itself. For instance, it flowers at a different time. Discovering that plants can perceive the smell of some insects opens a wide field of research, including applications for ecological farming. If water is vital for plants, light is just as important.
What is light for a plant? But it's its energy to make food through photosynthesis. A plant has to know where the sunlight is so that it could do photosynthesis in order to make its sugars, in order to have energy. And so therefore it has to be exquisitely sensitive to where the sun is.
Plants do not sense light with an organ like the eye, but each and every cell. Translating light signals into action, germination, growth, flowering.
Compared to plants, humans are visually impaired. While we can see the colors of a rainbow, that's the whole spectrum we see, from blue all the way through to red, plants respond to all of the visual light that we see, but they also perceive, sense, and respond to light waves that we're blind to, such as UV light or far red light.
Hydroponic farms light their plantations with ultraviolet and infrared light, which favor photosynthesis. This ensures maximum continuous plant productivity. At France's Institute for Agriculture, Food and the Environment, Elzbieta Frack is studying how plants communicate through light signals. Exposure to colored filters reveals that plants absorb blue, use red for photosynthesis, reflect green, and communicate in infrared. To demonstrate the infrared communication, Elzbieta tracks a control plant as it moves along a rail. A light source and an optical sensor are placed behind the plant. Measured in nanometers, the optical sensor detects the movement of the control plant by the variations in the infrared light signal being reflected as it moves along the rail. Similar to the way an infrared camera starts recording when an animal passes in front of it.
Lorsque je rapproche cette plante-là,
on voit bien que le signal, l'intensité des signaux échangés augmente. Et c'est par ce biais-là que la plante se repère dans l'espace. Elle sait si elle est entourée des voisines proches ou pas. Entre 400 et 700 nanomètres, la plante utilise ses longueurs d'onde-là pour faire de la photosynthèse, pour fabriquer ses sucres, pour se faire à manger. Au-delà, entre 700 et 800 nanomètres, c'est ce qu'on appelle le proche infrarouge. Nous, on ne voit pas ces longueurs d'onde-là, alors que les plantes sont capables de le voir et elles en ont absolument besoin pour communiquer. Sans ces longueurs d'onde-là, elles seraient aveugles. Les plantes échangent des signaux entre elles, à travers la lumière, notamment dans le proche infrarouge. Maintenant, ce qu'on va chercher à comprendre, c'est en conditions naturelles, en conditions presque réelles, comment la communauté de plantes peut influencer la croissance d'une plante. Et pour ça, on a besoin de reproduire cette expérience-là en reproduisant la vision à 360 de la plante.
Elżbieta has installed masts equipped with high-precision optical sensors. Each sensor is placed in the middle of a ring of evenly spaced, identical young plants and pivots through 360 degrees. The sensor measures the signals exchanged by the plants in the near infrared, the specific wavelengths that neighboring plants reflect. Signals reveal that each plant locates its neighbors and adapts its growth so that it does not waste energy.
Dans les configurations où elles sont extrêmement rapprochées, ces signaux sont forts et dans ce cas-là, elles donnent vraiment une information à la plante qui, et nos premiers résultats le montrent, commence à diminuer le nombre de ramifications.
Elżbieta Frach is at the forefront of research revolutionizing our knowledge of plants. In the near future, farmers could use mathematical models to predict the interaction between plants of the same and different species, or with natural elements such as wind. We are often sheltered from wind in our daily lives, but wind is part of the natural environment of plants. In Clermont-Ferrand, Bruno Mulia and his team are studying plant reactions to all kinds of wind, from a caressing breeze to the violent shocks caused by storms.
Dans cette expérience, on soumet la plante à des séquences de coups de vent. Au fur et à mesure des coups de vent successifs, la réponse électrique qu'on mesure va diminuer. C'est-à-dire que la plante s'habitue, elle répond moins aux mêmes coups de vent. Et on étudie comment elle mémorise. Et ce qu'on a trouvé, c'est qu'elle est capable de mémoriser pendant plus d'une semaine.
Faut que tu vérifies bien la mise au point, c'est bon?
The experiment is repeated under natural conditions. Several trees are restrained with straps and cables. Monitors are installed that measure the degree a tree bends according to wind strength. Bruno attaches the same type of monitor to other trees which are not restrained and can move freely.
Ces expériences nous ont permis de montrer que les arbres, quand ils sentent qu'ils sont fléchis par le vent, ils vont faire 2 fois plus de bois, ils vont pousser 2 fois plus en diamètre. Et la surprise, c'est qu'ils vont répondre surtout aux forts coups de vent, au vent inhabituel. Et pour ça, il faut avoir une certaine mémoire pour pouvoir comparer ce qui est habituel de ce qui ne l'est pas.
Distinguishing unusual, dangerous winds from ordinary, inoffensive winds supposes that trees have an active memory over long periods of time, perhaps even throughout their entire lifespan.
Alors là, on a vraiment un exemple d'un arbre qui a eu un accident, en fait, un trop fort vent pour lui, s'est retrouvé incliné. Et on voit qu'il a réagi, qu'il a activement réussi à remonter et à se rectifier jusqu'à de revenir parfaitement droit.
The sharp angle at the base of the tree is damage from an exceptional gust of wind. The tree was bent, but survived. The cells of the wood fibers that make up the trunk of the tree stretch and retract permanently, like hydraulic cylinders, depending on the strength of the wind. This elasticity allows it to bend without breaking, and once the gust of wind has passed, to recover a vertical position.
De temps en temps, quand il sent qu'il est incliné, il va produire un bois qui se rétracte plus d'un côté que de l'autre. Et donc, en se rétractant, il va pouvoir changer de direction. Là, c'est un tronc qui a été incliné, couché par une tempête. Il l'a senti et il a produit un bois particulier qui va permettre de se redresser. C'est comme le muscle du bois.
The forest of Kashivy in Poland is known as the Crooked Forest, marked by a wind that almost destroyed it. Events sculpt the silhouettes of trees, telling us about their lives. If knocked over, why do trees straighten up again? This irrepressible tendency has fascinated scientists. In the 1900s, the botanist Wilhelm Pfeffer was one of the first to create moving pictures of this phenomenon. Do plants only straighten up to capture sunlight more efficiently? Bruno Mulier has designed an experimental lighting chamber with over 90 fluorescent light bulbs shining from all directions.
Alors là, on vient d'incliner cette plante. Alors ici, ce qu'on va tester, c'est si elle utilise d'autres informations que la lumière, et pour créer un dispositif spécial, qui est cette sphère, en fait, où il y a de la lumière de partout. C'est comme s'il y avait du soleil, mais qui venait de tout partout. Et donc, il n'y a plus de haut ou de bas grâce à la lumière, et on va voir ce qu'elle fait.
Under uniform lighting conditions, the plant still straightens up vertically in a single day. The conclusion? It is not light perception that guides the plant upwards, but another sense. Could plants be sensitive to gravity? To answer this, we need to examine how the plant cells react to a change of direction.
Alors là, on voit en fait ce que donne au niveau cellulaire au moment où on a tourné la plante sur le microscope. Et donc, on voit qu'il y a des cellules particulières qui sont ici et qui ont plein de petits grains. C'est des grains d'amidon. Et ces grains d'amidon, ils vont descendre. Donc, on va voir une sorte d'avalanche. C'est l'asymétrie de ce tas-là qui va dire à la plante de combien elle est inclinée. Plus le tas est vers le bas, plus le bas est par là.
The French team pursued its investigation. They wanted to know if the plant could locate itself in space. So, in the absence of gravity, could it still find its stem, branches, and leaves in relation to each other? Bruno Mulier's team cancelled the effect of gravity by rotating young plants in a device called a gravitron. The plants were photographed over several days. The experiment showed that plants can perceive their location in space. Like humans and animals, they also have a sixth sense called proprioception. To perceive the position of your own body in the space around you is vital for organisms that grow in an ever-changing environment. But unlike humans, plants simultaneously inhabit two environments, one above ground and another below, with their roots also facing ever-changing conditions. Roots endlessly explore underground, each one searching for vital water and nutriments. The neurobiologists František Baluska and Stefano Mancuso are interested in the tips of the roots, called the apex.
All the root apices, they are coordinated in their activities and growth, and they resemble some swarms, for example, insect swarms or birds. Somehow there is some communication. We still don't understand how it is going on, but they are coordinated and behave as a one swarm.
Each plant root is like one unit, like a swallow, an ant, or a termite within its community. Information collected by each apex is transmitted to every cell in the root and body of the plant, creating a collective intelligence that determines future tasks and coordinates action.
There is no central organizer, and that's why these networks are not vulnerable to some stress situations. These networks can self-organize very effectively, and they can survive any bad stress situation. The network resembles very closely the internet network, so one could call it Root Wide Web.
The networks are all connected, and depending on the information collected by the multiple apex, the root filaments change direction, accelerate, slow down, or branch out. However, if a root apex is cut off, the root does not change direction. The upper root, with no apex, grows straight, while the lower root, with an intact apex, moves around, constantly seeking information. Strong electrical activity can be detected in the apex, and it is the part of the plant that uses the most oxygen.
It's the same kind of signal we can record in the animal brain.
Really, these networks are also used to exchange information, not just to provide water or nutrition. We have still no idea how complex the communication there is.
In every plant habitat, roots are weaving infinite networks. These root networks are further enhanced by uniting with another complex underground network, filaments of fungi. Roots and filaments grow in symbiosis to form the mycorrhiza. In a forest, this network links the trees, increasing the reach and capacity of both root and filament networks 10,000-fold. The mycorrhiza is a network of intense interaction. Exchanging information, rare mineral elements, and sugars produced by the trees. In this forest, pine, oaks, cypress, carob, and pistachio trees all grow together. The Weizmann Institute is at the forefront of research into mycorrhiza networks.
On the root of this big pine tree behind us, we see the mycorrhiza going all over the roots, transporting materials from the root of this tree to the next tree, and on and on.
With a specialist underground camera, researchers map the mycorrhiza networks.
Wow, look at these roots, and it seems like they're full of mycorrhiza.
Wow, it's amazing. And it's connected to the younger pine.
The underground maps charted by the Weizmann Institute team show that the trees share carbon and therefore sugar with neighbors of the same species, but also with other species of tree.
We showed that up to 40% of the biomass in the fine root of this pine tree can actually come from carbon exported from an oak tree nearby through this mycorrhiza connection. We know that both control the association. For example, a tree can stop giving carbon to a fungi that is not providing water or nutrients. And the fungi themselves, they are very flexible and agile. They can leave a tree and reconnect to another side of the tree where they get the carbon from.
The scientists measure the level of carbon in the tree roots and in the mycorrhiza fungal networks. They also measure the level of carbon in leaves with a device that captures their photosynthesis data. Back in the laboratory, a new generation of sequencing techniques quantifies the carbon in the samples.
Using the carbon measurement, we discovered that the carbon can move from leaves to roots in a tree within 3 days, and it takes another 6 days to move from roots of one tree over 5 meters to the roots of another tree through the mycorrhiza hyphae.
Are the mycorrhiza capable of feeding the trees in extreme climatic conditions? To find out, pine trees have been covered by opaque bags to prevent them from photosynthesizing.
Wow, look at this poor plant. It died because it was not connected. It was separated from the middle plant here.
Oh, come on
But
now.
this one survived the shading because it was connected and got carbon from the middle pine to this pine.
The Israelis are concerned about the possible impacts of climate change on their forests. They have set up an experiment that restricts the amount of rainwater in the soil. It will take 5 years to understand how the drier conditions impact the mycorrhiza network.
In agriculture, you can breed specific mycorrhiza and apply it to your fields in big scale. But in forests, it is actually impossible. We have to learn what the nature does. We have to think about the diversity. The more tree species that we plant, the more mycorrhizal species that will be below ground and will make more intricate, more complex networks that will make the forest more resilient and more sustainable.
Science is still far from having made an exhaustive inventory of the senses of plants and their resources. Future discoveries will no doubt bring many new surprises. The more we learn about plants, the more they amaze us. The Swiss Federal Ethics Committee on Non-Human Biotechnology considers that plants, like animals, have dignity and a moral value.
If tomorrow the humans would disappear from the planet in a few centuries, plants would take control of everything, and every single trace of the human civilization would be hidden by plants. But if tomorrow the plants would start to disappear from the planet in a few weeks, probably, at least all the terrestrial life would disappear, transforming the planet in a desert.
The latest discoveries teach us that the frontiers between the human world, the animal world, and the plant world are not as distinct as we once thought. Revolutionary thinking is bringing an immense change to how we see the living world.
Simply the best gigs, live in your living room.
You could not be more perfect.
Thank you. Friday nights this autumn on BBC Four and iPlayer.
Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's fucking freezing. Oh my God. It's fucking freezing. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's freezing. Okay. Yeah, it's alright. Oh my God. Oh. 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 Oh my God. I'm fucking freezing. Oh my God. Oh. Okay. It's fucking crazy. Oh yeah, it is. Oh my God. Um, 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 oh, that's gonna be hell yeah. Wow. Now come on. Warm the fuck up. Breathe, breathe, come on now, breathe, come on. Oh, soon you're gonna be warm as a kitten. You're lovely, man. You're like, oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I want. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, oh my god. Oh, this is. Oh, oh. Breathe. That's the way. Oh my god. Man, he's horrible. He turned me off. That's what he done. He turned me off. He was turning me off. That was sweet. Oh yeah, love it all. That's so good. Fucking go. Breathing. Fucking hell. I'm breathing. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. The longest evidence of being the mouth. Oh my God. God. Oh my God. Yeah. 3 in the morning. Oh my God. I sat down. Wow, man. Yep. Now. Fucking prison. Oh my God. Can you believe what I see? Oh. Mm. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's 2024. Oh. Uh. Oh, oh God. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh man, come on. Yeah, man. Oh. Probably 6. Yeah, fucking hell, yeah. Oh my god. Oh. 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 Come on, man. I can move. Oh. 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 5:55. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh. 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 Fucking hell. Gee. Oh. Oh. Coffee. Must be, I need to pee fucking soon. Oh yeah, wow. Oh. Oh. It's been 8 hours, that's great. What the fuck's that? Oh my god. Oh. BBC 4. Yes, man.
Who can play the pipe and has his own gang of rats who just happen to be literate. A bit of time travelling now with Extinct. Op and Ed accidentally just in time from the Galapagos Islands in 1835 to Shanghai, only to find out there's extinct shortly after they left.
I gotta go, man. It's fucking up.
To save their friends. Based on the book by Willow and co-starring Queen Latifah, we have chosen 2022's Tiger Rising. A 10-year-old boy with a wild imagination finds a caged tiger in the forest in his home and his friend plans to set it free. We're on quest now with Pill's adventure. An orphan girl hears about a hidden treasure and disguises herself as a princess in order to find it and save the kingdom. We get a little spooky next with 2017's Monster Family. Based on the book by David Safier, the film follows the Wishbone family who, while on a disastrous night out, get turned into their Halloween costumes. From 2020 and based on the classic Frances Hodgson Burnett novel, we have chosen The Secret Garden. A young orphaned girl discovers a magical garden hidden at her strict uncle's country estate. Featuring the voice talents of Kenneth Branagh, William Shatner, and Olivia Cook, we've gone for Fireheart next. Georgia Nolan has dreamed about being a firefighter all her life. The trouble is, it's men only. But when there is a devious arsonist on the loose and all the firemen have gone missing, she disguises herself as Joe to help out the city. To 2020's Dragon Rider now, a young silver dragon called Fire Drake teams up with a forest brownie called Sorrel and an orphan called Ben to head out on an adventure through the Himalayas in search of the Rim of Heaven. A family-friendly homage to Blazing Saddles now, which happens to include the voice of Mel Brooks, as well as Michael Cera, Ricky Gervais, and Samuel L. Jackson, as we end the show with Paws of Fury, the Legend of Hank. A dog with dreams of becoming a samurai is sent to protect a village of cats from a gang of thugs hell-bent on chasing the villagers away.
Don't believe everything you read.
That's it for now. So, until next time, bye-bye.
The following is a paid presentation for the 5-Minute Clever Chef from Drew & Cole, brought to you by High Street TV.
Do you have a soft spot for deliciously fluffy omelettes? Delightfully cheesy pizza? Is your sweet tooth tantalized at the thought of fabulous desserts like this? If you love delicious food, but are short on time, you need the incredible new 5-Minute Clever Chef from Drew & Cole, the time-saving meal and snack maker that cooks scrumptious homemade food in a flash. Simply fill, close, and let the 5-Minute Clever Chef do the rest. The secret behind its ultra-fast cooking power is its special oval-shaped, double-sided cooking plates that heat your food on both sides at the same time, reducing cooking time and ensuring your quick meals at home are cooked evenly and perfectly every time. Say goodbye to hovering over a hob trying to get that perfect omelette consistency. Say goodbye to trying to cook it without breaking. The 5-Minute Clever Chef simplifies cooking. Just add your favorite ingredients and it effortlessly cooks all kinds of fresh.
I don't know if I can steal that shit. Can't you fucking stop all that shit?
Necessary, and it's
fucking pressure sales, selling, you know, fucking sell all the time. What the fuck? I don't need to see that shit.
I locked you in the loft.
Oh.
San Pellegrino and a baby doll in the mini fridge.
Wow.
I'm not going to be our expert from the Life Co Life. Going to come in and say hi to the kids. We should hurry. I should hurry.
Oh.
Hello, babies.
Oh, hello, babies. Yeah, here we go. Fucking adverts. I mean, no adverts, fucking repeats. Like, what the fuck? We got a man with a blue bench in a minute. Here we go. Fucking one. Oh, a blue bench. Yeah, it's a blue bench. Fucking yeah. So fucking what?
9 anchors on trampolines. 3 of them my own. I'd take up a quarter. I but bastard food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No. She's in her bed.
Of course, lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Chicken and mayo. Chicken and mayo, lovely. Fucking lovely. Yeah.
He was quite violent as a child coming.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Everybody will help you out in Harry, you know. It's free for people.
I'm just waiting for blue blood. Shabby fucking down a minute. It's a repeat. It's like every fucking day the same shit.
All my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
We must look at this, right? The NHS, they're fucking terrible, really. They will rob you, fucking label you and say shit about you. Put you down 100%. Yeah, they will. They fucking do that. That's what the NHS do. And if you're going to a doctor, we're going to assess you. That's what we're going to do. Fucking you doctors are fucked up.
She's running there. She's tried to lock herself in. She was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lock up house, don't you?
Yeah. I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard.
Yeah, the police are dodgy. The fucking NHS is dodgy. The councils are pretty fucking dodgy. Anyone who's in power is dodgy.
And you start to take money.
I got a big deal for something I didn't do.
I don't mind having no money, you know, and what I get is what I get, you know. I actually do good shit with what I do, you know. I used to get smoke, but now I don't bother because I'm not interested, really.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day. There's no doubt.
2 patients, don't be a wanker, mate. You're a fucking wanker. How could you stand on the telly like that and say that, mate? You're going to spend 2 people a day? A day? Are you fucking insane or what, you lazy bastard? You're fired, you motherfucker. When I was selling pianos, I sold pianos to fucking loads of families fucking over here all the time. I would never say two customers a day. Yeah, fuck off with you, mate. You're a wanker. You're a wanker. You're an NHS staff member. You're a fucking doctor. You're a shit. 2 customers a day. 2 customers a day. What the fuck? Are you one lazy motherfucking bastard or what?
Everything I could ever think of was all to make me more perfect.
Yeah.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective.
If you labelled as a defective, there's no fucking way they're going to do that to me. I'm the piano man. Oh, fuck off, you bastards. I can't stand you. We want what you got. What have I got? I've got a fucking temper with you cunts. I'm going to knock you out, you little bastards.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
Yeah, this is it.
What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for Artie, we would have split up years ago.
2 things we just can't stand.
You're lovely.
So
You're right.
this lockdown, being in the same house together,
The only thing that makes living with
Okay, I love you. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys.
We're all in this together, guys. Come on, baby. Come to mind. Oh, yeah.
Horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
Yeah, that's right. You can piss each other off. I'm going to break you up. I'm going to be on my bed tonight. Fucking right. Shit, I'm so happy. I put an orange light on. It's a warning light. Quick, here he is. He's on orange. Oh my god, watch out.
What? Fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up. Where does the war bit stop? And the arresting straight bit stop?
What's the food like? I've got an orange one.
Anger that you see on
How the fuck did I not find out last night?
is not safe.
So I think I'll fuck it on an orange one. You know what I mean? But there it is. It's fucking on my head now, right now.
In many ways is the revenge of the forgotten.
That's great.
But this
Yes.
is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
The other sort of person that probably fucked someone up, I reckon.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers, waxing of the lyrical kind.
I hear this all the time. You're quite nice lady, I must say.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness.
Yeah, well, we know that. That's obvious, isn't it? No. But you focus on the darkness or the light? You tell me.
£60 to pay, Jimmy Lee.
Oh, 60 quid, yeah. I had loads of receipts, fucking loads of receipts.
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching.
Oh, you look at artwork, that's great.
The wall running
I'm an
black and
artist.
white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the projection will be. This is the valley that is the setting for postman.
Now, wow, my God. Snot. You know when it's winter, fucking snot everywhere.
There's one there.
These are the Black Bears of Enderville. Here, Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky, we'll give you an elbow. Oh, thanks. Oh, I can taste the peat.
See you, Jimmy. What are you doing, man? Where is your cunt? Is that right? Oh.
And that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open the drink. Jump your hand up!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have
Oh, here
a
we go.
settee or a sofa.
Here we go.
And that's what John had.
There's his
He had
fucking
his
bench.
two benches. One of his favourite spots. when
There he
would
is,
come and
smiling his
sit
fucking head off. Who the fuck are you,
and
man?
watch the sunset.
How comes you're on the telly every fucking day? I mean, what the fuck?
Oh, you know, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it. To your world, completely. To the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting more than done.
Are you excited? Yeah. I'm done.
I was out of my depth when I was in the fucking section unit, for fuck's sake.
She gets on with the dogs for cows, that she thinks she's a cow. And she loves
Fucking
her
mental
cows.
bastards. I look at them. They come around my house. They're not fit. They're not fucking healthy or nothing. They look fat. They look fucked up. Even the police look fucked up.
I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find. There are plenty of creatures of
I'm really fucking happy I've got an orange one. Yeah, fucking hell. I took those with me into Easy yesterday. I'll give a few away. I did have well, my mate said it was 58 fucking meetings. 58 of these, you know what I mean? 50 fucking 8, that's a long. I've still got about 35, I think. I could have sold them, but no, I just fucking, yeah. A taxi had about 4. A lady in EC walking around with someone, don't give her about 4 as well. Different colours, you know.
Oh, you joined the art class. Oh. It's about to be.
Wow.
I feel like I've been born in the wrong social.
That's a man eye. Fucking that's crazy.
I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I've not actually done that art for a while, actually, to be
We'll
honest.
get into the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone.
I've been chewing it over with my great.
When I was helping that family next door to my mum, Kim and Dayton with her 5 kids, I actually fucking was joined then. I know that.
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturday and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that
I'm wearing it today, fucking right. I'm definitely wearing the size one, fucking right. Yeah, I look great. I can't believe it. Fucking look at that. Wow, yes.
Oh, well. Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. What now, the Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku?
Oh my god.
More yellow trainers over there. Fucking
I've never
crazy.
seen someone want something so much. What does he say that is correct? Whoever is on sound duty
Oh.
on the top of their
There's
game.
very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
Woke up in the morning, I felt kind of fresh.
I've never seen this printed.
Now I'm thinking about a sesh. When did you last have a sesh? A sesh, you know, like when everybody just fucking turns up at somewhere. And then you all just sit there and you smoke and shit. You know, it's like, whoa, yeah.
That's from the real Journey Began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later.
And then I saw her face. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried.
Recognize this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe
Yeah, look at you, mate. You know what I mean?
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than.
Then you get sexy and you end up fat as fuck. You go to Matt's Baker's and that place will fuck you up.
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's
Do you not
what's
go
so
to Matt's
wonderful. You're
Baker's?
working on
They
a
fucking wait. And do you not go to Southern Co-op shop over? Southern Co-op are fucking disgusting.
I always
They're
like watching
fucking,
you.
I'll tell you what, the staff in that place, they are, I would definitely call them grunge, you know, like hippies, you know, long hair. I know, hey, how you doing, yeah. I'm a grunge guy, I am, yeah, grunge, that's it, that's what they look like, they're fucking shit, they're little wankers, so they're lazy bastards, so they do fuck all. I'd never employ them, fucking no way.
Why do you think the Earth?
The typical college freaks, you know, the ones that sit around in colleges, don't do
They
fuck
can do
all.
the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of.
I'm like a boss. I can employ people. I'd say like, what you got to do, right? You got to fucking do this shit. If you're going to do this shit, then you're not going to get paid. That's it.
It's just nice what Matthews has said there. That when he came in and looked at it, and he looked at all the papers, he says there's something precious going on here.
That's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them.
Look what I'm saying, really. You know, you're all right. You're fine.
That's why your cheese sings to you.
I locked you in the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a baby bell in the mini fridge.
I'm not going to hand over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the
I'm fucking sure right now. Ready this morning?
Panic room? Just be so lovely.
Hello, babies.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that
TV's a
low
load of
alcohol?
bollocks.
No alcohol at all. Do you want to try it?
No.
I wish she,
She's in that bed.
of course, then, lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Do you have him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child. Come.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out in Harry, you know. They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from Hyde, I want from Hyde. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and
We know
house to my doctor.
Yeah, the
We
doctor's
then had
rubbish,
a
but they're
situation
fucking
where
shit.
the last
They're
person
rubbish.
to see
Do not be a
someone
doctor.
alive,
You're not labelled.
was
You'll be
the
labelled
doctor.
as fucking
The
shit.
person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's
Yeah, the
really
doctor's a cunt.
quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
can
just
tell
a
you who
fucking
it belongs to, but it can't tell you why
The
it's
police
there
are fucking
or
shit. The
why
councils are fucking shit.
it
Your housing companies are fucking shit.
You're inside that scene where it's happening.
They're going to come
so
up with
you're-
some shit to
I'm
fucking
picturing
piss you
Laura,
off and all
you know,
that. You know.
she's run in there. She's tried to lock herself in. She was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen corrupt? I just don't believe it.
I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, that's I'm saying now, shit they are.
And
Fucking
I said
rubbish.
I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would the police have to do it?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop.
Surely you
That
stole
then
my fucking
leads
tents and my
into the
chairs,
next form of
and Ian the
corruption,
fucking policeman done fuck all
start
because he's a
combining
cunt.
criminals.
That's what
and
you are. You're
start
a
taking
cunt.
money.
Ian the
But that'd
policeman.
be
Yeah, who
pure
goes round
fun
Cox
and I
Road
do.
in Shannon's Ford and walks around like a cunt. You're a fat cunt, to be honest. Yeah, a fat cunt.
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that
You don't,
triggers a alert.
you
that this
don't
patient is
particularly
potentially
innocent. No,
deteriorating.
no
And they are
fucking
having
way.
to make
You're a
the
cunt.
decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that
That's because you're a lazy
caused
bastard.
on top of
You're fucking shit,
COVID
mate. To be
by
honest, I
the
mean,
decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
no, you're just a cunt, mate. Forget the COVID. COVID's a load of bollocks. Who come up with that name? Who decided to say the word COVID?
Would work quickly.
Was it the NHS, was it? You fucking sick cunts.
Writing source down on a piece of paper. Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Yeah, you gotta be nice, isn't it, really? Yeah. It is nice if you're nice, you know.
To the BBC
It would be
that a
fucking nice, wouldn't it?
disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the
She knows what she's on
are
about.
much more easily
She's not crazy. She knows the score.
person.
And then she's fucking labelled her.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect.
You're just a crazy old lady, you know. Sit over there and behave yourself,
really
yeah?
obvious to me
I'm a
that had I
doctor.
been born
Yeah,
in
well,
this
fuck you,
time, I
doctor.
would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as completely worthless.
You're just a greedy bastard. You are a fucking young doctor. Why don't you fuck off?
chair
You
was
fucking
compatible
spastic.
to the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor.
NHS, you skive, you don't go to work,
Do
you
you
fucking
realise
lazy
what
bastard.
you're
Don't do
doing
fuck all.
to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
Yeah, let me live a life. That's what I told you all to fuck off, didn't I? Cleaners, whoever it might be, anyone can right. They come around my house, I'm
What we
going to tell you
want
to fuck
instead
off.
is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The two things we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, I mean,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every
It was
day.
lovely.
it's exactly the same. We're all in
Yeah.
this together, guys.
We're
We'll
all
get
in this
through it.
together,
Oh my
yeah, we
God,
are,
I'm
baby. Oh,
really
yeah, come on now.
Banjo, look at me. I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me.
Yeah, you're horrible to me. Oh, fucking, this is not working out, is it? No.
To me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man close to the enemy. What? Here?
You're going to
Shut up!
things they really don't.
Put that fucking knife down, yeah? You
It
cunt.
is one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. Well, I say so or what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up,
Oh, I don't want to go around killing people. No fucking
where
way.
does the war bit stop? And the arrest
There's too many
bit
people killing
stop?
people. Yeah,
The
it's
rage
crazy.
and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport.
You reckon? Is that what you reckon? Oh, yeah. We're not going to put this on there. No, well, I'm everywhere.
Performing bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't even want to
you've damaged someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie-itis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great
Yeah,
darkness.
yeah.
And that
Don't
is a
fucking say that
relatively-
again. For fuck's sake, you're driving me crazy. I saw sort of. I can't fucking see it.
There's the bill.
It's great dark
£60
tonight.
to
Yeah.
pay, Jimmy
It's
Lee.
fucking great
Slade,
dark in great
Lydia
dark.
Ross.
And
That
that, yeah.
lovely.
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. Is the
Why do you talk
highlight
so much
of
shit?
my
I mean,
career
fuck you know.
as a print curator.
You're all right. You're fine. You're
Watching
talking about
Pippa
artists
Johnson
and
film,
artists.
the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there.
Postman Pat.
Black and white cat.
Look at that.
Behind the tree. There's one there.
These are the black bears of Enderville. Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow. Oh, thanks. Oh, I can taste the peat. I don't know what it tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells.
I didn't get fuck all yesterday. You're
Open that
crazy,
gate and
mate.
open this way. Don't put your hand up! I have been hustling it, mate. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has
Where's
these blue
John? Where's the fuck
benches.
John?
One
Come
of
on,
his favourite
smoke. That's it. Here you are.
spots to come and sit
Fucking hell,
at the
John.
end of the day and watch the
I should take
sunset.
a picture of you. Share it around everywhere. That's John, that is. Yeah, with his fucking blue bench. I mean,
To your world completely, to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted.
yeah.
She gets on with the milk for cows.
This is all
which
repeats
thinks she's a cow.
every fucking day, the same shit
And
forever.
she loves the hens. There's actually
BBC pretty
hen
fucking
that's
shit.
been
Right,
here with
now,
it
so.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting,
I'm wild.
watching,
I'm fucking
listening,
crazy. I am.
and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice turn.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins. I'm a whaling.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. The fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
Chicken mayonnaise. Yeah.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can, you know. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch finder, that is a man in the tent.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge?
There wasn't a demon in his hedge.
You interrogated
To
him.
rule it out.
Oh, look. She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
A chicken.
Your imp.
You've gone, foul creature!
Why are you touching?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic,
which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them all watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone. The actors hated it, the execs hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
Yeah, he's the Bobby. I play Bobby, yeah. He's not called Bobby, he is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamond?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the fake diamond?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years. Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of history.
This bit is where it's actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands.
I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on.
There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Mark, look what Paul needs to shut up. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend, we used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow. You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision?
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind-blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life, the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much, just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is?
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have,
Upon the way you lived, I'll send you some flowers.
to change, and that's what needs to happen.
You're lovely.
Some of my best childhood memories were here.
I'm just a carer. No, but you're not. You're more than that, really.
Unfortunately, what's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to? Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees. 20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's an incredible one.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they grow in this practically hostile area. I would say that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
You have few friends, Cromwell. They don't know how to deal with you.
When negotiation and compromise fail, and your only course is to destroy your enemy.
My own daughter defies me.
Before they wake in the morning,
With the bad news
and the axe in your hand.
The new series of Wolf, The Mirror and the Light starts Sunday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer. an antiques road trip in 45 minutes. A fruitful escape first.
Today, one of the wettest escape to the countries I've ever been privy to.
Let's go. Oh my goodness. Blimey.
Not that it dampens this couple's spirits.
Perfect. I like this more and more.
Yeah, I do.
Although our smorgasbord of incredible property options
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot to think about.
Oh dear.
does leave them a little bamboozled.
Have we thrown you?
Yeah. Well, you know you have. I mean, every property we've been through.
Northumberland, a truly rural county with endless unspoilt countryside, miles of beautiful coastline, and more castles than you can shake a spear at.
You know, I first came to Northumberland over 30 years ago as a young archaeology student, and I've been back many times since. But when it comes to escape to the country, strangely, I could probably count on the fingers of one hand the opportunities I've had to come and house hunt, which begs the question, why? Because when you look around at the varied and beautiful nature of the landscapes and the property on offer here, it really does have all the ingredients for a perfect escape to the country.
Northumberland sits in the most northeasterly corner of England.
We're well pleased here because we've got the coast about an hour's drive away. We've got the hills on the Cheviot about an hour's drive away. And then if you move south across the River Tyne, there's Hexham Shire, which is all beautiful countryside, riversides, woodlands, and you could just walk for hours and not see anybody, even on a busy Sunday.
The fishing village of Seahouses is a popular pit stop with walkers on the 62-mile-long Northumberland coast path. Whilst inland, Corbridge is considered the jewel in the Tyne Valley's crown, with a liberal sprinkling of independent shops, a host of welcoming spots to eat and drink, and within easy commuting distance of Newcastle or Carlisle.
The big landscapes that you get in Northumberland, the big skies and the large expanses of scenery. I love the emptiness and the fact that you can walk for miles and not bump into anyone on the way.
Now, when it comes to the idea of home, many of us, of course, live in places where we need to, and that really
Cozy
is
Cafe
often
staff
by
member.
proximity to
A
things
fucking
like
cat.
work.
One of these hats, right? I said, yeah, I'll park with me.
Well, there can
No, I'm not paying for it. I'll have it for free. But I'm not going to pay nothing. No.
Well,
what is it with people these days? Are they fucking tight as fuck or what? I mean, £5 that is it. For one of these, right?
As you can see,
No, not going to pay. No.
clear out, ready for our big move.
It's a fucking joke.
Emma,
I mean,
a
fucking
business
Cozy Cafe.
consultant,
What the
and
fuck?
Robin, a property renovator, want to lead a more rural life than the one their Victorian end of terrace in the Cheshire village of Goostrey provides.
I've lived in this
Agency pawnbrokers didn't bother coming over the road. I should come over the road and I'll give you a
We got
beanie.
engaged at Christmas.
No.
And we'd have to buy our first.
I didn't come over. No.
With Emma's daughter and Robin's two sons making their own way in the world, and Emma now able to work from home, the couple no longer need to be within striking distance of Manchester.
We've been looking for ages at lots of places all around the UK, and ultimately we've decided on Northumberland. We want somewhere that we can add value to, whether it be some outbuildings that we can convert to accommodation, or maybe some land we could build some cabins on, or even sort of a shower block and toilets for camping. We would like to make a sort of modest income from it, and welcome other people to escape to the country with us.
They're after a detached property with at least 3 bedrooms and 2 acres of land. It must be in a
I think
secluded
Jules had
setting
about
with
4
outbuildings
hats,
that
I'm
have
sure she did.
workshop and holiday let potential.
They're picking it up like
Their
fucking.
budget,
Oh my god! How many you got? What's going on? Come on, tell me. Fuck's sake. Goodie Bank, oh yeah, that's me, yeah. Oh yeah, the beans, these, you know what I mean? They're pretty fucking cool actually, yeah.
The beginning of a whole new chapter in their lives. They've
I've still got loads.
This will be the first home that they will have bought together. But they also want a business to go with it. This is uncharted territory. However, we have got Northumberland.
I do notice Jules when she puts me down and things like that. And I am Pratt. Did you wear Pratt? I don't know. It was something.
On occasion,
yeah, well, you know what I mean? You put me down and fucking look at me. I mean, fucking, I sort you out all the time, and you know,
Our
little
first
Point
stop
Street,
is
you know, fucking
Northumberland Hamlet,
a
the
bit of
Fenwick,
shopping
just
and
under 2
fucking
miles from the
freebies
village
and
of
that.
Stamford. Here, Emma and Robin will find a welcoming community that hosts an annual fete every August and socialise in the village pub.
So I'm found
as
no one's
well
love yet.
as the 2 churches. Before I show our couple the first property we've lined up, I'm meeting them to chat more about their move.
well, Emma, Robin, this is an exciting time, isn't it, for you? You just got engaged.
Yes, we have.
So, why Northumberland then?
It's got the sort
I'm all
of
right, fine, yeah.
properties we hope it's got the sort of properties we want. It's got some
Neva,
land
Nova,
that we can afford.
Miss
And the
Nova.
people are just so warm and friendly and
I got a bit of a flu.
just really like it here.
Flu.
What are you looking
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna fucking
that you
sneeze
hope
all
to
day, I
find
reckon.
here that you haven't got in Cheshire?
More seclusion.
Yep.
More space, and an opportunity to earn income, hopefully.
I absolutely love being up here.
Yeah, but it's not about money, is it? I mean, fucking hell, look at it like, I mean, Christ.
I'm sorry
Too
to
many
say,
people
it's going to feel that way because
actually
this
have
is
money.
it for the next few days.
So life is
Lots to
pretty
get on
fucking
with,
shit.
lots to find.
I mean, you need more compassion.
And it's like this, and the sun
Yeah,
comes out.
Mandrew, yeah, fucking right.
You're
Yeah.
gonna leave.
Absolutely.
Shall we have a look?
Yeah,
Brilliant. Let's go.
The first house we're viewing is just a few minutes' walk down this lane.
Right then. So, what do we think of this?
That's lovely.
That's lovely.
No, I don't want to live in that place. It's fucking freezing.
Extraordinary. What a lovely property.
It's beautiful stone.
This spacious, detached Grade 2 listed 17th century farmhouse is part
What
of
the
a
fuck would I
small
want to live in a
cluster of buildings
farmhouse, yeah?
accessed via a shared drive.
Probably fucking freezing. No friends anywhere.
And it comes with just under 2.5 acres,
Fabulous.
which
right.
go that way, and behind you there.
Super.
Well, it's battled this weather for many a century.
Yeah.
Let's get out of it and get in.
Yeah, let's have a look.
In the spirit of country living, we're not using the front door, but going in the back, which leads into this corker of a country kitchen.
Ooh, come on in. You'll be pleased to know that range is nice and warm.
What a lovely space.
That's lovely. I love a big kitchen. That's a proper farmhouse kitchen.
Yeah.
Feels really cosy.
Where do you want a piano?
Really
Wants
nice.
to go there, and there.
No, it's lovely.
Yeah.
Really good start.
Yeah, really good start.
Have a look at this.
Right.
At the front of the property is the first of 2 good-sized reception rooms.
Oh, this is cozy.
Isn't it?
Yeah. It's again, it's like the kitchen. It already feels homely and warm, and
Yeah.
you can imagine in the summer and the winter being really lovely.
There's a piano. I can see a piano.
On the other side of the entrance hall, a
Fuck
second
me.
reception mirrors the first.
Oh, that's nice. It's nice to have tea.
Yeah.
You always said you wanted more of a formal sitting room. didn't you?
Yeah,
That was
absolutely,
sort
yeah.
of like kept nice and clean and tidy. And
Oh, do you know what that wall? It's a nice colour.
Well, it'll also be
It's
pleased
right.
It's comes with 4 bedrooms.
does it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lead on there.
Lead on.
Okay. Hell.
And very generously proportioned they are too. I'm showing Emma and Robin the largest.
It's lovely. It's really
It's
Oh,
a
yes.
lovely room, yeah.
Very nice, yes.
Next door is
Maybe
a
I'll be
second
posh
double
for a day.
bedroom.
Yes, I'll be posh today. I think I will. Yes, indeed. Could I have a taxi, please? Thank you very much. Lovely.
And there's an elegant family bathroom with 2 further double bedrooms, one of which has an ensuite. What I love about this property isn't just its age and its character, but it really plays to one of the key things on their list, and that's finding a property they can invest in, for which they can also add value to. And that, I think, is what's on offer here. Because adjoining the house is a stone outbuilding that Robin could, subject to the relevant planning consents, convert into a holiday let.
This is nice. A little bit of work needed.
A little bit.
Or you need a workshop, don't you? And someone's got to do tools.
That's pretty fucked.
Yes,
It's already
it's
big
got all
enough for
sorts of potential for that, yeah.
An alternative workshop option is the stable block that sits in the 2.5 acres of land on offer here.
This has got a nice plot,
Yeah, it is a nice plot.
It's made up of formal gardens at the front and rear of the main house, as well as grazing paddocks.
There's so much space. Yeah, this is brilliant.
And vegetable gardens.
Let's see chickens wandering about in here.
Actually, that would be great because you could fence that bit off
Yeah.
so the dogs could there, but you could have chickens and vegetables and
Yeah.
everything in this bit. Oh, it'd be amazing.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Perfect. I like this more and more.
Yeah, I do.
There's just one last thing for us to address.
Let's get down to how much it's going to cost you then. Because,
Oh my goodness.
You know, its value is going to clearly help determine your final conclusion
fuck
on
hell.
this property.
Do you know what? I could just eat
Right.
another sandwich. Really.
I'm going to punt for
I think I've paid it.
£675,000. That's a real punt.
No, I read the
That's
fucking
more
sandwich.
than that.
I think it's 750.
£750,000. Well, you've revealed who's the realist between you. Okay, this is currently on the market for £725,000.
Oh, okay.
£725,000.
I always say, you know, sensible.
I get £737 every fucking 4 weeks.
This detached grade
How
2
the fuck
listed
can I buy
17th century
a cottage
farmhouse
like that,
boasts an enormous country kitchen, 2 receptions and 4 bedrooms with 2.5 acres of land, plus an outbuilding ripe for renovation. It's on the market for offers in excess
I don't know,
of
I'll just leave there. I'll just go in there and say, well, I'll leave it now. This is it. I'm going to live there. This is it. Oh my God, here I
I
come.
love the outside space. I love the view. And I can see family and friends being here and just spending time in here. It feels really sort of warm and cosy.
I'll be your family friend if you want.
Ideally, we would have liked more outbuildings, so I'm not sure it's 100% right for us, but it's definitely got a huge potential.
There are one or two things that I have got to consider. One is the proximity of other properties and the fact that there's a shared access. There is maybe not quite enough outbuildings, but it certainly has struck a chord with me.
The Northumberland market town of Hexham. In recent years, it's topped the list of Britain's happiest places to live.
The community in Hexham is really supportive. I've got a lot of really friendly regulars that come into the shop on a day-to-day basis. I always say I sort of drive with one hand and wave with the other when I go around town. So, yeah, I love it.
At the Shambles covered market building, fruit, veg, plants and eggs are sold most days of the week.
It's really good, isn't it?
As well as the weekly Tuesday market and a fortnightly farmers market. Hexham's historic streets are home to both high street favourites and independent businesses, like this one, opened by husband and wife team Stephen and Laura 4 months ago.
For us, Hexham is just the perfect look. It's not too big, it's not too small. You can walk into school, walk into town, and it's just a lovely, cosy place where everyone knows each other, but it's not too small where everyone's in a pocket at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, and you could be out in the countryside in 2 seconds.
This local pub is another family-run business and the home of Northumberland's oldest brewery, which is rather conveniently placed.
It's great to see that you're literally just at the bottom of the garden from the pub. That must be quite unusual.
It's a proper beer garden, and yes, it is unusual. Shortest delivery run ever.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
Mark Brooker is head brewer, his mum Janet head chef, whilst his son works in the bar. Mark creates a range of beers using traditional methods.
You should be getting the like sort of grapefruit flavours in that.
Oh, really does smell very pretty.
Yeah, I love the aromas from it.
How many different beers do you bring in?
We started off with about 4 different beers in our core range, and I think I'm up to about 12 or 13 now.
And taste testing them all isn't too tricky, as it's easy to work up a thirst in Hexham.
You've got some beautiful walks up here, and for ourselves, we've got to go out to Leader Woods, up through the woods here, up to Queen's Cave, which is a great one to explore, or even you've got the Simonside Hills up in the National Park. So you get fantastic, and you don't get the crowds of the Lake District. More the pity if we're running a pub, but otherwise, hopefully people will find us.
We're heading towards the Northumberland coast now, to the village of Berrington, 6 miles south of the town of Berwick upon Tweed, and just a 15-minute drive from the beach. Although today's weather isn't suggesting beach day to me.
Well, it hasn't got any better. I don't know you for putting your wellies on there. Okay, let's start to lay out here.
Okay.
Property number 2. You're probably thinking, which one is it, Jules? Well, actually, it's the whole lot.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, you're going to get a complete, and I mean complete, on 4 sides, courtyard barn conversion.
Oh my goodness.
That's amazing.
Let's go. Should we go inside?
Let's go and have a look.
Right, come on, let's go. Oh my goodness. Blimey.
If the wind and rain doesn't sweep them away, I'm hopeful this historic farmstead will. Dating back to the early 1700s, it was derelict when the vendors purchased it 45 years ago. A 10-year renovation project resulted in a family home that offers more than 6,000 square feet of living space. We're entering via the west wing, which houses the main entrance hall.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that amazing? That is lovely. And such an impact coming in through the front door to have that in front of you.
Yeah, but come and have a look through here.
Right.
This is crazy. Dining room with, I suppose, a semi-inner look.
That fireplace, that's amazing.
That is extraordinary.
Then you get a massive dining table in there. The space is amazing.
It has a kind of manorial, baronial feel to it. And that continues through here. This obviously was a very practical agricultural barn at one point.
Yes, it's like a cloister.
Yes.
It
Yes,
does
it
feel like it, doesn't it? I can't stop
Very
smiling.
impressed.
I really like it so far.
It's a really good choice.
Good.
We're heading back through the entrance hall to explore the rest of the West Wing ground floor, starting with a 3rd reception room.
More of a sort of snug.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just love bookcases. That's just wonderful.
Yeah, this feels really cosy. Just you and I in here with a fire burning in there. Something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Dogs lying by the fire.
Yeah. Well, just as well, because the kitchen's next door.
Excellent.
Past another entrance hall, but
that's
this
nice.
is at the heart of it.
Oh, that's amazing. That's exactly how I'd want a kitchen, actually.
And that is not a colour that I would ever have considered. And it really works.
Yeah.
But it's nice because it feels modern and clean, but still fitting.
Next door, there's a 4th reception, used as a family room. And then we're into the east wing.
So, no surprise, this is the principal bedroom here.
That's a nice room.
Dressing area through here, ensuite, and you wake up to that.
That's amazing.
That is absolutely
I like this room. I love to be able to, sit in bed with my cup of tea, do the crossword in the morning. How old am I?
The end of this wing presents Robin with an opportunity to create a self-contained holiday net.
Yes,
Yeah.
so the stuff.
Definitely right for doing.
Yeah.
The cluster of rooms here include a storeroom, a hallway with its own separate entrance, 2 interconnecting rooms which lead to the utility and WC, and then the largest room, used as an office.
There's plenty of scope for this down here.
Yeah.
There's so much done already.
Yeah.
But it's nice to
You
still
live
fit
perfectly
into
comfortable and
deal
be able
with
to
that.
deal with this as,
Yeah.
as you want to. Yeah.
The East Wing also has a first floor, which houses 3 more double bedrooms, including this one, complete with an ensuite.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh,
That
that is a
bedroom.
super space.
It's got a nice view. Oh, that's a lovely view, isn't it?
The 4 wings of the property form a square around a large sheltered courtyard, which has a pond, a stream, and patio areas amongst extensive planting. The south wing, however, is entirely separate from the rest of the house, so to get there, there's only one thing for it.
Come on, let's look at it. Oh my goodness.
It was converted 10 years ago into a self-contained granny annex with a double bedroom, a luxurious shower room, and an open-plan kitchen, dining, living space.
This is amazing. This is already done. We're sort of.
It's quite extraordinary.
Yeah. It's
Absolutely.
been beautifully done as well, hasn't it?
Yes. And as much as I look forward to and I'm happy to do renovation, I'm quite happy not to.
Stairs head up to a living room which features an enormous balcony with views across a large expanse of lawn, the final portion of the 1.3 acres on offer here.
Okay, well, let's talk about the value of this one, shall we, madam?
I think it's probably offers in excess of 800,000.
Interesting. Offers in excess of £800,000. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to remain optimistic and say 750,000.
£750,000. I don't blame you for trying, but Emma, you are pretty much spot on. This is on the market for offers in the region of £800,000.
It's quite a property, Galat, to be fair.
I'm actually lost for words, and anyone that knows me will be saying that's very rare. Yeah, my mind is just turning over. Yeah.
This stunning 18th century courtyard barn boasts a generous kitchen diner, 4 receptions, 4 bedrooms and holiday let development potential, as well as a 1-bed. Sitting on a plot of 1.3 acres with a unique internal courtyard garden, it's on the market with a guide price of £800,000.
It's amazing. Amazing space and just, God, honestly, I'm really quite taken with this house.
I can tell.
Yeah. It's extraordinary. There's so much scope. Okay, maybe not quite as much land, but it's compensated by the character of this amazing property.
This is exactly why we wanted to come on this programme, to be honest with you, because I'm not sure we would necessarily have looked at this, if I'm honest.
This is definitely a contender, without a doubt.
Well, that's just what I wanted to hear as our first day of house hunting draws to a close. Northumberland has always provided home buyers with good value for money, and today that's as true as ever. A detached house averages around £332,000, well under the UK average of almost £435,000. So if a new home in Northumberland has tickled your fancy, take a look at some more property options. This 3-bed semi-detached property, with an asking price of £375,000, has a well-proportioned kitchen that opens into a light-filled dining area and a comfortable sitting room with French doors out to a sizable garden. At nearly double that price is this spacious 5-bedroom detached house. It offers a modern kitchen breakfast room, a conservatory, a cosy snug, and a spacious dual-aspect living room that overlooks the large rear garden. Want to try before you buy? Well, this 3-bed cottage has a sitting room plus a contemporary kitchen and is priced at £850 per calendar month.
Well, Well, yesterday may have been a washout in terms of the weather, but not so in terms of the properties that we were able to show Emma and Robin. They absolutely loved them. Their spirits were not dampened, thank goodness. Which sets us up nicely for our final day of house hunting with 2 more properties to show them. We're going to finish up with a mystery house that I think really plays to that sense of character and pedigree that they've clearly loved so far. But first, a home that I think absolutely revels in a true sense of splendid isolation.
The first stop today is the hamlet of Alnham on the eastern edge of the Northumberland National Park. The nearest village, Netherton, is a 5-minute drive away and has a pub as well as a village hall. In a secluded spot with 360-degree views of the surrounding landscape, we've tracked down this detached stone cabin, formerly a blacksmith's cottage and forge.
Wow.
That looks really
That is
interesting.
extraordinary, isn't it?
I like that. Again, it's in that lovely stone.
Yeah.
So it's
That's
lovely.
just a wonderful view. I love that open aspect.
The little bird told me that you know this area quite well because you stayed on holiday in the cottage over there.
Yeah, it's where I love it, Northumberland again.
We're coming
We
back to
loved
the beginning of the journey.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
The original building, thought to be a couple of hundred years old, was renovated from a derelict state about 13 years ago and transformed into this modern, light-filled home.
Come on, Emma. What about this then?
Oh, I was not expecting that. Gosh, yes.
It's a lovely
Right open plan on the big window. I love that. You can see straight out there. I'd not expected it to look like this.
I really have not anticipated going into such a light space.
It's a lovely sociable space, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Snuggle up on the sofa, look at the weather outside. Dog lying in front of the fire. I can see it already.
You got it.
Perfect. Perfect. And not far to the kitchen to look into the cake.
Through that door, there was another room which they've got set up as a study with fabulous views. But this is a lovely, cosy space, but it's not the only one. Come and have a look to here.
This part of the property was previously used as a self-contained holiday let, but has been reabsorbed back into the body of the main house. There's a double bedroom with an ensuite, and next door a second reception room.
There. Isn't that cute?
I love that big stone fireplace.
This is very cosy, isn't it? This is your winter. Hunker down, watch the snow, and stay nice and warm.
Planning permission has been granted to enlarge both this living space and the neighbouring ensuite bedroom with a single-storey extension that pushes out at the front of the property. At the back of the house, there's a bathroom, a kitchenette, and a porch that opens onto an enclosed rear garden.
Oh, so there's a utility room. Actually, it's more like a little
It's a
kitchen.
little kitchen, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can make this into a nice
Very
utility
nice,
room. Oh, there's a bathroom, don't it?
Yeah, that could become dog washing.
The washing room.
It's a bit nice for that,
Doesn't
isn't
sound a
it?
bit too nice for dog washing room. But is there a door
7 a.m.
from the outside? What's in here? Oh, yes.
So,
Perfect.
yes.
Bringing wet dogs in. I like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this a lot.
Upstairs, 2 eaves bedrooms are linked by a mezzanine landing.
This is nice. Oh, this is a cute room. It's nice and light, isn't it? This would make a nice guest room.
It would.
Yeah, it would, definitely.
Very nice.
And again, lovely views out there.
This property comes with half an acre of land, but borrows from the views that can be seen in every direction. It also has a contemporary design carport and wood store with a studio come office space above.
Gosh, it's nice to think about this.
Isn't that view?
I know, it's stunning. I do really like this location.
I do. I don't think it suits us just at the moment, but
No.
I think there is enough scope to manipulate it to our needs. With the planning permission, there's the opportunity to put more accommodation at this end. This end is wonderful, but
Wow. This is all right, isn't it?
yeah, it is. Yeah, I love this.
What are we thinking then?
Selfishly, I'd say nice workshop.
That's what I would say. I would glaze it.
Practically, I'd say it's a holiday let.
Well, there is that. I mean, it also has this little store here, this cat slide roof on the outside with some solar on it, which complements the smaller panels that are on the main property. So that's going to help you in terms of running costs. Well, this is probably a good spot then to consider the price of this one, isn't it?
Yes.
£800,000 you have to spend.
I could go for 735,000.
No, I'm hoping it's quite a bit less than that actually. So I'm going to go 650.
£650,000. Okay, well, here's the thing, and this is why I think this is particularly exciting. This is currently on the market for.
Oh, do not buy a radio from fucking Seymour. The radio is fucking shit.
Oh my goodness.
They won't even tune in or nothing.
Oh, there's a lot to think about, isn't there?
Go and have a wander.
All right. Thank you.
Go and plot and plan and scheme. That's what I did do.
They want about 13 quid
Figuring
for
out what I
it.
might do with
It's not worth it. They fucking wait.
worth of change.
This stone-built former blacksmith's cottage and forge has an enormous open-plan kitchen, living dining space, a study, second reception, and 3 bedrooms. Planning permission is in place for a
This
single-story
brazen plugged in
extension,
and
and
everything, right?
outside there's a
Okay,
carport with
can't hear it.
office space plus half an acre of land. It's on the market for offers in excess of £600,000.
Wow. More things to think about. It doesn't wow me as much as that one is today, and I'm not sure anything would, but it does feel a lot more practical, and it's
absolutely women voters the election in their favor, but they weren't even able to match the number of women won by President Biden in 2020. Now Ms. Harris becomes the second female presidential candidate to lose to Mr. Trump. It is a time of reckoning for Democrats, leaving them to consider how the party rebuilds from here.
Sir Keir Starmer has spoken to Donald Trump to congratulate him on his victory. Here's our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus.
In his phone call, Sir Keir offered Donald Trump what a Downing Street spokesperson described as hearty congratulations for an historic victory. The two men may be far apart politically, but they apparently spoke fondly about their meeting in New York in September when the Prime Minister had dinner with the then presidential candidate to try to start preparing the ground in case he won. Sir Keir's spokesperson said on their call the two agreed that the relationship between the UK and the US was incredibly strong and would continue to thrive.
Sir Keir will be among European leaders who will discuss the impact of Donald Trump's victory on Ukraine at a summit in Hungary. Our Europe editor Katya Adler is at the meeting in Budapest.
Donald Trump will be the main focus of today's meeting. What his return to the White House might mean in terms of trade tariffs, China policy, European security, and perhaps most urgently, the future of Ukraine. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Budapest. He remarked that US leadership is vital for a just peace after speaking to Donald Trump yesterday. But the fear here is the new US administration will slow, if not stop.
I've had a chicken sandwich. That's it, really. I'll probably have something later. I don't know.
Is whether he wants Ukraine to win.
Germany's three-party coalition has collapsed after ministers from the Free Democrats quit the government. The exit follows a decision by the Chancellor Olaf Scholz to sack his finance minister Christian Lindner, the Free Democrat leader. Mr. Scholz announced a vote of confidence would be held in January, which could lead to early elections. Damien McGuinness reports from Berlin.
For months, the arguments have been growing louder within the German government, mainly over how to balance the budget. Chancellor Scholz wants to boost spending with new debt. The finance minister opposed this and wanted to cut taxes too. This unusual coalition of centre-left Social Democrats, Greens and free market liberals was always going to be tricky. When it formed 3 years ago, there was enough money to paper over the cracks. But then Russia invaded Ukraine, energy prices shot up, and Germany had to boost spending on defence. The prospect of a Trump presidency is now adding to the sense of urgency that Germany needs a strong and united government to kickstart the economy.
Several large airstrikes have hit the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital early this morning, an hour after the Israeli army told residents to leave. There were no immediate reports of casualties. Earlier, Lebanon's health ministry said at least 40 people had been killed yesterday during Israeli bombing in the east of the country. Our correspondent Joe Inwood is monitoring events from Jerusalem.
Israel's campaign against Hezbollah shows no sign of slowing. This was Beirut overnight, the sky lit up by huge explosions. Israel says it hit Hezbollah command centers and weapon stores. There were attacks too in the Bekaa Valley, with 16 killed in the village of Nasriya and 11 in Baalbek city. According to the Lebanese Minister of Culture, the strikes severely damaged the Ottoman-era Manshia building. Mohammed Mortada said it was an irredeemable loss for Lebanon and for world heritage.
Metropolitan Police has sent a file of evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service to consider bringing charges against the former Radio 1 DJ Tim Westwood. The 66-year-old was accused of non-recent sexual abuse allegations, which he has previously denied. The Conservative politician Sir John Knott, who was Defence Secretary at the time of the Falklands invasion, has died. He was 92. Sir John played a key role in Lady Thatcher's war cabinet, but is also remembered for losing his temper during a TV interview. Will Vernon looks back at his life.
When Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands in 1982, Sir John Knott offered his resignation to the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, but she turned it down, despite accusations that Sir John failed to anticipate the capture of the islands. In fact, his shortcomings were rather more serious than that. He later admitted that he wasn't even sure where the Falklands were and had to consult a globe in his office at the Ministry of Defence. After the conflict was over, he retired from politics and received his knighthood. But Sir John will also be remembered for storming out of a live interview with the BBC presenter Sir Robin Day on Newsnight in 1982.
Why should the public on this issue, as regards the future of the Royal Navy, believe you, a transient, here today, and if I may say so, gone tomorrow politician, rather than a senior officer of many years? I'm fed up with this interview, really. Well, thank you, Mr. Knott.
The former Defence Secretary, it seems, didn't hold a grudge against Sir Robin for very long, as he later called his memoirs Here Today, Gone Tomorrow, in tribute to his TV tantrum.
That report was from Will Vernon.
And it brings us to 7:09. What does the coming Trump presidency mean for Ukraine and for the Middle East? We are a long way from knowing for sure, but I've been talking first to our international editor, Jeremy Byrne, about the way leaders in the Middle East might respond to the fact of the Trump victory.
Well, I think the big thing about Trump is that people don't really know, because it's this unpredictability that they're all trying to factor in at the moment. I thought this welter of posts on social media, on X, aka Twitter, that we have seen in the last 24 hours or so is remarkable, because they're all, I think, trying to transpose onto President-elect Trump the things that they want to happen. Now, Netanyahu, for example, Israel's prime minister, congratulated him, said it was one of the great, historical political comebacks, because what Netanyahu would like Trump to do is to give him as much latitude as he can in terms of pursuing his own agenda in the Middle East. But I think that might be a little bit different, because I think you can make a very coherent argument right now to say that President Biden has become almost powerless in the face of the way that Mr. Netanyahu has been setting the agenda as far as the progress of the war is concerned, as the way that he responds to the bits of advice he gets from President Biden, essentially, if he wants to, pretty much ignoring it, particularly when it comes to Gaza. And I think it might be different with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump doesn't like people doing things when he asks them not to do it, when he tells them not to. So I think he's going to have his own agenda, and he might be able to impose his agenda in a way that Biden doesn't.
One thing supporters of Donald Trump have said repeatedly during the course of the campaign is that his personality is itself, in a sense, a tool of foreign policy. So when there is a crisis, when something happens, when pressure needs to be put on by America, the fact of Donald Trump being Donald Trump helps. In the Middle East, does it?
Well, I think that the problem with the Middle East, since he was last
president is that it's really changed. The problems have deepened, have intensified. Some of the artifice around them has been stripped away into the fundamental arguments. And I think the big test for Trump, Mark II, in the Middle East is going to be what happens when a crisis starts? What happens when America cannot set the pace? What happens when it has to respond? What if, for example, the Iranians decide they want to hit Israel again with ballistic missiles? What if then the Israelis say, right, we're going to hit back at the Iranian nuclear targets? Trump is known to be someone who does not want to go to war with Iran, does not want to be part of a much wider war in the region. How does he slow the process down? Can he find the levers that would do that? Sometimes just being bluff and loud and noisy and bullying, knowing that you're backed by this enormous military machine, that might not be enough. That's going to be the big test, I think.
That was Jeremy Byrne, our international editor, talking about the Middle East. Let us turn from the Middle East to another war zone, in a sense, to Europe, with the European leaders gathering actually today in Brussels, in Budapest, to survey the new world. We're joined by Peter Altmaier, former chief of staff to Angela Merkel, and indeed German Minister of Finance. Mr. Altmaier, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Can we think first about Ukraine? In this period up to Donald Trump taking over in January, is there something that Joe Biden ought to be doing and that the European leaders ought to be asking him to do that would alter the situation in Ukraine?
Well, first of all, Mr. Biden and his administration have promised a lot of military support that has not yet been delivered to Ukraine. And I have no doubt that all the European leaders would appreciate if this would be done before inauguration in late January. Second thing, Ukraine has been a European challenge from the beginning, but of course, as always in NATO, we had to rely on American support and cooperation. And this is something that Mr. Trump will make very clear. I don't expect him throwing Ukraine under the bus. He is no interested in surrendering to Mr. Putin, but he has always had a very clear vision that this is a European conflict and that it is up to Europe, to European Union, to European branch of NATO dealing with it. So the heads of states and government in Brussels today will face the challenge to discuss what to do if Mr. Trump expects and requires the stronger participation of Europe. And the second thing is we have a kind of an unhappy disaster in Germany because the coalition government collapsed yesterday night in a moment where Europe is facing its biggest challenge. That means Germany will probably not have a clear, stable and reliable government before late spring. And I see it as a consequence that the cooperation between the British Prime Minister and the French President within the Western and European part of NATO will have to be reinforced and enhanced. We are partners in NATO, no longer in European Union, but in NATO still. This is something where many people in Germany also would be happy if we would see more leadership from these two big countries. There is a special
just on that, sorry to interrupt, just on that, how realistic is that? You're saying that France and the United Kingdom have to take the lead now when it comes to Ukraine and more widely pulling Europe together when it comes to facing up to Russia. Are you hopeful that can happen?
Well, first of all, of course, you need the consent of Germany, of Poland, of many other countries, Italy, Spain, Baltic countries. But the UK has always been very proud of its special relationship with the US. And I'm old enough to remember when Donald Trump was president, he always managed to have what he called a good chemistry. The French President Emmanuel Macron. I do not know whether this still exists, but perhaps it is a chance. And I cannot see any other coherent representation of the European part of NATO vis-à-vis Donald Trump. And I foresee very important and very tough talks ahead of all of us. And therefore, Europe needs to speak with one voice. And that means we have to put our hopes to a certain extent on the UK and on France as well.
Peter Altmaier, former Chief of Staff to Angela Merkel. Thank you very much.
I'm British, yeah. I was born down the road, you know what I mean? Seriously. Yeah, and guess what? I went to France. I went for 2 weeks. I had a great time. It was amazing, really. Selling socks and all that at the market, and sat in a house, right? A big, massive house, right? With a bit of land and a goat called Fanny. Yeah, Fanny. Yeah, I remember that, Fanny. Yeah.
Questions. We'll try and answer them after 9 o'clock this morning. The WhatsApp number is +44 330 123 4346, +44 330 123 4346, or you can email us on today@bbc.co.uk. So your questions for Justin, Nick, and I live and answered live just after 9 o'clock on the Today podcast. Let's turn to the implications of Trump's re-election for UK politics now, because Kemi Badenoch led the Conservatives in Parliament for Prime Minister's questions yesterday, having appointed her shadow cabinet, and a key figure in it is the Shadow Chancellor, Mel Stride, who joins us now. Mr. Stride, good morning and congratulations on your appointment.
Good morning, Amal, and thank you.
What's your British conservatism? What do you learn from President Trump's re-election?
Well, I think that the economy matters. That seems to have been one of the overriding, along with migration, one of the overriding factors here. And of course, what we've seen in our country is an extraordinary budget that will take us several steps backwards in terms of bringing in very high levels of taxation, which were not spoken about by the Labour Party during the run-up to the general election, landing particularly on the shoulders of those parts of the economy we're going to require to provide the growth. For example, employers' national insurance increases, that tax on jobs, but also a huge spending splurge, particularly in the early years of the forecast, which is going to lead the OBR shows to increased inflationary pressures, higher interest rates for longer, and an economy that's not going to grow, in fact, is going to be growing more slowly than the OBR were forecasting back in the spring when we were in power. So I think the lesson is about economics.
Yeah. It's interesting you make the distinction there between growth, the macroeconomic numbers, and you mentioned inflation, because in America, actually, what's interesting is overall, at a national level, the American economy is humming. Lots of jobs, lots of growth, but it's not filtering down to people's living standards, and they don't feel better off for themselves and their families. That's the key point, isn't it? It's about how people feel for their families, whether or not they feel in real terms better off, not whether the national economy is soaring.
Yes, and this is why, if you look at what the OBR are saying on living standards, for example,
in this
real household disposable income, as economists call it, that is effectively across the forecast going in the wrong direction compared to where we were back in the spring when we were in power. And I think it's the Joseph Rowntree Foundation who said that by October 29, in fact, the average family was about £770 in real terms worse off than they are today. So the government has gone about this in completely the wrong way. Budgets, as everything in politics, are about choices, and the choice that they have chosen to make is to ramp up taxes, particularly on the productive parts of the economy. This has come through in lower growth than we would have been expecting back in the spring, and I'm afraid it leaves us more vulnerable, Amal, to things like changes in the world economic scene and pressures that may come down the line as a consequence.
Well, you know that
because of the choices the government.
You know that what they would say is that what leaves this country vulnerable is the fiscal inheritance that you've left them. Before we go into that, because we've done that in some detail, let's talk about what's in the news this morning, if you don't mind, which is the re-election of Donald Trump. And he has said, and of course this doesn't mean it will necessarily happen, but he has said he may put tariffs of 10 to 20% on imported goods, including from this country. How would you respond to that if you were Chancellor?
So the first and most important thing is America is a hugely important ally, and we need to make sure that we have a very firm and good relationship with the Trump administration. Now, of course, this government has not got off onto the best start in that respect in terms of some of the comments that have been made by members of the government front bench. But it is primarily about relationships. But you're absolutely right, 10 to 20% tariffs. We have over £300 billion worth of exports to the United States, our most important trading partner. So it's important that we get that relationship right.
Yeah,
so
what would
that we
you
can get
do?
the right
What would you
solution.
do? Because what Kemi Badenoch said to the Prime Minister yesterday is, and I quote, she said, discuss, chat. The Prime Minister has no plans whatsoever for building on the special relationship. So in practical terms, what specifically would you do, were you Chancellor, to respond to those tariffs, if introduced?
Well, I think I've already made an important point, which is when we talk about chat, some of the chat, of course, has been making some very derogatory remarks
That's
about
the Labour
President's
Party,
letter.
Mr.
Yes,
I'm going to
so
talk
I'm
to them
saying
about
that,
that all
we
the time.
need a change in tone and approach to Donald Trump, and hopefully this government can now.
Yeah, Keir Starmer and David Lammy have had dinner with him, and it was all very convivial. So how would you respond to tariffs
What
of
we
10 to
need,
20%?
because this is subject to negotiations and discussions, and the most important thing is that we forge a strong, positive relationship with the Trump administration going forward, and that is exactly what Kemi was referring to yesterday in Prime Minister's questions.
Yeah, but
We
what
need
would you do
also-
about the tariffs?
We need you have to have discussions. At the end of the day, as a sovereign nation, the United States will take decisions on those kind of matters, but they will clearly make them in conjunction with discussions with other countries, including those within the European Union, for example, and ourselves. And it's important that in that context, we do whatever we can to make sure that those relationships, that the mood music, that the relationships with the administration are strong and positive. And as I say, I do think it's material, the fact that this government has ended up in a position where it is in a difficult position already with the Trump administration based on the comments that have been made.
Yes,
and that's why Kemi was quite right yesterday to call for those comments to be withdrawn and for an apology to be made.
And I'll put some of those to Labour as soon as we get the chance. Mel Stride, Shadow Chancellor, thank you very much indeed, and look forward to lots more discussions with you in this new role.
And at 8:10, we'll be hearing from a Republican congressman who will talk about the relationship with Britain and indeed the relationship he wants to have with the Conservative Party, specifically on the subject of tariffs. But the time now, 7:23, and it remains challenging, we are told, to sell new cars this year. We are told that by the online marketplace Auto Trader this morning, and Will is back with more.
Yeah, that's right, Justin. Auto Trader, listed on the FTSE 100 of our biggest stock market listed companies, just released their financial results for the first half of the year, and within those warned they'd seen a 10% decrease in the number of vehicles sold through the site over that period. Nathan Coe is the Auto Trader Group's chief executive. Nathan, morning.